.gov আবারও বলছি testimony@council.newyorkcity-তে দিতে পারবেন। যদি আপনার একটি অনুবাদ মেশিনের প্রয়োজন হয় তবে সার্জেন্ট অ্যাট আর্মসের সহায়তা নিন। শুনানির কোনো পর্যায়ে মঞ্চের দিকে অগ্রসর হবেন না। আপনার সহযোগিতার জন্য ধন্যবাদ।
Buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión de hoy del Comité del Consejo de Nueva York sobre protección al consumidor y al trabajador. En este momento, por favor, apaguen o pongan sus celulares y aparatos electrónicos en silencio para que minimicemos cualquier interrupción durante la audiencia. Si desea testificar, por favor, llene una ficha de testigo con el sargento en armas. Y si tiene testimonio que quiere introducir al acta, por favor lo puede hacer en el correo electrónico testimony@council.nyc.gov. Si necesitan aparato de traducción, por favor pídanle también al sargento en armas. Y por favor no se acerquen al estrado en ningún momento durante la audiencia. Gracias.
صباح الخير ومرحبا بكم في اجتماع مجلس مدينة نيويورك اليوم بشأن حماية المستهلك والعامل، رجاء وضع جميع الهواتف والأجهزة الإلكترونية في وضع عدم الإزعاج خلال الجلسة. إذا كنت ترغب بالإدلاء بشهادتك فيرجى ملء نموذج شهادة لدى ضابط الأمن المسؤول، وإذا كنت لديك شهادة ترغب في تقديمها للسجل يمكنك القيام بذلك عبر البريد الإلكتروني testimony@council.nyc.gov. إذا كنت بحاجة إلى جهاز ترجمة فيرجى مراجعة ضابط الأمن للحصول على المساعدة. الرجاء عدم الاقتراب إلى المنصة في أي وقت طول جلسة الاستماع. شكرا لتعاونكم.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à cette conférence qui est organisée par le New York City Council. Donc cette conférence portera sur la protection des travailleurs et des consommateurs. Donc à ce moment-là, nous vous prions de mettre votre téléphone sous silence afin de ne pas perturber tout le long de la conférence. Donc nous vous rappelons que si vous souhaitez témoigner, vous devez vous rapprocher des surveilleurs d'audience qui sont à l'extrémité des portes pour leur informer de votre témoignage. Vous avez également la possibilité de soumettre votre témoignage par Internet, donc à cette adresse email qui est testimony@concil.nyc.gov. Vous avez la possibilité de le soumettre à travers cette adresse. Encore une fois, nous vous rappelons que cette conférence est traduite en arabe, en français, en espagnol, en chinois et en bengali. Donc si vous souhaitez avoir accès aux appareils pour pouvoir avoir la traduction, encore une fois, rapprochez-vous des surveilleurs d'audience. Nous vous rappelons qu'il est interdit de vous lever et de perturber les personnes qui sont devant vous tout le long de cette audience. Merci pour cette compréhension et merci pour votre attention.
大家早上好，欢迎大家参加由纽约市议会举办的听证会。今天会议的主题是关于消费者和工人保护。在整个会议期间，请保持你的电子设备处于静音状态，以最大程度的减少电子干扰。如果你需要作证的话，请到前台的侍卫官处登记。如果你需要传送你的电子版本到议会的话，请传送到 testimony@council.nyc.gov， 这是我们的 email 地址。如果你需要翻译服务，请到前台登记，把你的 ID 交到前台，换取翻译设备。会议结束以后，请你把电子设备还到前台，拿回你的 ID。在整个过程中，请不要接近前台。谢谢合作。
Chair Menon, we're ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Menon, and I'm chair on the City Council Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. And I just want to welcome all of you today on this rainy day to our hearing that's focused on street vending enforcements and the issuance of licenses pursuant to Local Law 18 of 2021. I first of all want to recognize a number of my colleagues who are present, Councilmember De La Rosa, Councilmember Sanchez. I will recognize additional colleagues who are here, and we've also been joined by our public advocate, Jamani Williams. Street vendors have long contributed to the vibrancy of New York City's streets and to the city's food and retail landscape. Since the late 1800s, street vending has been an important entry-level entrepreneurial opportunity for new immigrants and has often been one of the most, really the most and only viable employment options that are available to them. For as long as there have been vendors that have been selling goods on city streets, there have, however, been complaints and concerns about vendors, that they create sidewalk congestion, sanitation problems, and unfairly compete with brick and mortar small businesses. Compounding these issues, street vending is regulated through a patchwork of state and local laws and rules that have created a tremendous amount of confusion for vendors, for residents, for businesses, and enforcement officials alike. In 2021, the City Council passed landmark legislation to increase opportunities to legally vend in New York City, as well as to bridge the gaps around enforcement. Local Law 18 of 2021 established a new licensing and permitting scheme for mobile food vending and enabled the city to issue 445 new mobile food vending permits each year for 10 years, increasing the number of permits available for the first time since 1983. Local Law 18 of 2021 established the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement, creating a specialized unit with expertise in the city's myriad and complex vending regulations, as well as cultural competence to work with the diverse vending population to be the primary agency responsible for enforcement of vending regulations. The Office of Street Vendor Enforcement was first established within the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection and then was moved to the Department of Sanitation in April of 2023. Despite this major effort to improve both vending licensing and enforcement, issues still remain. Both vendors and brick and mortar businesses feel that enforcement is inconsistent and arbitrary, and that there is not coordination between the multiple agencies responsible for enforcing vending laws. The wait lists for vending licenses are extremely long, and the total number of new mobile food vending licenses authorized by Local Law 18 of 2021 has not been issued, as individuals who receive applications decide not to follow through with them. And vendors do not feel that there is sufficient education and outreach from the city to help them thrive as businesses and maintain compliance with the complex vending requirements. Today, we are hearing a number of bills on this topic. Introduction 408, sponsored by the Public Advocate, would create a division within the Department of Small Business Services to assist street vendors and require SBS to update SBS programs to permit access to mobile food vendors and general vendors. Introduction 431, sponsored by Councilmember Sanchez, would amend Local Law 18 by increasing the number of mobile food vending licenses made available annually from 445 to 1,590 through 2029. It would also make 1,500 additional general vending licenses available during the same period. And finally, after 2029, the bill would lift the cap on the number of vending licenses available for both food and general merchandise. Introduction 1164, sponsored by Minority Leader Ariola, would create an interagency portal to share enforcement history across all agencies that enforce street vending laws. Introduction 1251, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias, would clarify that DOHMH shall ensure the maximum number of mobile food vending licenses authorized by Local Law 18 are issued each year. DOHMH could continue to move down the priority list and send out enough license applications each year to meet the requisite 4,445 licenses to be made available before 2032. I look forward to examining the administration's approach to street vending enforcement and hearing from a variety of stakeholders regarding the legislation on today's agenda. Before I pass it over to a number of the bill sponsors to make their statements, I just want to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Nurse, by Majority Leader Farias. Councilmember Abreu on Zoom. And I will now turn it over to Public Advocate Williams to read a statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let's go Knicks. Great game. I said Knicks in 4. I said what I said. Good morning. My name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. Thank you again, Chair Menon and committee members for holding this hearing. This day has been fought for a long time. The hearing is essential at a moment when the federal government is actively seeking to criminalize many communities and prosecute our small businesses. New York street vendors are our smallest businesses, many of which are minority and women-owned businesses. They are frequently the targets of excessive enforcement by law enforcement and city agencies. Today, we are one important step closer to changing the dangerous dynamics of criminalization. In 2024, excuse me, the NYPD and Department of Sanitation issued nearly double the amount of vending-related tickets issued in 2023, 5 times higher than the number of tickets issued in 2019. The enforcement costs related to issuing these tickets vastly outweigh the revenue generated by penalties. In addition, the Independent Budget Office found that the license proposal made by Intro 431 would boost the city's GDP by $17 million. Frankly, this legislation is common sense, long overdue. As of October 2023, there were almost 11,000 individuals on the wait list for a general vendor license and nearly 10,000 individuals waiting to receive a food vendor permit. As a part of the street vendor reform package, I introduced Intro 408, which would create a division within the Department of Small Business Services, or SPS, to assist street vendors. This division would provide much needed services and resources for street vendors alongside important educational and training programs on safe vending. These bills are part of a package for a reason. Each piece is essential. There is a budget proposal this year that would allocate an additional $7.7 million to the Department of Sanitation for vendor enforcement. Notably, there is still nothing to support vendor compliance and education. We have to try our best to end the criminalization of street vendors, many of whom have been vending for years. Must include more licenses, more services, and more training, not simply more enforcement. I've said this before and will say it again. You can't rain down enforcement on an unfair system. The goals of Intro 431 and for vendors and consumers. And as I call to close, I cannot overstate how crucial these bills are at this current moment. The president in particular, and unfortunately too often with the support of our mayor, are quickly leading our communities and an economy into extreme hardship and undue criminalization. We must provide our communities with ways to help support themselves and their loved ones. This is common sense legislation being heard today is a major step in direction that chooses opportunity over criminalization and love over fear for our smallest businesses. This is an amazing intersection of immigration, of economic empowerment, and small businesses. We have to find a way to help the folks that our fabric is based on. I don't think any New Yorker could think of a New York City without our street vendors who are out there in the rain today providing the services they always do. We can find a way to regulate this in a way that is actually fair and make sure everybody has what they need. So I look forward to hearing what the department and agencies have to say today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to call on Councilmember Sanchez to read her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Menon. I'd also like to thank the Speaker, my partner in crime, Majority Leader Farias, on co-priming 431 and the 25 co-sponsors that Intro 431 has. I'd also like to thank all of the members of the administration who are here and those who have taken time off work to testify before the council. Our city is home to over 23,000 street vendors. They are our smallest businesses, a mainstay of the vibrant street life that makes New York City great. And for generations, they have served as a foothold for immigrant New Yorkers trying to find a way in the city. I know firsthand. I am the daughter and granddaughter of street vendors. But I also know that today, and I think that many of us agree, our street vending system is broken. Access to licenses is incredibly scarce thanks to an outdated cap created in the 80s with more than 10,000 individuals sitting on a now closed waiting list. Many vendors wait years and in some cases even decades to finally win their golden ticket. Today, nearly 70% of street vendors citywide, and in my district, 80 or 90% even on some beautiful days, operate without a license. Not because they do not want to follow the rules, but because we've created a system that locks them out. And instead of supporting them, we've increased enforcement NYPD enforcement putting immigrant vendors at risk of immigration enforcement exposure. No one should fear deportation for trying to feed their family the right way. This lack of access is partly responsible for an enforcement regime that has failed everyone. Enforcement is uneven, arbitrary, unfair, where agency sweeps lead to large confiscation of vendor goods but fail to deter the bad actors who are back again the next week, sometimes the same afternoon. Enforcement has also been ineffective precisely because licenses are so unavailable. Without access, unlicensed vending has proliferated, and without a license that they could lose, vendors have no real incentive to follow the rules designed to bring order to our streets. My Bill 431, part of the larger street vending reform package, attempts to address these fundamental issues by increasing access to licenses over time for both mobile and general vendors, mobile food and general vendors, a phased approach that eventually lifts the arbitrary cap imposed more than 40 years ago. This legislation will bring more vendors into the formal economy and incentivize compliance with the rules New Yorkers actually care about: food that is sanitary, streets that are clean and safe, and neighborhoods that are where prosperity is shared. And talking brass tacks, the Independent Budget Office estimates that legalizing vendors could bring in $59 million in tax revenues, more than triple what the city currently collects. I've also proposed amendments to our legislation that would strengthen enforcement in two respects. First, by increasing the number of sanitation officers as the availability of licenses increases, and second, by creating clear standards for how a vendor's license can be suspended and revoked after persistent violations. These amendments emerge from ongoing conversations that we have held with just about every side of this issue: vendors themselves, supermarkets, business improvement districts, brick and mortar restaurants, city agencies, my colleagues on the council. And November 2024, we went a step further, organizing street vendor convenings in partnership with the Speaker's Community Engagement Division. Shout out to y'all. These conversations, were designed to bring a wide range of stakeholders, more than 50, together with the goal of listening to our shared challenges and developing shared solutions. Thank you all for participating. And in closing, I'm thrilled that we have this public forum to discuss these issues, to hash out differences, and to work toward a collective solution. I do believe sincerely that there is a collective solution here, that the gap between positions is bridgeable. We can't let the momentum end today. My pledge to you is that together we will find a path forward for vending in New York City. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to all stakeholders who are here today.
Thank you, and I'll now call on Majority Leader Farias for a statement.
Thank you, Chair Menon. I'd like to highlight and be associated to the words of my partner in crime, Councilmember Sanchez. This hearing is a long time coming, specifically on the bills we have in front of us today. Myself and Councilmember Sanchez have worked diligently to lift up the voices of vendors in the People's House. Street vendors are a vital part of New York City's economy. They're entrepreneurs, cultural ambassadors, and community anchors. But our city's regulatory framework continues to fail them, keeping vendors trapped in an outdated, unfair system that limits opportunity and invites criminalization. I'm proud to sponsor Intro 1251, which addresses a major flaw in the city's implementation of Local Law 18. That law mandates the Department of Health to make 445 supervisory license applications available each year through 2032. But applications available is not the same as licenses issued. As a result, we are falling short of the goal this law sets out to achieve each and every year, which is continually keeping licenses out of the hands of our vendors. Intro 1251 fixes this by authorizing the department to issue more than 445 applications per year, actually as many as necessary to ensure that 445 licenses are issued each year. That's the only way we'll reach 4,450 total licenses by 2032, as the law intended to do from the beginning. This is a simple and essential correction that would help get more vendors out of the underground economy and into safe legal employment. I'm also proud to be the co-prime sponsor of Introduction 431 alongside Councilmember Pierina Sanchez. This legislation lifts the arbitrary caps on food and general vendor licenses, increases the number of licenses issued each year for the next 5 years, and strengthens local training rules and restrictions. If we're serious about equity and opportunity, then lifting those caps is long overdue. Together with Intro 408, these bills form a package rooted in fairness, economic justice, and common sense. They move us away from over-policing and toward a system that respects the value of street vendors and what they bring to our city every day. Let's get this done and give vendors the dignity, recognition, and protection they have long deserved. Thank you for the time.
We will now call on representatives of the administration to testify. We'll be hearing testimony today from Joshua Goodman, who is from DSNY, Deputy Commissioner, Public Affairs and Customer Experience, from Harris Khan from SBS, Chief of Staff, from Carlos Ortiz from DCWP, Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs, and lastly, from Corrine Schiff from DOHMH, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Health. I'll turn it over now to Committee Counsel to administer the affirmation.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairmen and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, and the wide array of New Yorkers who have joined us today. I'm Joshua Goodman, Deputy Commissioner, Public Affairs and Customer Experience at the New York City Department of Sanitation. In April of 2023, Mayor Adams designated DSNY as the agency with primary responsibility for coordinating enforcement of the city's rules around street vending, particularly around cleanliness, street passability, and quality of life. The mayor designated DSNY for this role because we are uniquely positioned to enforce these kinds of rules. We have a uniformed police force of trained and licensed peace officers, but we also have substantial experience protecting and enforcing access to our streets and sidewalks. Over the last 2 years, we have leveraged this experience successfully, and having the Department of Sanitation serve as the lead agency on this incredibly complex issue means that this work is done thoughtfully, with a focus on balancing the needs of vendors, brick and mortar businesses, and communities at large. Our enforcement work is rooted in the belief that all New Yorkers across every neighborhood, in every borough, deserve clean, safe sidewalks. We take a warnings-first approach, often posting dozens of warning signs throughout an area before taking any enforcement actions. But we also engage in robust enforcement to protect cleanliness and quality of life. This enforcement is civil in nature, and sanitation police, as a general rule, do not make arrests. In fiscal year 2025 so far, the 35 sanitation police assigned to street vending enforcement have conducted more than 8,000 inspections, issued approximately 5,000 summonses, and donated or composted about 1.25 million pounds of food that was either abandoned or being vended illegally. Generally, about 1/4 of summonses issued by DSNY are for unlicensed vending. The overwhelming passage of Proposition 2 in November 2024 shows that this work is resonating with the public. This measure gives DSNY the ability to enforce street vendor rules in public areas that are not streets. However, at this time, we have not yet used this authority and are developing a plan for implementation. In any case, the passage of Proposition 2 is evidence that New Yorkers support ongoing enforcement of these laws, as is the continued volume of requests for enforcement that we receive via 311, from community groups, and in particular from members of this council. While DSNY does not set the laws or penalties, we are responsible for fair and consistent enforcement, particularly in cases where public safety or sanitation is compromised. We enforce these laws with a focus on situations where vending has created dirty conditions, safety issues, items being left out overnight, setups that block curbs, subway entrances, bus stops, sidewalks, or store entrances. Several of the bills on the agenda today deal with issues of licensure, and we will yield to our agency partners to speak about them. One bill, Intro 1164, sponsored by Councilmember Areola, does deal with enforcement, requiring the development of an interagency portal for sharing street vending enforcement information. This bill duplicates much of the work of the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement, legislating a tech solution to a problem that we have not encountered in a systemic way. DSNY does, of course, share data with relevant agencies, and they with us. But as the lead agency on vending enforcement, this is done at a staff level. Given the fiscal and time impact of this bill and the fact that significant data is already on open data, we feel it is unnecessary at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Look forward to taking your questions. And now I will pass it over to my colleagues from the New York City Small Business Services for their testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Menon, and good morning to members of the City Council on the Committee of Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Haris Khan. I serve as Chief of Staff at the Department of Small Business Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. At SBS, we're committed to supporting entrepreneurship, including startups, micro-enterprises, storefronts, and street vendors. Our no-cost services include business courses, legal consultations, help navigating concessionary opportunities, and more. Our programs are accessible to New Yorkers through SBS's 7 neighborhood-based business solution centers, our hotline, 888-SBS for NYC, and our My City business site at nyc.gov/business. Our work is grounded in an education-first approach that seeks to equip small businesses with clearer understanding of current regulations and connects them to resources that can help them grow and thrive. Street vendors play a vital role in the city's economy as they are in many ways the smallest of small businesses. Recognizing this, the administration has included leadership from the Street Vendor Project in the Small Business Advisory Commission, formed under Executive Order 15 in 2022. This ensures that the voices of street vendors are included in conversations about the regulatory landscape facing small businesses. SBS also partners with sister agencies to conduct outreach to vendors when new licensing opportunities arise. Over the past 3 years, we've mailed over 22,000 pamphlets to street vendors, making them aware of available SBS services in a host of languages, including Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Wolof. In coordination with DOHMH's supervisory license rollout, we also provided DOHMH over 15,000 pamphlets. Additionally, we translated DOHMH's technical assistance presentation into multiple languages and co-hosted physical and virtual workshops to help vendors better understand the opportunity. Our services are broadly accessible to all, whether a business operates from a storefront or from a cart, and in FY24, over 24,000 New Yorkers benefited from our services. We are proud of that reach and impact. I would now like to turn to Intro 408, which would create a division of street vendor assistance within SBS and require the department to tailor programs specifically for street vendors. While we support the goal of ensuring vendors take advantage of our services, SBS's existing programs are already inclusive and designed to meet the diverse needs of small businesses. Creating a separate division could divert limited time and resources away from service delivery and into new layers of reporting and program design. Moreover, the bill's reporting requirements, especially tracking vendor participation, can deter engagement from a community that includes many immigrants. We welcome continued dialogue with the bill sponsors and the council to find effective ways to ensure street vendors are supported and look forward to answering any of your questions. Now pass to our colleague from Department of Consumer and Worker Protection.
Good morning, Chair Menon and members of the committee, and Public Advocate Williams. I'm Carlos Ortiz, Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on issues related to street vending. The Department of Consumer and Worker Protection issues general vendor licenses to those who sell goods or services in a public place, such as the street or sidewalk. There are currently approximately 1,900 licensed general vendors. The number of licenses issued to non-veteran general vendors is capped at 853 licenses, and the waiting list for non-veteran applicants is currently closed. License applications for general vendors are available to veterans or the surviving spouses or domestic partners of a veteran. Introduction 431 would increase the number of food vendor supervisory licenses and general vendor licenses available each year for 5 years, and thereafter would remove the cap on food vendor supervisory licenses and general vendor licenses. The administration supports reducing regulatory barriers on businesses, including expanding the total number of street vending licenses to bring more street vendors into regulation and compliance. However, the administration is opposed to lifting the cap entirely on street vendor licenses due to concerns about the impact on the quality of life for everyday New Yorkers. We look forward to engaging in the legislative process with the Council and stakeholders here today to join this conversation on examining license caps and understanding how the city can better support street vendors, our smallest small businesses, while balancing the needs of brick-and-mortar establishments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee on these issues. I would now like to pass it over to my colleagues at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene for their testimony.
Good morning, Chair Menon and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection and the Public Advocate. I'm Corinne Schiff, Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Health at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. On behalf of Acting Commissioner Dr. Michelle Morse, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Health Department's enforcement of street food vending and on the legislation before the committee. The department's mission is to protect and promote the health of all New Yorkers, including by promoting the safety of food sold from food carts and trucks. We do that by issuing permits to operate a food cart or truck, issuing licenses to the people who vend food, providing mandated training for food vendors on food protection, and conducting food safety inspections. I want to start by providing a brief update on the department's implementation of Local Law 18 of 2021, which expanded opportunities for street food vending. Local Law 18 established a new mobile food vending license called a supervisory license and a new kind of permit, a supervisory license permit. The mobile food vending license authorizes a person to vend, and a permit authorizes a food cart or truck to be used for vending. A food cart or truck with a supervisory license permit must be operated by a person with a supervisory license. The department is charged with issuing 445 applications for a supervisory license each year for 10 years as of July 2022. Supervisory license applications are issued to people on waiting lists in accordance with the local law's detailed criteria and prioritization. Vendors on the waiting list can track their progress on the department's lookup tool available on our website. Once a person has a supervisory license, they are entitled to apply for a supervisory license permit for a food cart or truck at any time. There is no deadline or waiting list to apply. The local law requires that as of July 1, 2032, all full-term food carts and trucks other than green carts operate under a supervisory license permit. The department has issued almost twice as many supervisory license applications as the local law requires, offering not only the 444 supervisory license applications per year for the last 3 years, but also reissuing applications that didn't turn into supervisory licenses, and offering applications that became available for legacy permits no longer in use. As of late April, 823 vendors applied for the supervisory license, and after approving the applications, the department issued all 823 supervisory licenses. So far, 382 of the 823 licensees have obtained their supervisory license permits. Other vendors are in the permitting process, and because the local law has no deadline to apply for the supervisory license permit, others may be preparing to apply sometime in the future. I will now turn to the legislation under consideration today. Introduction 431 would accelerate the transition to supervisory license permits by moving the deadline from 2032 to 2029, increasing the number of supervisory license applications required to be issued each year, and would remove the cap on licenses as of 2029. The New York City Health Department has no concerns about issuing more supervisory license applications annually than the local law currently requires, and would like to work with the City Council on some of the details to ease implementation. The administration is opposed to lifting the cap entirely and looks forward to further conversations. If the Council changes the cap on food vending carts and trucks, this will expand the Health Department's current workload to monitor food safety, including the issue of licenses and permits, provision of mandatory food safety training, and inspections, leading to increased costs for the department. We have no concerns with Introduction 1251, which would allow the department to issue additional supervisory license applications if needed to meet licensing targets. We want to note that New York State and New York City law require food carts and trucks to have a commissary. Commissaries provide cleaning, storage, and facilities for food preparation. Any vending expansion must ensure sufficient commissary space to meet food safety requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I, along with my colleagues from DSNY, DCWP, and SBS, are happy to take your questions.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm going to start. I have a number of questions focused first on licensing, then on enforcement. So some of the data you said in your testimony, but I want to get it out again in a clear fashion. So first of all, please provide an update on the number of approved supervisory licenses and approved supervisory permits, but that are broken down by citywide, non-Manhattan, and then lastly, those designated for veterans and disabled veterans.
Yes. So as you heard in my testimony, we have issued 823 supervisory licenses. 510 of those are citywide. 232 of those are for the boroughs other than Manhattan, and 81 are for veterans or people with disabilities.
Now, in your testimony, and I'm just going to read from it, you said so far 382 of the 823 licenses have obtained their supervisory license permits. Why is there this discrepancy?
There's no discrepancy. There are two pieces. There's a license that allows.
I don't mean discrepancy. I mean, why the differential?
So if I understand your question is why, if there are 823 people with the license, why have 382 turned into permits? So that's an important question. We don't know the answer to that. As I noted, the local law doesn't have a deadline to apply for the permit, and so they may eventually turn into permits. We don't know.
What is the communication between the agency and those that are applying for the permits?
So we have done extensive outreach and education to make sure that people who are eligible to apply for the permit understand that opportunity. First, who are eligible to apply for the supervisory license, understand that opportunity, and then understand the opportunity to apply for the permit. You've heard from my colleague at SBS that we've worked closely together to make sure that those who are on the waiting list, who are then offered the license, are aware of the opportunity. And we've got materials in many languages on our website. We've held forums. We talk to vendors on the phone. So we are really working hard to get the word out about this vending opportunity.
But is there a cutoff period if you don't hear back from an applicant?
There is a deadline to apply for the license. So when we issue the supervisory license application, there's 90 days to submit that application. That's why we've been able to issue more. After that deadline passes, we see what came in, what was not returned, and then we put those back into the hopper and send them out again.
I see. Okay. How does the number of supervisory permits issued compare to the number of supervisory license issues, and what do you believe then, we talked about the reason for the discrepancy, but what do you believe could be the fix for it? Like, how can we solve this issue in your recommendation?
So I don't know. I think there's an important question about why people become supervisory license holders and do not immediately become permit holders. I think it's an area for investigation. And I think it's, the local law was set up in a way to allow people to have time before they apply for a permit.
So does that aspect of the law in your recommendation need to be changed?
I don't have a recommendation for that. I don't, it depends on what the objectives are. What we have done at the health department is taken the law that the council enacted under local law 18, and we have implemented it.
Moving to enforcement, can you tell us about the enforcement strategy that the agency has?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. The enforcement strategy is very straightforward. New Yorkers deserve clean streets, clear sidewalks. The city has never, historically, had a meaningful strategy for dealing with how vending that does not follow the city's rules impacts cleanliness and quality of life. Ultimately, vending enforcement is a cleanliness issue. It's an issue of pedestrian accessibility, and it should be treated as such. We've toured many communities over the 2 years that DSNY has been the lead agency on coordinating street vending enforcement with elected officials who have asked DSNY to help solve the vending problems that both compete with rule-following vendors, right? Because a vendor who's trying to follow the rules may be facing unfair competition from a vendor who isn't, brick-and-mortar businesses and residents. So we take a warnings-first approach at most times, in which we either post written warnings in locations ahead of time or issue individualized written or verbal warnings. But of course, if DSNY encounters a particularly egregious situation when conducting inspections of vending, regardless of whether a warning was issued, we will take corrective action, and that can include summonsing, confiscation, or just an on-the-spot correction of an unallowed behavior.
Before we go on, I want to mention we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan. So how do you determine where you're sending enforcement agents? Is it solely complaint-driven, or is the agency, like talk
It's
a little bit?
largely complaint-driven, but those complaints may come informally through 311 or informally from civic associations, community groups, other agencies, or members of the city council who frequently bring areas that they're concerned about to our attention.
I know a lot of our colleagues, from speaking to them really across the board, are concerned about this enforcement piece, so that's why we want to drill down on some of the specifics. So an analysis of oath hearings related to vending violations shows that the total number of vending-related cases across enforcement agencies at oath was much lower in 2024 than it was a decade ago, specifically with 10,578 cases in 2014, compared to 6,688 in 2024. So what caused this substantial decrease?
Well, the law that sets the current sort of standards around licensing and enforcement is very different than it was at 2014, right? So it's a completely different legal regime today than it was at that time. As often as possible, DSNY is seeking to resolve concerns about unlicensed, unpermitted, or time and place vending violations in the moment if we can.
And how many complaints in the past year about street vendors have you received, and what are the most common complaints? And explain how the city is responding to those complaints.
So if we were to speak about fiscal year 2025, there were about, this is going through the end of April, there were just over 22,000 311 complaints about street vending.
Can you break them down by borough?
I have them by community board.
Okay.
Or I could provide a borough breakdown at a later date if you'd like. But
Okay.
I have them by community board, by zip code, and by council district. Those complaints they run the gamut. It may be, this is a no vending area and there is vending occurring. It may be, I'm a brick and mortar business and there's someone vending right in front of my entrance, which is not allowed. This may be the narrow sidewalk issue and there's no clearance. It may be material left behind. So these basically lead to inspections. DSNY sanitation police officers inspect these locations, particularly focusing on areas of the highest amount of 311 complaint or additional info from members of this council, community groups. And if the issues can be resolved with inspections, with verbal communication, they are. And if they cannot be, they are resolved through summons issuance or confiscation when warranted.
And before issuing a violation, how is the agency working to correct non-compliant activity? And also, what are you doing on education?
Yeah. So we are doing work on sharing outreach and education materials prepared by the agencies that are here beside me today. DSNY is not primarily an outreach and education agency on this. We are the lead enforcement agency. However, the warnings are created, and our written warning notices are created in coordination with the outreach and education agencies. We also have done tremendous work, including with a lot of guidance from the majority leader, on increasing the cultural competence and language access of our enforcement teams. We obviously use Language Line, as so many other city agencies do, but we also have sanitation police officers who are either native speakers or fluent in 7 languages. So that's right there in the moment. And then, of course, we utilize additional resources whenever needed.
And can you talk a little bit, I guess this is more directed to SBS, then, about the outreach that your agency is doing?
Thank you, Chairman. And so we help partner with city agencies whenever licensing opportunities arise. An example of that was the close partnership with the Department of Health over the supervisory licenses. We mailed out 22,000 mailers, and then we did another 15,000 pamphlets. And in the general course of our work, we also promote concessionary opportunities that may exist throughout city agencies, such as the Parks Department or other agencies. And so whenever opportunities arise under the current regulations, we make sure that vendors can take advantage of those resources. And our services generally are broadly accessible to all, so when they do access our services, they can benefit from business courses, business planning, digital marketing. There is no arbitrary barrier that is set by our agency to serve as street vendors. We're proud of that partnership.
Going back to DSNY, at a previous hearing on this topic, you testified that the agency exclusively issues civil penalties for violations of vending laws. And I know you touched on this a little bit in your testimony. I just want to get it out for the record. Has the agency changed their enforcement policy, and has the agency ever issued criminal penalties for vending violations?
No.
Okay, thank you. Going to DOHMH, how does DOHMH engage vendors to correct non-compliant activity prior to issuing a violation? So same question that I asked before.
So the health department uses a risk-based inspection program, and every inspection is really a teachable moment to help the vendor learn any of the food safety conditions that they're not meeting at the time of inspection. In 2018, the council had us launch a grading program for mobile food vendors that provides a great incentive to meet food safety standards. A vendor that gets an A at the time of the initial inspection doesn't get any summons at all, but we nonetheless provide information in an inspection report about our observations. So that's really how we are promoting food safety compliance.
And this is really open to all of you. What role would an interagency portal play? I mean, you each have your own regulatory jurisdiction. How would an interagency portal improve the landscape?
We don't feel that it would improve the landscape. It would create a sort of tech hole for communication that already takes place between these agencies. There's a lot of interagency work where, kinds of work where an additional tech-based solution might be warranted. For this kind of work, which happens in the public realm in real time, we don't feel that it's necessary or appropriate.
Okay, I have many more questions, but I want to be respectful of my colleagues who I know have a lot of questions, so I'm going to come back on round 2 and open it up to my colleagues for questions. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going in order of who said they wanted to speak first. So Councilmember De La Rosa, you are up.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Once these bills are made into law, what is going to be the training specifically with the agencies on the enforcement and regulations around these bills? One of the things we see in district like mine, for example, is if DSNY, just to give the example of that agency, comes in and does enforcement, they often tell our vendors, well, you can go apply for a license. And then the vendor applies for a license, goes down to apply for a license, there is no license to be applied for. There is a wait list forever and ever. And so it's kind of like a false hope that is being created, but also a false standard where they are not able at this moment to regulate their status as vendors. And so once these laws that my council colleagues are hoping to get done, we're all hoping to get done, what is going to be the process across the agencies for training and ensuring that the information filters down to the vendors on the street?
Well, I can just start by saying, Council Member, that as I mentioned in my testimony, about a quarter of summonses issued by DSNY for street vending violations are for unlicensed vending. The number of interactions with unlicensed vendors is likely higher than a quarter, because one of the first things that an unlicensed vendor will do when they see enforcement personnel from any agency is to leave the area. In general, we do typically find interactions with licensed vendors about the rules and regulations around vending to be more productive than interactions with unlicensed vendors. So look, our staff are trained and licensed peace officers. They obviously are required to always be up to date on the law. If the law changes, they will be up to date on that. I will say that there's a lot of implementation work that would be required, but I can tell you something about what our interactions are like with licensed versus unlicensed vendors.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. If there is a decision to lift the cap, by the council, and if that is the policy decision that takes place. And when we are in the development of implementation across the agencies that would be involved, SPS would certainly play a role in coordinating with those sister agencies and making sure our material, our resources, and our team that provides compliance and regulatory assistance is trained in the new pathways available to street vendors as they take advantage of those opportunities. And that has happened consistently whenever there are new opportunities that arise in the regulatory scheme. One example could be the cannabis entrepreneurs that we've helped at the agency as the state rolled out new license opportunities for those particular businesses across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you. I only had a question about kind of protocol for sanitation, because sometimes I'm confused about who's doing enforcement. We have a couple hot spots, and you all have come out, as well as other agencies, and done pre-inspections and done a ton of communication. But unfortunately, sometimes enforcement ends up being the case. Oftentimes, we'll get photos or videos of police officers there, and you all are not there. And when we call down sanitation, they say, well, we didn't ask them to be there. So can you walk through kind of the protocol for your interactions with local precincts in terms of when you communicate the need for police presence or PD presence, and just like how you're in communication with them on a regular basis on these things?
Be happy to, of course, Councilmember. DSNY partners with the NYPD in specific designated circumstances. As I mentioned, our enforcement work on vending is civil in nature all the time. But we work with the NYPD on events where counterfeit goods are present, because that's a criminal matter, on complaints about vending that includes the sale of drugs, right? Again, a criminal matter. And sometimes as part of interagency NYPD operations where they request DSNY assistance. So we do work closely with the NYPD, coordinating particularly around some of the sort of persistent areas of concern in the city, but generally the partnership is where DSNY is providing the civil enforcement and NYPD is present because a criminal matter is believed to be taking place.
So are you all being called down from PD doing enforcement in areas?
PD does often request DSNY assistance.
For street vendor enforcement?
Yes.
When they're down there doing street vendor enforcement, they're calling you all down?
I couldn't speak to every situation, but there are situations like the one you described, yes.
But is that not what the current protocol is? I mean, isn't it that you all have the enforcement portfolio for street vending?
Well, DSNY is the lead agency in coordinating street vending operations, but there may be situations where NYPD is engaged in a different quality of life operation and says, part of this is street vending. We should get the sanitation police here to assist with the street vending concerns.
So when it comes to street vending and both are on the scene, who's the lead?
DSNY is the lead agency on street vending operations citywide.
Okay. And have you asked PD in situations to stand down?
Not to my knowledge. We work closely with the NYPD.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Majority Leader Farias.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back, if possible, to the supervisory license applications. I see in the testimony you are open to introduction 1251. You don't see any initial problems or concerns around it. Do you think it would help address the gap between the license applications released and the license issued every year?
I don't know, because we are essentially already, we had the same idea that you did, so we are already really doing that. We will issue the license application. If it's not submitted for a supervisory license, then we will reissue it to the next person on the waiting list. So we're already creating those opportunities. So I don't know whether it would result
Except
in more
not
licenses.
at a necessary accelerated rate, right? Or at the very least, maybe putting in some sort of timelines other than the 90 days for reissue to communicate with the folks that are only the holders and not moving towards getting the license?
So I think that the bills complement each other, and 431 would have us, in the first instance, issue more supervisory license applications. So if we put them together, more supervisory license applications would be issued. I think it's a good hypothesis that more would turn into, that more would become licenses, supervisory licenses.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I have a couple questions, one for DCWP. And so in New York City, we have rules that you spoke in your testimony about the competition, or the business competition, I believe, or one of the agencies mentioned competition on the corridor. Regardless, do we have any rules regulating competition for DCWP or for any of the agencies testifying in terms of, like, we have X amount of businesses on this corridor selling produce or selling a burger, so someone else is not allowed to open up or to sell closest to that store that sells the same product?
I don't believe I mentioned it in my testimony. I'm not aware myself of any rules as such, but I think I would defer to the law department if they had any guidance.
There is, sorry,
Thank you.
if you don't mind, I'll just jump in. There is a restriction on street vending within 5 feet of the entrance of a storefront.
Yeah.
It's not restricted based on, like, oh, it's a cell phone store, so you can't sell cell phones. It's not like that, but just you can't be within 5 feet of a storefront entrance.
Yeah, that we know. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to highlight Deputy Commissioner Goodman from DSNY. Thank you for highlighting our language access work from our corridor tours. It's super appreciated. And then I wanted to ask some questions surrounding the enforcement piece. I know you folks are the lead agency on enforcement. I guess for me, my question is around the piece on outreach and education, right? As you folks are the people that are supposed to be going out,
Yes.
enforcing what type of vending is happening and if rules and restrictions are being followed. Why do you think the agency hasn't quite incorporated much of the education or outreach components?
I would frame it slightly differently, and I think that our discussion about language access is a good example of how we do a tremendous amount of outreach and education. It's just that outreach and education has to take place in a wide variety of venues, right? You brought up these issues about a few languages that you believed were underserved among our team, and you were totally right. And we were so happy to be able to take that feedback and make the change based on that. And so there are low triple digits of sanitation police overall, but 35 of them are focused on street vending, right? And that's by design, having a specific team that knows the issues of these laws, that knows the issues of these communities, and that is working on this every day. So these are people who know what resources are available and can connect vendors to those resources. They're just not the ones actually providing the resources. So they can say, hey, here's the website where you can get more info from SBS. Here's the website where you can get more info from DCWP. Here's the website or the info about info sessions held by the health department. It's just that a sanitation police officer in the field is not the appropriate one to be conducting that counseling, although they do make it a point to always connect people to that counseling.
Last question, Chair. Can we talk a little bit about, and I want to kind of pull out a little bit of what I think Councilmember Nurse was speaking about with the police intervention or when they respond versus when you folks respond. When you're responding to complaints or your enforcement agents are going out and responding to complaints, is that solely coming from a 311 call? And are we seeing that the NYPD response calls are coming from 911 calls?
It's an interesting thought that there's these two separate call centers are what's causing differentiated enforcement. All complaints about street vending would go to 311. If you called 911 and said there's somebody vending outside my store, they would say this is misuse of 911, hang up and call 311. But it is possible that 911 calls about things like drug dealing, right, would lead to NYPD intervention. I couldn't speak to it specifically, although I could reach out to them. 311 calls are one of the largest drivers of our enforcement, but they're not the only one. Another huge piece of it is what we hear from council members directly. Can you please come to this location in my district? I'm hearing a lot from this business that they need support, and also other, sort of local community groups.
So I guess we're trying to figure out how does the NYPD end up on site?
I can speak to operations where NYPD is there at the request of DSNY, and those are times like counterfeit goods, drugs, where we think there's a criminal matter involved, where we've gone out and investigated it and said this is not pure time, place, manner, street vending, right? There's something else happening here, and that's where NYPD would be involved. As far as other NYPD operations, I don't know what triggers those, but DSNY coordinates the street vending operations that take place around the city.
And I know you can't answer this because you're not the NYPD, but have you heard, or at least in your interagency communications, that sometimes we're having, whether that's business improvement districts or corridor organizations, calling directly to the local precinct because maybe they work with CAU or they work with their community affairs, and they're negating telling their businesses or telling patrons to call 311 first?
I'll say if that's happening, which I don't know that it is, it would mean that those groups are making a lot of calls, because they certainly call us and ask for DSNY enforcement. We hear from BIDs and from merchant associations, all kinds of groups all the time. If they're also calling precincts, that would be a duplicative effort, and I would say on the record now that they should not be doing that and they should reach out to us directly.
Okay, thank you so much for responding to my questions.
Great, thank you. I've got a number of questions for SBS. So how many street vendors have received support from SBS since Local Law 18 went into effect?
Thank you, Chair Menon. So our services are broadly accessible to all New Yorkers. That includes micro enterprises, storefront businesses, and street vendors. We do not disaggregate the data of the folks that we serve throughout our business solutions.
Yeah, but you must have data on how many street vendors the agency has provided services to.
So we've conducted outreach in coordination with our sister agency partners that we referenced at this hearing, but we do not disaggregate the data of folks that are consuming our services, particularly with the concern that that might actually disincentivize participation from a community that includes many immigrants.
Just providing informational outreach about how to work with various governments, agencies?
To ask them to disclose whether they're a street vendor or not would lead to disincentivized participation.
So what work are you doing to support the street vendor community?
Chairman, and all of our work is in service to the city's small businesses, which includes street vendors. And we're proud of the partnership we have with Mohammed Atiyah from the Street Vendor Project, who serves on the Small Business Advisory Commission. We're always looking for feedback. In fact, it was feedback from SVP that led to the decision of translating our pamphlets for street vendors into Wolof, understanding that there is a community of street vendors that has that language need. And so we're constantly in conversation with our community stakeholders and through the Advisory Commission, making sure that our services are accessible, remain accessible to New Yorkers across business types.
And what about outreach? Are you doing outreach to BIDs, to the community boards, to let people know about Local Law 18?
So, Chairman, we do outreach in general on all of our services that are available, and whenever there are licensing opportunities or other opportunities that are made available, we'll partner with those sister agencies to conduct outreach and make sure businesses are aware and can benefit.
Okay, I want to go back to a series of questions that I started to ask on licensing, so I'm just going to go back to that. So what are the conditions that make a general vendor license available to be issued to the next person in the wait list?
Thank you, Chairman. In general, for non-veteran general vendors, there's a cap of 853. So what typically would allow somebody to apply for an available license is if a license under that cap became available by somebody deciding not to vend anymore, moving away from the city, passing away. Likewise, if their spouse or domestic partner did not want to use the license anymore, that would result in us now calling on the wait list and asking for an additional person who want to take up that license. On the veteran side, there is no cap on those folks taking those licenses, so anybody who's a veteran or a spouse or domestic partner of a veteran could come in and apply for a license. They would have to demonstrate a proof of eligibility.
And so how long is it taking the agency, well, how long is it taking for a license to be issued then to the next person on the wait list once it is available?
Well, typically, I think it's a process that involves, I think it really depends on the next person who's on the wait list. It is a process that involves sending them letters, emails. We also follow up with phone calls as well. We like to give them an amount of time before we move on to the next person, whether that's a yes or a no or a non-response. Generally, I would say, if I could pull these numbers up, since 2016, we've issued, thank you, we've issued 996 general vendor licenses. Those are, let's say, that became available since that point in time, and we were able to call another vendor off the wait list, or a veteran decided to apply. In general, 95% of our license applications are processed within 10 days, and then the rest are usually processed within 30 days on a typical basis. That's for all of our categories, really.
So DCWP previously shared that 161 new general vending licenses were issued from July 2022 through April 2023. How many general vending licenses have been issued since May 2023?
I have yearly breakdowns here. So 118 general vendor licenses issued in 2023, 110 in 2024, and 15 so far in 2025.
And then just to clarify, how many people are on the wait list for the general vending licenses?
Currently, there are about 10,500 people on the general vending wait list.
So what can be done about that?
Sorry. At this point in time, there's a cap in place for non-veterans, which is, I guess, why we're having the conversation today about Instruction 431. The administration supports reducing regulatory burdens on street vendors, including expanding the number of licenses that are available. Albeit, I think we have concerns about lifting the cap entirely, but I think that's a conversation we're open to engaging in that involves all the stakeholders here today, both the street vendors, brick and mortar businesses, my partner agencies here. I certainly appreciate the need for balance and for collaboration. I think it is an issue that is complicated, but one that I think all of us are committed to working through to always find better solutions for New Yorkers.
Okay, and I guess I want to go back to SBS because I'm troubled by your answer that you don't have any data on help for street vendors. I mean, as someone who previously served as commissioner of DCWP, we aggregated data. We always tried to make sure that we were being responsive, and I'm concerned that just saying you don't keep any data, it seems like a non-response to me.
Chairman, and we did not say we don't keep any data. I think what we're sharing here to the council is we're concerned about adding the kinds of questions that might deter engagement and participation from vulnerable communities, including the street vending community that includes many immigrant entrepreneurs. Our services are accessible. We do serve street vendors. I think a difference with my colleague from DCWP and other agencies is we don't issue licenses for street vending. Therefore, we don't have categories of data associated with that particular license type. What we do provide is services that are broadly accessible. And so when a New Yorker accesses our service, we have general questions that we need to track participation, but we do not create additional barriers that may make them think twice, especially in the moment that we're living in, about whether they should engage with the city agency and benefit from.
But are you going out to visit with them? So like for DCWP, I can say with firsthand knowledge that DCWP does an excellent job in terms of going out to businesses, letting them know how to cure fines before receiving any kind of violation. What kind of work are you doing for street vendors? Are you going out to street vendors? Are you meeting with them? Are you explaining about the regulatory environment and all of that? You need to meet them where they are.
And we're really proud of the work of meeting them where they are, and that's why when the council, when the administration decided to issue supervisory licenses, we were out there with DOHMH, partnered with the Street Vendor Project, made sure the materials were in language, and not only organized a virtual webinar, but made sure it was physical and virtual to accommodate the needs of the vending community. And that work continues. I think one of the things that we're looking forward to is as there is more clarity on the licensing landscape here, we would be involved in that partnership across the city agencies. If there are licenses that are increased in any category, we will be a partner to those agencies in getting the word out.
So can you quantify in the past year how many times has SBS gone out into the field to meet with street vendors?
I can't, off the top of my head, share because we don't disaggregate the data of whether the business we're interacting with.
This is a very frustrating non-answer. I mean, again, one of the things that we're trying to do, this is like we have so many complaints on a number of different issues regarding the vending situation. Some in terms of enforcement, but some in terms of outreach and making sure that vendors understand what resources exist at the city level. Also making sure that there are opportunities to cure before going right to a violation. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Sanchez, for her questioning.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by thanking the members of the administration for your coordination to get here today. I know that that is a lot of work. There's a lot of different agencies involved here. And I just want to appreciate that it is very heartening to hear this position. The administration supports reducing regulatory barriers on businesses, such as expanding the total number of licenses to bring more street vendors into regulation and compliance. I'm very heartened to hear that and look forward to further dialogue. My first question is for the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Based on some conversations that I've had with supermarkets and brick and mortar businesses, just point of clarity, do all current licenses and permits, will they all eventually be replaced into the supervisory system?
So the way that Local Law 18 works is by 2032, July 2032, all full term, so that's year-round, permits other than green carts will become supervisory license permits.
Great. Thank you. I hope y'all heard that. Okay. And regarding commissaries, I understood from your testimony a number of concerns around commissary space, the availability. Can you just share a little bit about what the landscape looks like and the role of commissaries in helping to keep food that is vended on our streets safe?
Yes, and thank you for highlighting this point because it's important as the council considers expansion of food vending to consider the role of commissary. So as I said in my testimony, both state and city law require that a food vendor be associated with a commissary, and that is because it's a very important part of food protection. Our food carts and trucks need to be stored in a commissary. They need to be cleaned in a commissary. There are some FDNY rules about storage at a commissary that I will leave the FDNY to address. And many food vendors rely on commissaries for food preparation. There are other places where you can prepare food if it's at a commercial permitted kitchen, but many food vendors do use the permitted commissary kitchen for that food preparation. All of that is very important. Cleaning, we don't want carts left out on the street. That's a pest control risk. There's a food contamination risk. We don't want people hosing down food carts on the street. So the expansion of commissaries is really a key part of considering any expansion of food vending.
Excuse me, wrong pipe. Thank you. And so I just want to state for the record, Department of Health is not taking a position on the number of licenses that are issued, licenses and permits that are issued, but merely the safety of the food that is being sold on our streets.
So as I testified, the administration is opposed to the lifting of the cap. We are looking forward to speaking with you. But from the health department's perspective, the focus that we bring to the conversation is on food safety.
Thank you. Turning to Department of Sanitation, so am I understanding correctly, you have 35 agents dedicated to enforcement. You've received 22,000 complaints in the last year and issued 5,000 violations?
Yes, that's correct. It's 35 sanitation police officers in calendar year 2024. 2024, it was about 25,000 complaints. If you want to do fiscal year 25 to date, is 22,000. So that's about how many we're looking at in an average year. And thus far in fiscal 25, we've issued just shy of 5,000 summonses.
Thank you. If every eligible street vendor had access to a license, every vendor that is out in the street today, how would this affect your work as an enforcement agency?
So the question is, just to make sure I understand the question, you're talking about no net increase in vendors, just making sure that everyone who's there today is licensed?
Exactly.
Generally speaking, our interactions with licensed vendors are far more productive than our interactions with unlicensed vendors. We're able to work with them on corrective action around, hey, you know, you can't leave this here, this is a little too big, you know, you're allowed to vend on that side of the street, but not this side, can you head back over? We're able to connect them to resources like from the health department to make sure that all food safety regulations are followed. Whereas with an unlicensed vendor, the conversations are often extremely limited. The only thing I'll just flag is that we don't know whether any change to the cap does lead to a change in the number of vendors on the street.
Great. Thank you. May I, Chair, ask just one more follow-up of sanitation?
Ask as many as you want. That's fine. Not a problem.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. And I appreciate that response. So if we were to increase the number of licenses available over time, would it be important from your perspective to have a proportional increase in the number of sanitation enforcement personnel? And if so, how would you go about thinking about that calculation? How many more personnel would you need to be fully staffed today and in the future from an enforcement perspective?
So much of it is dependent on specific numbers, but I can certainly say that the 35 sanitation police officers are at their capacity for enforcement today.
And how do 35 sanitation police respond to 22,000 complaints?
Yeah, well, often the complaints end up, aggregated. Okay, we're getting a lot in this area, we're getting a lot in this area. Work very hard to provide equitable levels of service, but there is certainly no capacity to do more enforcement with our current staffing level.
Thank you. And then for DCWP, do you believe that lifting the current cap on the number of available licenses would lead to congested and disorderly streets, as was stated in the press today by members of the administration?
I'm not, to be honest, I'm not necessarily certain if it would lead to more congestion or less congestion. I think that's something that, as my colleagues mentioned, remains to be seen if there would be a net increase in vendors. But I also think that's why we want to make sure that we're taking an approach that avoids any unintended consequences. I think that's why we have concerns with lifting the cap entirely, albeit still open to expanding the number of licenses. Yeah, I'll stop there.
And for DCWP and for Department of Health, how do you think the number of licenses should be determined? Or will you leave that to us?
I think for me, it's important to consider this hearing as being kind of one of the first steps in the legislative process, and really hearing from stakeholders, street vendors themselves, but also brick and mortar establishment representatives. I think they also have concerns. I think there are two sides to that issue that would need to be married. Certainly, taking as perhaps a metric the wait list of general vendors of 10,500. That is a number that would certainly require us over a period of time to need new resources to develop that. I know we submitted an FIS to the council for 23 lines. And on the flip side, there would be potential revenue for the city too, in terms of just basic license fees. But again, to answer your original question, I think it's really, we're in this process now of determining what the right number is for the city.
Can you help us understand both from each agency's perspective how your staffing needs would need to change, how the staffing needs would change if we were to raise the cap on the number of licenses available? What costs would be associated? What revenue would the agency see? And if you could talk about the different roles, the professionals within your agencies that are involved in the enforcement system.
I can start for the health department perspective. As my colleagues have testified, I think we don't know what the additional numbers of licensed, really for the health department for permitted vending units. There is, as you know, there's no cap on licenses. A person is licensed, they are able to vend, and we have no cap on those. And there would be, as I testified, there would be additional costs for us to manage food safety among the additional permitted units. We have staff who do issue licenses and permits. We have health inspectors who conduct inspections both to check that the vending unit meets food safety requirements, and then conducts inspections out on the streets and sidewalks to make sure that those are operating in a way that meets food safety standards. We have training staff at our health academy who provide food safety training, which is required for anyone with a food vending license. So there would certainly be a proportional need to increase our staff proportionate to the number of increased vending units.
I think likewise, I mean, on the general vendor side of things, we're certainly talking about moving from a cap of 853 that was established many decades ago, and whatever number we're able to land on based on conversations today and throughout the legislative process, there would be new resources, particularly on license intake, attorneys as well. Yeah, I think that would be for DCWP.
For the Department of Small Business, this would a change in the cap could impact our outreach staff and our regulatory assistance staff. That team currently supports all of these sister agencies and other agencies, informing them about the regulations that currently exist. An increase in what's possible for businesses and the opportunities that are possible could lead to increased volume, and those would be the teams that would be impacted by such a change.
Yeah, and I think I spoke to it.
Okay, last question, and thank you so much, Chair, for the time, is for small business services. So one major issue with street vending is that vendors are not in compliance with many of the existing regulations, from citing rules to public health hazards. And we know that that is one piece and not the only piece of the puzzle. One piece and not the only piece of the puzzle is robust education and outreach, so vendors who, especially those who do not speak English, are aware of the rules. Are there existing SBS programs that are particularly good at doing education and outreach? And how might those programs be adapted to serve more directly, to the Chair's line of questions, our smallest business owners who are the street vendors?
Thank you, Councilmember, for this important question. There's several business industries, there's several licensing types where there are opportunities for entrepreneurs in New York City to take advantage of those resources and join the fabric of our small business community. In those cases, we are ready and able to serve those businesses. Businesses can reach out to our New York City Business Express Service team. That team, under this administration, was formed and has already saved businesses over $40 million in fines and fees by educating them about fines and fees that they could avoid as a licensed business operator. As more licensing opportunities open up, we would train that team with the new license opportunities, make sure they're cross-trained across these sister agencies, and are able to meet the need as they arise throughout the city.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair, and to the Department of Sanitation. I just thank you for sharing that reflection that interactions with licensed vendors are so much more productive. That's exactly what we're trying to accomplish with Intro 431. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the administration.
Thank you. And Majority Leader Farias?
Thank you. Just two quick questions. And one for SBS. Can you, I'm trying to pull out, I think, a little bit of the data aggregation thought process or question. I know you folks don't necessarily tag people that you're serving as a street vendor, and so they get lumped into the larger small business tagline. Can you explain maybe through the data aggregation process if there's any points where you can help define when you are serving a vendor? Are you tagging people that have one or two owners, or maybe not within a storefront or a mobile like mobile business? Are there other ways to showcase data points that you folks are maybe serving directly to our vending community?
So I think I want to make it very clear we serve street vendors, we serve storefront businesses. When we're out in our neighborhood, we've already done 100+ events in this fiscal year, and when we're in those communities and there's a street vendor and we're doing outreach across that corridor, we will share our street vendor resources with them. I think on the particular question of if there are proxies that could help us get to what the universe of street vendors are that consume our services, I think it's very difficult. I'm not sure it would be the most accurate, but just for general awareness on how data gets entered, when we speak to a customer, one of those businesses that we serve, we enter into our database the industry that they're in. So for street vendors, if we're talking about food vendors, that would fall under the accommodation, the food and accommodation kind of category as defined by the NAICS codes, which are, I think, national codes that are set.
Okay, so in the food category, I mean, that's also restaurateurs?
Yes.
So I guess for our data point, what we're trying to better understand is when SBS, how do you define the difference in services you're getting to a vendor versus a restaurant owner?
So I think businesses themselves define this type of service that they'd like to consume. So when they approach us, and particularly the ones that we promote for street vendors, they are business courses, legal consultations where we can help a vendor understand whether they should be a sole proprietor or they should be in a partnership or form an LLC. We can connect them to capital access resources that are available. And so our services overwhelmingly are broadly accessible to the vending population, and we're proud of the partnership
Yeah,
we have.
I think that we know, right? We understand that component, but I guess when we are looking to you to tell us, I serve 10 people a year or 10,000 people a year, or 10,000 inquiries came in versus 10 inquiries came in specifically from X community, like that is what we're trying to better understand, how our agencies are working to provide the supportive services. So just food for thought for us to continue thinking about how we're going to disseminate information while also disaggregating data to make sure we're serving the people at the right pace.
Right. Certainly, if there's particular zip codes or corridors where there's an interest of understanding whether we have served or not, we'd be happy to do some analysis to understand the trends there. And would be happy to serve if there's any business owner, anyone, any New Yorker that reaches out to your offices and says, I'm not sure if SPS could be the right option for us, please connect them to us. We are the right option for overwhelming majority of New Yorkers that are either entrepreneurs, that are doing businesses from their homes and apartments as a result of the historic city.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably be interesting for us as a council to also see if there is an analysis from your agency on what looks like vendor services specifically in our corridors, but I'm happy to continue talking offline about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then just the last question that came to thought, and all or any can answer. Would you all agree that regulating and setting a standard for the unpermitted vending, whether that's on cart setup, food safety, street enforcement, like many of the good actors that are currently vending without a permit are doing now, would help us get all the bad actors on more targeted outreach or more targeted enforcement?
I mean, I think the situation that you describe relies on a compromise that also includes increased enforcement, but certainly we agree that reducing regulatory burdens and providing ways for people to come into compliance leads to more productive interactions between enforcement personnel and vendors, and between vendors and the communities around them.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I just want to switch gears and talk about confiscations because we haven't really spoken that much about that. So when the Office of Street Vending Enforcement was situated at DCWP, the agency authorized just 37 confiscations out of over 25,000 inspections conducted between June 2021 and March 2023. How many inspections has OSVE conducted since moving to the Department of Sanitation April 2023, and how many confiscations have been authorized?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I have very good data on that question for fiscal year 25 to date. So I can do, just off the top of my head,
That's
I can do
fine.
July
Yeah,
1
that's
to
fine.
April 30th. So in that time, there were 8,390 inspections and 3,374 confiscations. And confiscations happen in a few situations. They occur when DSNY issues a summons for operating a mobile food vehicle with no permit, operating a mobile food vehicle with no license, unlicensed general vending, or abandoned property. And that abandoned property one is one where the issue of unlicensed vending becomes significant because many of those situations are when a vendor sees sanitation police and leaves without packing up. And then the summons is issued after the vendor claims the abandoned property as part of the retrieval process.
So how do you determine if the property is abandoned for confiscation?
If there is no one present and no one will identify themselves and say, yes, that is mine, it is abandoned property.
What's the percentage of confiscations that are conducted on mobile food vendors versus general merchandise vendors?
I want to say that I have that. Give me 1 minute, I apologize. If not, we'll have to get it to you. You know, I think I just have information on total confiscations. I apologize.
Okay, if you can get that over to
Yes,
the
we can
committee,
look at
thank you. And can you just?
Oh, nope. I'm sorry. I do have it here. Confiscations. Oh no, this is breakdown on how much of it was picked up. I'm sorry, which is not your question. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, if you can get that to committee. And can you describe the process for property retrieval?
Yes, I actually have right here in front of me the information that is given to vendors in those situations, so I can tell you exactly what they are told. So vendors are given a property redemption notice that explains how they can retrieve their property. When abandoned items are confiscated, and they are then given a notice that says, if you are redeeming your property within 2 business days of the date of the summons, please contact, and then there's contact information. Experienced staff will guide you through the redemption process, answer your questions, and tell you what documents are required to redeem your property in the business hours. Please be advised that after the first 2 days of storage fees are charged at a rate of $16 per day. Upon payment of storage fees, you will be issued a redemption order to retrieve your property, and then there's the address of our storage facility. Property that is not claimed and redeemed after 90 days after it was taken, even if storage fees have been paid, will be donated to a 501c3 organization.
And what percentage of goods have been retrieved?
Okay, that was that number that I have here. CY 2025 through April 30th, about 16% have been picked up. 38% are still in the storage, like meaning it hasn't been the 90 days, we have it and they can come back and get it. And 46% were composted, donated, or discarded as appropriate.
And where is the agency donating to?
If it's non-perishable food, it's food pantries. Other items are donated to C3s that we identify in coordination with other agencies.
Okay. That concludes my questioning. Does any other colleague have any other questions? Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point of clarification. Deputy Commissioner, I think you said vendors are required to be at least 5 feet away from entrances, but isn't it 20 feet?
I apologize. I think there might be a distinction between food and general vending.
Oh, is there?
We'll double check on, because Carla said the same thing. So I think we have to double check on that, but yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Look forward to that. And just one last simple question on the chair, just following up on the chair's line of questions on confiscations. From your estimation, have confiscations been successful in deterring unlawful vending?
They are successful in maintaining many of the goals of these regulations around clear and passable streets. You know, obviously an abandoned setup is a street obstruction, and that harms quality of life in a community. Whether they deter repeat offenders, I couldn't speak to, other than to say that there are certain areas where it happens again and again.
Thank you. Yeah, that is my experience as well. But thank you, Chair. Really appreciate the time.
And you're right about the 20 feet. I'm sorry. I'm looking at some old data. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the testimony from the administration. So thank you. That concludes that portion. Before we move to the public comment period, I'm now going to call on the New York City Independent Budget Office, who's going to be testifying, and specifically we'll hear testimony from Eric Mosher and Elena Turnquest. If you could please come up. Thank you. And then after that, we will move right into the public comment. Okay, thank you. We are ready to begin.
Hello. Okay, it's on. Good morning, Chair Menon, members of the Committee of Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Elena Turnquist. I am a lead budget and policy analyst at the New York City Independent Budget Office, also known as IBO. I'm joined here today by my colleague, Eric Mosier. He's a lead economist at IBO. IBO is an independent, nonpartisan city agency that conducts fiscal and policy research for the city. Thank you for the invitation to testify today. I will be speaking about the fiscal impact to the city's budget were the cap on street vending permits and licenses to be eliminated. At the request of 14 city council members, IBO analyzed the fiscal impact on the city's budget that could result from lifting the cap on street vending in New York City. In January of 2024, IBO published a report outlining potential impacts to city tax revenue and agency spending. The report also detailed the current regulatory environment for various types of vending in New York City. We found that lifting the caps on the number of vending permits and licenses would have a net positive fiscal impact on the city's budget. The scale of the fiscal impact, however, would depend on the number of vendors that become permitted. If 10% of people on the current vendor permit wait lists, which is around 2,000 people, were to become permitted, the net revenue gain to the city would be around $5.9 million annually. If 100% of those on the wait lists were to become permitted or licensed, which is around 20,000 people, the net impact would increase to about $59 million. IBO expects that new sales tax revenue from permitted vendors would be the largest source of new revenue for the city. In preparing for this testimony, IBO identified an error in our original analysis that caused an underestimate of forecasted tax revenues. The January 2024 report misstated the $59 million upper estimate as $17 million. We have since updated the report on IBO's website, but this really does not change our overall methodology or the key findings and conclusions of the report. IBO expects the overall macroeconomic impact of eliminating the cap on street vendor permits would be minimal. However, the microeconomic impact to individual vendors who become permitted or licensed could likely be substantial. For example, holding a legal permit or license would prevent some street vendors from receiving costly tickets or having their materials confiscated by law enforcement, assuming that other city regulations and rules are followed while vending. Vendor revenues and profits overall we found were modest, according to the survey data, for both permitted and unpermitted vending. According to IBO analysis of vendor survey data, the average annual profit for all vendors in the city was roughly $41,000 in 2019. General vendors which sell merchandise had lower average annual profits compared to mobile food vendors. On average, general vendors had an estimated annual profit of around $35,000 compared to $46,000 for mobile food vendors. In terms of additional administrative costs, IBO expects additional costs would be borne by the Department of Consumer Worker Protection as well as the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Additional mobile food vending permits have higher administrative costs than additional general vending licenses, primarily due to health department resources required to inspect mobile food vending units as to ensure food safety. IBO assumed no additional uniformed agency enforcement costs would automatically result from removing the permit cap for street vending. Any change would be at the city's discretion. Law enforcement for vending has shifted away from criminal summons and towards civil enforcement over the past decade. Importantly, even without a cap on the number of permits and licenses, vendors would need to comply with other regulations. For example, strict siting rules make many streets off limits for vending, even with a permit, and food vendors are required to store their vending units in city-permitted commissary facilities, which have a limited capacity. Therefore, while lifting the cap on permits and licenses would likely benefit many vendors and provide positive fiscal impact to the city overall, it is unlikely to immediately bring all street vendors into the permitted vending economy. Finally, vendors must pay any outstanding fines to the city before being eligible to receive a license or permit. For unpermitted vendors seeking to legalize, paying outstanding fines may present a barrier and could affect the number of individuals who would ultimately be able to convert from informal to formal market vending. In conclusion, lifting the cap on vending permits and licenses would likely have a positive fiscal impact on the city's budget. The overall scale of the impact is highly dependent on the number of vendors who are able to enter the formal permitted market, as well as the type of vendors who become licensed and permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up. You said the macroeconomic impacts of lifting the cap would be minimal, while the microeconomic impacts would be substantial. One concern that we often hear about Intro 431 is whether the question about whether lifting the caps would cause a massive influx of new vendors that aren't on the streets today. How did you handle assumptions about that aspect of the number of vendors on the streets, and does IBO have a perspective of what might happen?
Sure, I'll let my colleague Erica take that one.
Thanks, check, hi. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So we, in our research and analysis, the basic assumption that we made is that the decision whether or not to be a street vendor or to do that work is more dependent on individual socioeconomic conditions rather than the policy landscape that's in place. So one of the kind of central assumptions underlying our analysis is that lifting the cap or eliminating the cap alone would not lead to an influx in the street vendor population.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. I'm now going to move on to the public comment period. So I now open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recording to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic. If you require translation services, you will have a total of 4 minutes for you to speak on today's hearing topic and for the interpreter to interpret your testimony. We ask that you pause frequently to give the interpreter enough time to interpret your testimony as you go. Today's hearing topic is, of course, street vending enforcement and the issuance of licenses pursuant to Local Law 18 of 2021, along with related introductions 408, 431, 1164, and 1251. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And let me just conclude before I call the first panel. Every speaker, as I said, is going to get 2 minutes. I run a very tight hearing because I respect everyone's time, and so if you go over 2 minutes, it's simply not fair to the other speakers who are waiting here. So to be clear, at 2 minutes, I'm going to ask every person to wrap it up, and we will move on to the next speaker. You can, of course, submit your written testimony. So with that said, I'm going to call the first panel, and just so everyone understands, we do those that are in favor, those that are against. We try to alternate so we can incorporate everyone's perspective into this hearing. So the first panel is going to be comprised of Matthew Shapiro, Karina Kaufman-Gutierrez, Mohammed Atia, Calvin Baker, and Cleo. If you could please come forward. Thank you. And I understand we need an interpreter for Clio. Do we have an interpreter here? Okay. We have an interpreter? Do we have an interpreter? Okay, we're getting in the interpreter. The interpreter's here? Okay, please begin. Thank you.
Hello, we ready?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Shapiro, and I'm the legal director of the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center. We are a membership-based organization of over 3,000 vendors who work in New York City's public spaces. These include a large community of immigrant vendors as well as native-born and veteran street vendors. We organize vendors to have their voices heard when it comes to policies that affect them, as well as provide legal and small business services to maintain and grow their businesses. We are here today to talk about economic justice and relief for the 23,000 vendor small business owners who are currently selling food and merchandise in our public spaces, serving New Yorkers and visitors alike. 81% of all vendors use vending as their primary source of income. The problem, as you well know, is that there is currently almost no legal pathway for vendors to formalize their business and obtain the required licenses and permits to operate. In 1979 and 83, the number of food vendor permits and general vendor licenses were capped, with a modest additional amount of only food vendor permits being released every year due to the passage of Local Law 18 in 2021. However, every week, vendors come into our office either asking how they can get a license and permit to sell food or merchandise, or they come with multiple $1,000 tickets because they took a risk selling tacos, ice cream, or cut mangoes to support their family. These high fines are in addition to having their food seized and disposed of by the NYPD or Department of Sanitation. 800,000 pounds of food from vendors was seized by DSNY in 2024 alone. Vendors cannot even get on a waiting list for a license, which has thousands of names and is currently closed. Intro 431 is the solution. Gradually increasing the number of licenses available for a multi-year period will allow those vendors who are currently working to formalize their business and work legally. Some who oppose this legislation may say that this will open the floodgates with vendors everywhere. Quite the opposite. By giving vendors a license and permit, compliance with the sidewalk rules will increase since vendors have skin in the game and incentive to have a legal business. There simply cannot be unlimited vending in New York City, since 80% of New York City sidewalks are less than 12 feet wide and are therefore restricted for vending. There are also numerous restricted streets and sidewalk placement rules that, when fairly enforced, will ensure that vendors keep adequate clearance from crosswalks, bus stops, taxi stands, and brick-and-mortar entrances. Street vending has been an economic pathway for small businesses since New York City was founded. For far too long, the city has placed insurmountable barriers for vending, instead prioritizing strict enforcement and criminalization. It is time for the city to allow vendors to formalize. Vendors, brick and mortars, and all New Yorkers will be better off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Kaufman-Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project. Thank you, Chair Menon, for the opportunity to testify today in support of Intro 431, 408, and 1251. Perhaps no industry in New York City faces enforcement from as many agencies and departments as street vending. There are at least 7 city agencies that play a role in enforcement. The amount of summonses issued, both civil and criminal, just keeps climbing. NYPD was in fact the agency that issued the highest number of summonses in 2024, 9,376 total, 18% of which were criminal. And this was 5 times higher than in 2019 when the agency was actually the one in charge of vendor enforcement. In 2024, DSNY conducted more confiscations than tickets, 4,323 confiscations versus 4,144. This ticketing is costly and ineffective. Researchers with Cornell University found DSNY operates at nearly a $21 loss per summons. And as you heard today, there is not a single city agency that conducts outreach, education, or compliance with street vendor small businesses. Having equal institutional support for small businesses is not only fair, it's better for the city. We've seen incredible success in community education and outreach. When we can equip vendors with information, tools, and a clear path to follow, they know how to operate and can focus on what they love to do, making their food and serving the community. Now, should the council not act, what is the impact of this costly and ineffective enforcement? Number one, immigration risks. Increased NYPD policing equals increased risks of ICE policing. As long as the current outdated vending system is in place, this council is putting street vendors at risk of interactions with law enforcement. When immigrants who are at risk of deportation have encounters with the police for any reason, their risk of getting funneled into detention and deportation increases regardless of the outcome of the case. How does this play out in real life? One of our members received a criminal court ticket for vending without a permit. If I may. The day of her court appointment, her daughter was
Okay, I'm just going to ask you if you could please wrap up and then submit the testimony. Thank you.
Her daughter was sick at school. She had the impossible choice to make between taking her daughter to the hospital or showing up in criminal court, because if she didn't show up, a warrant would be automatically issued for her arrest. Lastly, this is a loss to the cultural fabric of New York City. We're thankful for the council's listening to this to pass the street vendor reform package. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buen día, mi nombre es Clotilde Juárez y soy una vendedora ambulante en Queens, vivo en Queens también. Estoy aquí para pedirle al Consejo que apruebe el paquete de reformas, el 431, 408, 47 y 24. Esta reforma es muy importante, ya que muchas como madres somos madres solteras, somos abuelas cuidando de los nietos muchas veces, y hasta vemos muchas madres que somos víctimas sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica.
Good morning. My name is Clotilde Juarez. I am a street vendor. I live and work at Queensboro. I'm here to ask the council that I need you to approve the reform package for street vendors, and they are the proposals 431, 408, 47, and 24. As a single mother, because I'm a single mother, and a lot of us are single mothers, and we are also grandmas, and a lot of us have to take care of our grandchildren, and even a lot of us are survivors of domestic violence.
Trabajamos en vender nuestros productos y muchas veces tenemos que preocuparnos por llevar comida a la mesa o por pagar nuestra renta. Entonces, es bien importante que pasen nuestras reformas. Hay una parte que me parece un poco hipócrita, ya que hemos sido reconocidos por el periódico New York Times. Nuestra comida ha sido reconocida, pero al mismo tiempo no tenemos las oportunidades para trabajar dignamente, que dignifique nuestro trabajo.
Okay. We sell products and we make sure to take food to the table to our households. We have to pay rent, so I have to ask you in name of all of us to approve the reforms. But I also think that it's been hypocrite because the New York Times has recognized our food and our sales, but we don't have the opportunities that we deserve to be able to sell them. So that's why I say it's been hypocritical so far at this point.
Detrás de cada vendedor ambulante hay un pequeño negocio, un emprendedor que quiere contribuir a la economía de nuestra localidad. Ya contribuimos, pero queremos ser más todavía. Denos la oportunidad de hacer más para la economía de esta gran ciudad.
Behind every street vendor, there's a person who has a business. We are entrepreneurs, and we want to help economy. We actually help economy already and make it thrive, but we want to help even more. We want to contribute even more.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come before you not as a street vendor, but as a father, a deacon in my faith community, and a proud New Yorker. There were a series of actions that have led to this day. I've marched these streets with thousands of vendors in lines demanding for vendors' rights, and stood on the corners not just selling, but to serve, with purpose, with pride, and with a call rooted in faith and family. I've given testimony before this very body sharing the struggles of street vendors, and I've gathered hundreds of petitions and postcards from my neighbors and customers who stand with me, who believe that this reform is long overdue. As a father, I know that it means to work long hours to ensure my children have a roof over their heads, food on their tables, and the opportunities to dream. As a deacon, I have dedicated my life to serving others, advocating for the poor, and standing in the gap for those who live in fear. Therefore, their voices are often unheard. And as a street vendor, I experienced firsthand the struggles that come from trying to make an honest living while navigating the system that too often leaves us vulnerable, paralyzed, or ignored. Today, I am here to support two critical pieces of legislation, Intro 431 and Intro 408, part of the street vendor reform package. Intro 431 is about firmness and about giving me and my family and my fellow vendors a chance, a real chance to operate legally by expanding access to the vendor's license. Right now, thousands of hardworking men and women, many of them immigrants and heads of families like me, and are focused to work.
Okay, if you want to submit the rest of your testimony, we would welcome that.
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Atiyah. I'm the Managing Director of the Street Vendor Project. I want to thank Chair Menon and the council members for the opportunity to testify. Street vending in New York City has a long, rich history. In the 1600s, people were selling oysters. In the 1800s, the first pushcart market was created by Jewish immigrants in the Lower East Side. Thousands of immigrants and minorities followed suit to make a living and live the American dream here in our city. When we think of street vendors, we think of Ross and Daughters, Macy's, the Halal Guys, so many names. We think of families moving up the economic ladders, sending their kids to college so they can have a better future, becoming community leaders and elected officials while serving their communities and providing affordable products and services. For decades now, the street vending system has been set up to fail everyone. Some people like to blame the vendors for that, for the city's failure. They blame the vendors for not having a business license. We heard it and saw it over and over again. Here's a crazy fact for you. Vendors want to follow the law, but the city is not allowing them to do so, thanks to the limits on the number of licenses. Intro 431 is a huge step forward to address this dilemma that vendors and New Yorkers are dealing with. For decades, the city has been trying to target vendors with heavy enforcement, and it has not worked. Constant enforcement of inequitable laws mean keeping the vendors' community in a vicious circle of poverty. This bill offers a different approach. It offers a solution for the system to finally work, hopefully for everyone. Some folks are under the illusion that this bill will add more vendors to our city streets. However, the fact is in our city, 75% of vote vendors operate without the proper permit. 37 of the merchandise vendors operate without a license. This bill will not add more vendors to our city. It will only formalize the existing vending businesses. After passage of Local Law 18 and after 3 years of implementation, we're seeing the scene is not really changing. The rollout is very slow.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up. I know you'll submit the testimony.
I will. And we know that the rollout, we heard today from the health department, there is a huge bottleneck called the waiting list. They are doing their part as an agency, but nothing is really moving forward the way it should be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to this panel. Any questions for the panel? Okay, Councilmember Sanchez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In your view, and specifically for SVP, why has there been a rollout, actually, let me just skip to this one. We have a number of vendors who are licensed but still, actually, sorry. Let me clarify this one. There are vendors across the city who do follow the rules and don't follow the rules. What is your position on how Intro 431 can address this situation? And finally, in this era of heightened federal immigration enforcement, what have you seen on the ground and what are you hearing from vendors?
Sure. So as of now, we know that the city is not creating any incentive for vendors to be in compliance with the law. As we said over and over again, the vendors are not allowed to obtain the proper business license. There is no one doing street outreach to educate the vendors on the law. And as a result, vendors are out there breaking the law, trying to be in compliance with the law, but they're not allowed to. We heard from the sanitation, they go out and give the 24-hour warning. That notice is not education. It says you are in violation of some of the rules. Here are 3 bullet points that you might be breaking. Some of them do not apply to most vendors who sell food. However, that's the only education that the city is doing. So what we believe this bill will do is will create a mechanism where vendors are obtaining the proper business license, getting the training after the passage of 408, and making sure that they understand the laws, they are in compliance, and they are following them. After that, any enforcement action will only be fair. Right now, what we're seeing is that the whole enforcement mechanism is not working. The whole enforcement system is so unfair. It's going after vendors, including the good apples, including those who are in compliance with 99% of the law, but they don't have that piece of document from the city that says a license on it. We heard also from DCWP, they issue an average 110 licenses every year. It's gonna take us 95 years to go over the existing waiting list. 10,500 names, 95 years. Meet me next century. Brother Calvin here is not on the waiting list. He doesn't have a chance to get a license, yet he's been a vendor for more than 20 years. Where is Calvin in the equation? Where is Calvin in the thinking of the city? The system is failing everyone. It's not only failing vendors, it's failing the entire economy of the city. I hope that answers your question, Council Member.
Thank you. It does. Thank you. And have you heard concerns around the new federal immigration enforcement with respect to vendors on our streets?
Of course. You want to take that?
Yes, I can answer that. In our current political climate, there has absolutely, and frankly at the city level as well, there being the heightened criminalization and intimidation of street vendors has become all the more alarming. I want to show a few photos. This is what immigration enforcement looks like. You can see it says police, police, police. Department of Sanitation uniforms say police, police, police. If you're a street vendor and you're outside operating and you don't know which agency, one of the 7 that do street vendor enforcement, could be approaching you, meanwhile you're also potentially fearful of an ICE agent approaching you as well, there's extreme concern and fear that just stepping outside could result in something more dangerous. And as long as the current outdated vending system is in place, this council is putting street vendors at risk of interactions with local law enforcement. Because when immigrants who are at risk for deportation have encounters with the police for any reason, their risk of getting funneled into detention and deportation increases regardless of the outcome of this case. And the reason why is because any encounter with NYPD can result in fingerprint sharing, even if that person is not actually charged. In particular, any case where fingerprints are taken, they're sent via the FBI to ICE to determine whether the person is a target. Additionally, there's an impact in the discretionary element. Many applications for immigration relief and defense to deportation include a discretionary element. So any arrest or ticket, even just a summons, right, a civil summons, where even when a case is dismissed, does have the potential to be used as a negative factor. So again, there is a lot of concern within the community. 96% of street vendors are immigrants.
Thank you. And I just want to thank SVP for all the work that you've done to get us here, for all the conversations you've had with additional stakeholders. You've gone far beyond your own role and even helped us. So thank you for all the work.
Okay, just a couple questions that I have. So do you think there is enough legal space for vending if the number of licenses each year increase substantially?
Yes. One thing that I always think about is right now food vendors are paying on the underground market $15,000, $20,000 to use another person's permit. They're stressed about that, so they're trying to recover as much money as possible. So maybe they think they need to be in the most prime location. If vendors have the opportunity to have their own permit, not pay that $15,000, pay a more reasonable amount directly to the city, I might add, they will probably not need as, they probably won't stress as much to have that prime location where every other vendor wants to be, and perhaps spread out a bit and go to those areas where there is not as much vending, because they won't be in the whole 15 or 20K and be constantly thinking about recouping that money.
What impact would this have to the brick and mortar small businesses?
What
Increasing the cap. So the brick and mortar small businesses that are paying rent and sometimes business interruption insurance and myriad different costs, what impact would it have on them?
Well, vendors also pay costs. They have to pay for their carts. They have to pay licensing and permitting fees. They have to pay commissary storage fees. They don't pay nearly as much as brick and mortars do. That's correct. But they also get a lot less. For a brick and mortar, they have a few thousand feet. A big store, 10,000 feet. They pay a lot more, but they get a lot more. A vendor gets at most 10 feet of space on the sidewalk, and they pay a lot less, so they should get a lot less. So we believe that it's a fair, what they're paying is proportionate to what they're getting in return. There's all different types of business in New York City. There's big grocery stores, there's small produce stores, there's farmers markets, there's street vendors. All of these different types of businesses have always existed, and they'll continue to exist side by side.
And if I may add, Councilmember, just one little thing here with the competition. Back in 2008, the Bloomberg administration created the Green Card program, and there was a huge opposition from the grocery stores and the bodega owners saying that creating this program will pretty much kill their business selling fresh produce. However, years later, a study showed that the sale of fresh produce in these bodegas increased by 20%. So if we're looking at the economic impact, having more vendors in neighborhoods bring more foot traffic, bring more economic mobility into these neighborhoods and into these sidewalks that benefits everyone. At the end of the day, if there are some small businesses who are concerned about competition, we heard earlier from DCWP that it's not the city to regulate based on competition. You cannot say, sorry, bodegas, you cannot be within 1,000 feet from supermarkets. You cannot say, sorry, brick and mortar restaurants, you cannot be within 500 feet from McDonald's. This is not the city's job. But sadly, this is the main drive of the conversation, because the city is taking sides. And this is illegal. If we will take this to court, if the caps are placed on the licenses and permits based on competition to curb the competition, we should be taking the city to court. But the city never said that. The city never put on the record that they are keeping the caps only for the competition reasons. They are saying it's a public safety issue. However, years later, after they placed the caps, in 1995, a group of military veterans sued the city, and they won access to unlimited general vendor licenses. The public safety is still doing pretty well. The sky hasn't fallen. The vendors are not packed on every sidewalk. The system is still working, and there is no limit. As of now, there are about 1,200 veterans who own merchandise vendor licenses. If 10,000 veterans walk tomorrow to DCWP office, they are entitled to receive the license immediately, and hopefully public safety will not be an issue.
Have you met with the bids who are raising objections to this? Because I have obviously heard from many bids and other groups that have concerns about impact to small business, many immigrant-owned small businesses who are saying they're struggling to survive. What impact will this have on them? So have you sat with them to address their concerns that they're raising?
We have, Chairman, and we have over and over again over the last 10 years met with a lot of bids and a lot of other groups who are concerned. And some of them are in the position that we should limit the vendors or create specific places for vendors and get them away from our storefronts to eliminate the competition. We shared over and over again that this is illegal. This is not something we will ever support. We believe that this city should work for everyone. If you have $500 to start a business on a table, you should be able to have that opportunity. If you have $500,000 to start a supermarket, good for you. But you cannot really come down on the little person. In the conversation, their main concern is the enforcement. We're not against enforcement. We are against enforcement of a system that doesn't make any sense to anyone. We are against enforcement that a DSNY agent is going to a vendor, yelling at them, telling them, go get a license, it's cheap, and then the vendor goes to DCWP and they are turned away, saying, sorry, we don't have a license. This is the kind of enforcement we are against. If there is some middle ground where we can have a functioning system that protects everyone's rights, we're 100% for it. But I'm not gonna sign off on something, on a rule that says, oh, the vendors are second-class businesses. They don't deserve the same opportunities as storefronts. We're gonna keep them 1,000 feet away from every storefront. This is something we cannot support. Because before there was supermarkets, there was vendors. Because there was bodegas, there was vendors. Because there was supermarkets and restaurants and any other brick and mortar, people were selling on the streets. So if someone is reasonably discussing the topic with us, we're more than happy to discuss with them, find the middle ground, find how we can work together. The only problem that they have, and some of them mentioned off the record, that they don't have any problem with increasing the number of permits and licenses. Their main issue is enforcing the laws, which is, again, we're not against enforcing the laws if the laws make sense. If they don't make sense, we're against every single ticket that's written to the vendor that the vendor cannot comply with.
And last question that I have is related to the testimony we heard earlier from SBS, because I was very troubled by SBS's apparent inability to give me a simple data point of how many street vendors they've helped with SBS services. So any comment on that?
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, and I can pass it to my colleagues as well. I happen to be a former food vendor. I was a vendor for 10 years. I still keep my food vendor license active in pretty good status, and I do get the letters from the city. This is a flyer that I received from SBS. The first sentence of the flyer, it says, we have the resources street vendors need to operate or expand. Let's put expansion aside. Let's just talk about operating. If I need a permit, how would they help me get a permit? If Brother Calvin here needs a license to operate the business, this is square one. If you want to start a business, square one is to get the paperwork ready. So the flyer they are sending to the vendors is misleading. If a vendor walks into their office and say, hi, I'm selling merchandise, I need the proper license and proper paperwork, they cannot help them cut the line. On the other hand, mailing 22,000 of these doesn't really get you a lot of results. We, as a small nonprofit, we hit the ground every single day. We are 10 or maybe 11 staff members. We do street outreach. This is where we meet the vendors. The vendors don't Google small business support. They don't Google street vendor project. It might happen once or twice a year, but you have to meet people where they're at. On the other side, with all due respect to all my lovely council members here, more than half of them send us email requests every single week requesting outreach in their district. And we get that much support from the council, less than 20% of our budget. So how can I be in 51 districts all at once educating the vendors? This is not the nonprofit job. This is the city job. And if we are calling for $7.7 million to the DSNY Enforcement Office of Street Vendor, let's call for $7.7 million to create the resources for the vendors to educate them. Right? We have seen the response from the city council last month calling for $7.7 million for the enforcement, but $0 for education.
And how many times has SBS gone out with the street vendor project to visit street vendors?
As far as I know, 0 times. And I've been involved with SVP for the last 12 years.
Okay. Thank you very much for this panel.
May I just add a brief thing on that? I just want to highlight the Street Vendor Project is very grateful for the support that we do receive from the council and SBS for the work that we do. we are required to report on all of our grants that we receive, the location, the zip code. We have to provide photos for every meeting that we have, sign-in sheets. So it seems a bit hypocritical to require organizations that receive funding to do that if our city agencies are not required to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to call the next panel. Aaron Pisco-Pink, Barbara Blair, Evan Sweet, and Nelson Ansebia. I apologize if I mispronounce. I can't read the writing. If you could please come forward. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Please begin. Oh, you need 1 minute. No problem. Nope. Oh, no, yeah, that's fine. So instead, do you want to go first? Yeah, great.
Check. Yep. Good day, Chair Menon and council members. My name is Evan Sweet. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Operations for the Meatpacking Business Improvement District. The BID is responsible for managing and maintaining one of New York City's premier live, work, and play cultural districts on Manhattan's West Side. The Meatpacking BID provides a comprehensive range of supplemental services, including sanitation, landscaping, public space management, all of which collectively ensure our neighborhood remains clean, safe, and welcoming for residents, businesses, and visitors alike. These services are undermined by proliferation of mobile food and goods vendors which seriously infringe on pedestrians' rights of way, frequently block access to storefronts, fire hydrants, pollute catch basins with cooking grease, and undermine investments in the public realm, things that have made the Meatpacking District's public spaces so successful. While some believe the existing vending rules are enough to deal with limited bad actors, our daily experience managing New York's public realm tells a different story. Excuse me. Each day, vending creates a list of issues that are unaddressed by the city and outside of the BID's ability to change. If it were any other industry, the matter would be swiftly addressed and legislation proposed to fix and not fumble this matter. We understand that properly regulated vendors are an important component of our city's diverse economy and cultural fabric, and for many, a mobile street vending permit is a path to economic opportunity. However, we believe that simply expanding the number of permits without substantive structural changes to the city's vending policy will further complicate street vending and lead to worse outcomes across the 5 boroughs. Any legislation must directly address the city's inability to enforce existing vending rules and should provide a comprehensive framework for integrating street vendors into the urban landscape as to not be a detriment to brick and mortar businesses, public realm stores, and the pedestrian experience. Today's legislation falls short and thus only exacerbates the range of challenges directly caused by poorly regulated street vending, which BIDs and communities across the city struggle to manage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, do you want to go next?
Good morning, Chair Menon and members of the committee. I'm Barbara Blair. I'm the president of the Garment District Alliance, a BID in Midtown Manhattan, and I'm here to testify against 431. The time has come for well-grounded legislation which addresses the city's wild, wild west vending policy. Despite repeated calls from the community for regulation of this pervasive public realm disorder, the council persists in introducing legislation that allows for more vendors but lacks fundamental guardrails to regulate their activities. To be clear, we are not against vendors. In fact, the issue of how many licenses you want to give is irrelevant to the Garment District. What is relevant is regulating time, place, and manner that are enforceable, rules that are enforceable and are in fact vigorously enforced. The bill, which adds vendors to the streets but does not specify regulations with ample funding and staffing to enforce them, will only complicate the chaos in our neighborhoods and make rule enforcement more challenging. It's time to reimagine our communal spaces. Consider that neighborhoods are different and that Midtown vending rules, because of pedestrian, bike, vehicular congestion, should be different for public safety and quality of life reasons. Vending should be planned in the context of other public realm users such as pedestrians, cafes, emergency vehicles, brick and mortar retail entrances, bike docking, delivery vehicles, EV charging stations, to name a few. For our part, we request that any vendors be located in the curb line, not on the sidewalk. The argument the vendors will need to step out into traffic is ridiculous. All drivers step out into traffic when they get out of a parked car. The bill does not address enforcement, which should be dramatically more rigorous. As it currently is, vendors in our area act with impunity and shrug off citations.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go?
May I go?
next? Okay, yes.
Thank you. My name is Nelson Eusebio. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to submit testimony from the National Supermarket Association. NSA is a trade organization representing the interests of independently owned supermarkets in New York City and beyond the 5 boroughs. NSA advocates for more than 600 supermarkets and 15,000 employees. NSA members are predominantly immigrant and minority entrepreneurs who have built their business from the ground up. Our members' stores are locally family-owned business, many passed down from one generation to the next. That serve as the economy engine in the community and anchors of liveliness, of healthiness, affordable food in our neighborhoods across our city. Our member employs thousands of workers, pay local taxes, and invest directly in the communities where they live. We submit these comments today not to oppose street vendors, many of whom share similar backgrounds to our members, but to call for a functional, fair, and enforceable vending system that works for all New Yorkers. The current system of street vending in New York City is deeply flawed. Overcrowded sidewalks, unregulated vending, inconsistent enforcement have created an untenable situation for both permit vendors and brick-and-mortar business. For supermarkets in particular, the consequences are serious. Vague setting rules allow vendors to operate directly outside our store entrance, which not only affects visibility and access, but also creates real liability risk. Under law, supermarkets are responsible for maintaining the sidewalks in front of the stores and are legally liable for incidents that occur there. If a pedestrian should slip and fall on a crowded sidewalk, clouded with unregulated vending activity, the supermarket, not the vendor, is held liable. This unfairly shifts the financial and legal responsibility onto supermarket owners. I know I just got the whistle, but I just want to say that the brick and mortars are literally subsidizing everything that goes on that sidewalk. We are responsible for the sidewalk from insurance, from fines from the Department of Sanitation, and if the city chooses to replace that sidewalk, they send us the bill.
Okay. And lastly.
Apologies for my delay. Chairman and members of the New York City Council, my name is Erin Piscopink. I am the Executive Director of the Soho Broadway Initiative, but I'm here today in my capacity as co-chair of the New York City Bid Association. The association is comprised of the 76 business improvement districts across New York that are as diverse as the city itself. Bids are on the front lines of economic development, neighborhood vibrancy, and public realm management. It's critical that bids have a seat at the table when making public policy decisions about our streetscape, including vending. We understand that New York City has always had street vendors, entrepreneurs who are trying to make a living and support their families. The same motivation drives our storefront businesses, including the small shops and restaurants that make our communities unique. As stewards of vibrant neighborhoods, bids welcome licensed street vendors who play by the rules in their districts. Some have voluntarily added vendors to their boards. However, bids are also deeply concerned about the lack of enforcement when it comes to common sense, time, place, and manner restrictions on vending. We welcome and have supported common sense changes to laws that will make it easier for street vendors to make a living, but only in conjunction with the enforcement of siting criteria and other regulations meant to ensure things like clear path for pedestrians and distant from storefront businesses. We're also not philosophically opposed to issuing new vending licenses, but don't believe the city should double down on a broken system. And I'll add here, we heard from DSNY earlier today that only 25% of the violations are regarding licensure, so we think that a bigger part of the problem is time, place, manner. Specifically, Intro 431 would require the city to make available over 7,500 new vendor licenses over the next 5 years, and then an unlimited number after that. The changes in Local Law 18 of 2021, which require a gradual increase in the number of licenses along with increased enforcement and impact studies, have yet to be fully realized. We respectfully believe that the new supervisory license system and Office of Street Vendor Enforcement should be given more time and resources to roll out before the number of licenses is increased. We also believe that an unlimited number of vending licenses will create many more problems than it will solve. I'll end by saying we look forward to continuing our work with the council and the administration on this important policy discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a question. I know and just in looking at the written testimony, the Meatpacking District, the National Supermarket Association, both of you are recommending particular structural reforms. Could you talk for a minute about what those reforms are that you urge the city to implement?
Sure. From my experience directing the operations in the Meatpacking District, I can say that even working with city agency partners to enforce issues that we see as it relates to time, place, and manner are very difficult, if not impossible, to undertake. We think that there needs to be substantive changes to the way that enforcement is done, or in clarity from perhaps the council or from the city itself to direct different agencies on how to undertake enforcement and what actions are clearly enforceable or not enforceable to undertake.
Yes. We believe expand enforcement resources, allocate $10 million to hire additional 118 DSNY enforcement agents, 2 per community board to ensure educated year-round proactive oversight. Set clear and enforceable requirements. We ask for a 50-foot buffer from the front of our stores. Decriminalize violations. We feel people shouldn't be criminalized because they're out there vending. Create a mayor's office of street vending. We support the Intro 408, but we advocate to centralize or coordinate of many agencies involved in street vending. With these measures, we believe we can support this bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from colleagues? Yeah.
Do you happen to have the number of how many of your supermarket members have vending directly in front of their markets?
Currently, about 20% do.
About 20%. How many members do you have in the association?
We represent over 600 supermarkets in the 5 boroughs.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you all for continued engagement. I don't know that all of you, but most of you attended the conversations we had in November, and I think we've come a long way. We really tried to make sure that the hearing was on the amended legislation, but it just didn't work out. But I want to ask questions about the amended legislation, the amendments that we are wanting to pursue, which are particularly first increasing the number of sanitation officers as the availability of licenses increases, so that we're increasing the capacity to, as you said, I'm sorry, I have a lot of papers in front of me, but as you said, make sure that we as a city have the ability to go after the time, place, and manner restrictions that are currently on the books, and even as we consider others. And the second amendment would create clear standards for how a vendor's license can be suspended and revoked after persistent violations. So these items go hand in hand, right? It's all about balance. This is not, I'm not here to be dogmatic. I'm not here to do anything except try to get us closer to something that makes sense, a rational system in the city of New York. And so I ask you, and you highlighted a few changes already, but beyond licenses, and we can have many conversations about how to change the number of licenses, and I look forward to those. On enforcement, is there anything else that you would specifically want to see the city do? You mentioned 50 feet, a change to 50 feet. Are there any other specifics you would want to see changed?
Well, I think just having listened to the panel that you had, the city administration panel about education and reaching out to the vendors, you know, the licensing, to receive a license, maybe they're, instead of relying on them maybe getting an SBS brochure that maybe they do or don't read, you know, maybe there's some course that you have to take, like you have to take a course to get a driver's license, and then you have to pass the course, and then you're issued a license. So that's just one thing. The other thing that we mentioned, my testimony is not 2 minutes, was the idea that as you add licenses, you add enforcement. And so that requires money in the budget to hire those people, because we heard that there's not the capacity within these agencies because they're already over capacity in terms of what they have to do. There's just not enough staffing. And then finally, at least from our perspective in the Garment District in Midtown Manhattan, the streets are very narrow, they're very crowded. We have illegal vending all over the place. NYPD, DSNY, we're in touch with them all the time. They enforce to the degree that they're able to. If you're a repeat offender, your goods should be confiscated and destroyed, and you're never vending again, ever. And this idea that you can get multiple summonses and use them as wallpaper in your living room makes a mockery of the council and our justice system.
I want to just thank you for the effort that you put into those roundtables in the fall. I'm really appreciative to have a seat at the table like we discussed, but what's clearly a good faith effort on your part to continue in the dialogue. I appreciate it very, very much. I think with respect to DSNY, I worry that there might be some kind of missing components around enforcement education. As a brief example, we, after literal years of asking for enforcement from DSNY, were able to get enforcement in Soho about a week ago, and consistently 90% of the vendors we have in the district are out of compliance in one way or another with vending laws. When DSNY came out, they issued only 2 summonses, which were kind of outside of the scope of DSNY enforcement, more related to vending from metered parking, because the vendors they were interacting with were licensed. But that doesn't mean that time, place, manner was correct. It just means they were licensed. And so I think there's a real gap in where we're seeing enforcement and where we need enforcement in the community as it is. And I'll also say, I can completely understand an agency needing increased resources, but it's interesting to me that in the first week where, composting became mandatory, the agency was able to issue, I think, 2,000 summonses in that opening week. So the agency clearly has the ability to do enforcement and issue summonses. I think there's just a mismatch or some problems that we could solve together.
You're fine. Excuse me. Just to add on a little bit of that, I don't want to say too much about our agency partners who we work very closely with to make sure our streets are clean, day in and day out. But I will say that with DSNY enforcement issues, we have found a disconnect, as Erin just mentioned, about their understanding of where vending law or vending enforcement can take place or what they're able to enforce. I think having better education on the agency side, on being clear and getting those guidelines would be very important and supportive of the overall ability to enforce. The second thing I would say is that, I work in the operations side of our organization as well as the public realm investment and improvement. So when I work with agencies like the DOT to install new seating or new public space amenities, I have to go through landmarks, I have to go through the DOT review in a number of different places. And while I'm not here to suggest that we need to put a whole new administrative burden on vending, I think the ability for an entity to just set up on a street without any kind of guidance framework or structure, or what is frankly in the city limited guidance framework and structure versus what I have to do, is very difficult. I know in some other cities, the city even in fact designates parking spots as vending spaces and sells those to street vendors, right? There's a number of other ways to help codify and structure the locations for vending and kind of help with some of these time, place, and manner issues in that way. And I also would agree with Barbara Blair here about having the opportunity or the ability for vending to take place in the curb lane versus on the sidewalk, especially in very congested districts like the Meatpacking District or the Garment District or on Broadway.
Thank you. I I was taking vigorous notes. I really want to appreciate that. I guess I just want to, just like from my heart, just say this out loud, right? You know, because you probably heard her crying, I have 2 babies. One is 5 months old. She calls the shots. What she wants, she gets, right? But the 2-year-old, the 2.5-year-old, there's only so much sternness that I can do to get him to behave the way I want, right? It's bedtime. If I just tell him it's bedtime, it's not going to work, right? There has to be a back and forth. And not to infantilize this situation, but to bring it to the policymaking realm, we have to have carrots and sticks. We can't just have the sticks. I agree the sticks are important, and we got to fix the way that we lay out the sticks, right? Pick up sticks, 7, 8, lay them straight. Okay, we have to fix the way that we enforce, right? But this aspect about the licensing, I really want to continue conversation with you all. Because I think it can go such a long way to changing behavior, the way that when I sit down and I reason with my 2-year-old, or I try, and I tell him, Mommy's really tired, can you please help me and go to bed? Every now and then he's like, all right, Mom, fine. So I just want to thank you for the ongoing engagement, for the good ideas, and really just like ask and implore, that's the word I'm looking for, implore you to continue coming to the table and helping us to get to a better place.
And we thank the City Council for this opportunity. We'd just like to say, from behalf of the supermarkets, that just remember in the 70s when New York was falling apart and a lot of the chains, most of the chains left the city of New York, it was the independent supermarkets that kept these neighborhoods together. It was the independent supermarkets that kept these neighborhoods away from all the drugs and the unemployment and so forth. And we are the first stepping stone for immigrants that come to this country seeking a workplace. They come to us. We're in some cases, just like you said, we're too big, in some cases we're too small. We're not against street vendings, but we have fought hard for the position that we have now. And still, like I said before, we subsidize these sidewalks. We're in charge of these sidewalks. Everything that happens on the sidewalks comes to us. We're not asking to eliminate street vendors, but we're asking to please, if they can just sit a little further away from our front door.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. I have Councilmember Brewer that has questions for this panel.
I have a question. I have been listening online because I was at a funeral, so I was at the funeral with my listening to my earbuds. My question is to the supermarkets, because I have had a situation where I am conscious of a small bodega and a coffee person vending outside. And so I have actually moved them myself, gotten them to go further away. But if you call to do that, do you get any response? In other words, I do think it's unfair if you are a small grocery store bodega having somebody send coffee right outside. When you call, does that make any difference as to the person moving?
It's such a sad situation because right now when you call, they tell you that they will get to it and they give you like a little number, your number 321 or whatever the case may be. 90% of the time they never show up, and when you check, your number has been removed from the waiting list. And when we do have them come and remove the person, a week later that person is back in front of our stores all over again. And then when you try to call him back, that they feel that the issue has already been settled, or you don't get nobody on the other end of the line. It's really frustrating on that part.
Thank you. And for the bids, my question is, roadway, would that be a parking issue as opposed to the sidewalk? But if it is roadway, would that make a big difference in terms of support for the vendors?
I think these bids, as you well know, Council Member, are all very, very different. So in Midtown Manhattan, in the Garment District, our sidewalks are unusually narrow.
I know.
So, right. So in our case, we would much prefer that they were in a parking spot in the curb line. Not all districts are equal, so I do think it has to be a little more nuanced, and maybe the guideline is the width of the sidewalk.
Soho?
Hi. I'll echo what Barbara's just said, and with my bid association hat on, add to the the nuance that we're talking about 76 districts and 76 neighborhoods, many of which
I know all the ones in Manhattan.
Yeah, many of our colleague bids are in the outer boroughs where parking is really important issue for people. And so yeah, I'll just echo. I think that this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but it could help alleviate some of the sidewalk congestion in particular districts.
So maybe width of sidewalk and community board somewhere have an input might be helpful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, this panel is now dismissed. I'd like to call up for the next panel Scott Falletta, James Gonzalez, Adrian Cepeda, Juan Nunez, and Shamir Settle.
Sorry, please begin. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Scott Falletta, and I'm the managing attorney for the Immigration Defense Team at the Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem, the Public Defender Office for Upper Manhattan. And I just wanted to speak to you today about the critical importance of street vendor reform for immigrant New Yorkers. Newcomers to New York City often face many challenges finding employment, from lack of work authorization to limited English proficiency to employment discrimination. And street vendor businesses offer a way around these challenges by starting your own small business and becoming your own employer. And in this way, street vending enables many immigrants to provide for their families, but over-policing risks placing these same individuals into the deportation pipeline. Newcomers are often unaware of the laws around street vending, and enforcement can be arbitrary and punitive. When somebody is arrested or even given a criminal summons, they're fingerprinted, and that fingerprint automatically triggers ICE to become aware of their case. If the person is arrested by ICE, any conviction they get through this process can result in them being denied benefits like asylum by an immigration judge. So Introduction 47 addresses these risks by requiring civil as opposed to criminal summonses and ensuring that these violations are no longer treated as misdemeanors. The Trump administration is targeting all immigrants in our city, not just those who are undocumented, and they aim to spread fear in immigrant communities and use criminalization as a tool to deport more of our neighbors. And unfortunately, our mayor has taken dangerous steps to collaborate with this deportation agenda. New Yorkers should not have to fear being placed into the deportation pipeline simply to provide for their families. So while ICE is trying to tear communities down, let us instead build them up. This council should decriminalize street vending and provide New Yorkers increased access to this critical stepping stone to stability. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Cepeda. I am the sole owner of the Worldsboro Bookshop that is located in the Worldsboro, which is Queens. It is a bookstore that amplifies BIPOC voices and really represents the diversity of Jackson Heights. Now, I had a different speech before I came here today, but here, as someone who represents brick and mortar, this idea of competition and this idea of them taking resources or businesses away is extremely interesting to me because it doesn't make any sense personally. When you see competition, I don't view competition as something that's bad. Competition is important for everyone. It is what leads to innovation. If I am just a bookstore selling books, not serving my community, and there's another bookstore across the street from me who is offering events, authors internationally and from across the United States, I'm going to assume that bookstore is doing better than me. If your store, given the amount of feet that I'm given, I cannot give enough to my community or offer community events, know your rights workshops, bring in these authors, offer a third space for them, then I'm not doing what I was supposed to do. So I want to make you guys understand and make everyone here know that Jackson Heights, I've lived there for 30 years. I was a first immigrant here. My mom was born here, but my dad was not. He came here. He did not go to college. They did not have college education. I was the first in higher ed. A lot of these families are just working to provide for their children. I am working to provide for not only my child, but for the children of the neighborhood who are now growing up with a bookstore where when I grew up there for 30 years, I did not have a bookstore. There was no bookstores anywhere. But what was there were food vendors, street vendors. I grew up all around there with street vendors and food vendors, and they're the ones who served me when I was a broke college student. They're the ones who served many families around there, and they're the ones who provided payments to the Catholic school that I went to for their children because they wanted their kids to have good educations. So these families are here to work hard. They're here not to make $1 million. They're here just to provide food. I own a bookstore. I will not be a millionaire. I know that. But I do it to provide for the community, just like these street vendors are.
Thank you, first and foremost, for taking the time to hear us out. So my name is James Gonzalez. I'm the co-owner of La Fonda Boricua, or known as La Fonda now, the heart of the change in New York City. And I stand here not just as a small business owner, but as a New Yorker who believes deeply in the promise of opportunity, equality and dignity for all who labor to make this city live. That's why I support the street vendor reform package, especially intros 431 and 408. They aren't just bills, they're a recognition that the people selling food, t-shirts, books, or belts on our corners and sidewalks are entrepreneurs just like me. They are the beating heart of our neighborhoods, culture bearers, and job creators. They are not a nuisance, they are a necessity. Right now, we have a system that punishes the very people it should be uplifting. It is outdated, unjust, and unsustainable. But with these reforms, we have the chance to create a system that is fair, enforceable, and rooted in reality. One where street vendors can operate with clarity, respect, and the same chance to growth that every small business deserves. This isn't just about economics, it's about the soul of the city. When we open doors for one another, we build a New York that thrives not just in profit, but in purpose. If we allow these bills to live, we allow the people to live. We begin to remember how to grow, not apart, but together. Let's move forward, not with fear, but with faith, the kind of faith that built this city in the first place. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Juan Nunez. I am a community organizer with the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. I wanted to thank Chair Menon and the committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of intros 431 and 408. I'm currently organizing around the redevelopment of the Kingsbridge Armory, this massive building that is already having a massive impact on the small businesses on the Kingsbridge corridor that includes brick and mortar and street vendors. The Northwest Bronx fights for racial justice and economic justice to transform the Bronx and beyond so that all of our people could thrive. We help form tenant associations, merchant associations, and we're here as part of the Street Vendor Reform Coalition with Street Vendor Project because we know that communities thrive when we work and organize together. Because you see, the street vendor that was ticketed is your neighbor, whose kids attend the local elementary school 2 blocks away from the church you all go pray at on Sundays. We are all going through the same struggle. Everything is getting more expensive. We have some of the highest eviction rates in the city in the Bronx, residential and commercial. So if it's happening to you, it's happening to your neighbor. Over the past 3 years, I've been working closely with the brick and mortar businesses on the corridor, helping to reactivate the Merchant Association, providing resources, training, workshops, through SBS and other really good partners. And I've been meeting with the vendors at the Armory, also providing resources, compliance training, direct services, anything we can do to support them, which isn't much unless they have a permit or a license. Which is interesting because the same could be said for brick and mortar businesses operating without long-term leases. So I really don't understand how any small business owner could be opposed to these 2 pieces of legislation, knowing that the biggest threat to your business is real estate speculation, not the lady selling coquitos down the block. This is a human rights issue. There is no need to send sanitation police and SWAT gear, which I've seen myself, to hand people a $250 ticket. We have NYC Best teams that go to brick and mortar businesses. We could do the same for street vendors and provide permits and licenses. So please, I'm in support of these 2 bills, and I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the New York City Council and Chair Menon. My name is Shamir Settle, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the Immigration Research Initiative. I'm also a native New Yorker and a fourth-generation resident of City Council 9. In September 2024, we published a report, Street Vendors of New York. For an industry that's characteristic of life in New York City, we have, until now, known surprisingly little about the vendors that provide economic activity that ignites so many city streets. How many vendors work in New York City? How much do they earn? What countries are they from? What challenges are they facing? How old are they? This report, for the first time, gives a comprehensive empirical answer to these questions. The report was based on data collected from a comprehensive survey that was administered to more than 2,000 street vendors in 2021 by the Street Vendor Project. The survey was analyzed by us at the Immigration Research Initiative using statistical weights that were provided by Professor Jonathan Auerbach from George Mason University, so that the findings in the report would represent the approximately 23,000 vendors that operate throughout the city. So Professor Auerbach's report said that there were approximately 20,500 mobile food vendors and 2,400 general merchandise vendors. From that, our key findings say that according to our survey analysis, there are most merchandise vendors have licenses, so that's 63%. Only 1 in 4 food vendors have permits. There's a whole list of findings that you can see in the report. 96% of vendors are immigrants, 49% of vendors are women, 2 out of every 3 vendors lack access to a restroom where they work. It was a really, really extensive survey, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Do you have questions? Okay. We do not have questions, but we would appreciate if you could submit the written testimony.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony today. I'm now going to call the next panel. Angel Hart, Noah Sheriff, Brian McGinn, and Dan Scorze. If you could please come down. Thank you. Wait, just 1 second. I called 4 names. I just want to make sure. Okay. So Brian McGinn, Noah Sheriff, Angel Hart, Dan Scorze. Okay. Okay. All right. Please begin. Thanks.
Everyone agrees that street vending in New York City is broken. However, Intro 431 simply doubles down on that brokenness. Street vending is a private, for-profit business taking place on public land. The city has the right to regulate street vending. In fact, the city has the duty to regulate it. Lifting the vendor cap would be a disaster. All areas with high foot traffic would be inundated with vendors, choking sidewalks and local businesses. If that happens, I will look forward to returning to this room when your successors propose reinstituting the current cap. Why not test this limitless license idea in a small part of the city, perhaps in a busy commercial area represented by one of the bill's supporters? Unfortunately, I doubt any city council member would sacrifice their district to test a plan that's destined to fail. I have 30 more seconds and your attention, so please allow me to make one more point. Under city law, any truck driver caught idling for over 3 minutes is subject to a hefty fine. And yet we allow thousands of food vendors to run gas-powered generators all day, every day, within inches of pedestrians. These generators are loud, polluting, and stain the sidewalks. Please fix this hypocritical loophole and expressly prohibit street vendors from using gas-powered generators. Thank you.
Can you just identify yourself for the record, because we didn't get that?
Sorry, Dan Scorse, the Hudson Yards Hell's Kitchen Alliance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for this opportunity.
My name is Noah Sharoff, and I represent a small business improvement district in Northeast Queens, the Bayside Village Bid. We are located in what is often referred to as a transportation desert. 2 bus lines run through the district, as does the Long Island Railroad. Still, commercial rents are high. Some examples include $13,000, $14,000, and $23,000 per month, with an additional $4,000 to $8,000 per month in utilities, costs that street vendors and mobile vendors do not face. Currently, 3 food trucks operate in the district, 2 of them on a daily basis and 1 weekly. In addition, periodic street vendors sell flowers and gifts. The bid has little ability to help businesses impacted by these vendors. For food trucks, the main violation is that they are parked in a metered space during certain hours. A few months ago, a business closed its doors after years of battling a food truck selling similar cuisine several yards from its entrance for a fraction of the cost. While I understand and certainly empathize with the street vendors, times are indeed tough and getting tougher. I recognize that there are small business owners from diverse backgrounds, including a substantial Chinese and Korean business community within the district, already struggling to survive. As one business owner stated, additional street vendors would adversely impact our business at a time it's already difficult to survive. This would likely result in a substantial loss of jobs. I ask that you please reconsider this proposal and help our brick and mortar stores thrive. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Brian McGinn, and I sit before you today on behalf of the 34th Street Partnership and the Bryant Park Corporation, 2 business improvement districts in Midtown, to testify against intros 431 and 1251. In the 34th Street District, which spans from 29th Street to 35th Street and from Park Avenue to 10th Avenue, we regularly observe licensed vendors operating in prohibited areas and unlicensed vendors working illegally. Together, they pose a serious threat to pedestrian safety and quality of life in public spaces. These are the same vendors that operate every day, and they know the rules. The most common complaint we hear from the property owners is that the vendors block the storefronts and obstruct the pedestrian right-of-way on already crowded sidewalks. Even licensed vendors frequently ignore these restrictions on when and where they're allowed to operate. Our security staff works hard to protect pedestrians when vendors behave dangerously. In an alarming incident last year, a licensed vendor illegally operating in our district threatened one of our security guards with a knife. We are deeply concerned that expanding the number of vending licenses or eliminating the cap entirely would have an immediate harmful effect on pedestrian safety and the quality of life in Midtown and across the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Oh, yes. Well, we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer.
I was here earlier. Thank you. Ryan, the question, I know how your boss feels about this issue.
Yeah.
My question is, when you call for 311, 911 in any case, what happens? Is it that no response? Because I know that you call.
So it depends on the situation. Like I said in my testimony, a lot of the vendors that we have in the 34th Street Partnership, we manage Herald Square, we manage Greeley Square. These are public parks that the partnership manages. And we'll get the same vendors every day that when we ask them to leave, they out and out refuse to leave. So then, of course, we have to call the police department to take some kind of enforcement action, also the sanitation department. So we call over and over 311. We have a decent relationship with both agencies, and this is when it gets, enforcement action is taken. But it's the same vendors that know the rules over and over, and they refuse to do it. I invite any one of you to walk 34th Street with me on a nice day. There's no vending on 34th Street, and you'll see food cart after food cart with smoke billowing into Macy's. Over by the Empire State Building, by Madison Square Garden, you'll see vendors in front of the souvenir shops that call us constantly every day, and they're losing a fortune when people have their items spread out.
But there are some legal vendors in legal places that are doing the right thing. Is that a correct statement?
There are some. The ones that we deal with on 34th Street are licensed vendors
In the wrong
that are in a
place.
legal spot. And when we ask them to move, sometimes it gets a little testy. And they know that they're wrong, and they continue to do it. And, Barbara Blair, in her testimony, you could give them a million summonses. They could use it as wallpaper.
No, I
She's
understand.
100% right.
Okay.
Something needs to be done.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Majority Leader Farias.
Have you folks ever considered looking at legal concession areas versus street vending? For example, in 34th Street, I mean, I was there last night, and I think many of us that are born and raised in this city know what 34th Street is like, just like 42nd and all of the other major hubs where there's an arena or a major institution, and there will always be some level of vending. Have you considered looking at mandating concession areas with the city of New York in those zones?
I think that would be a great idea. I think if there was a spot that we could work together with to say, okay, this is a concession zone, and as long as the businesses also agree with it and it's not affecting somebody's business or the pedestrian right away, I think it's a great idea.
Because I know we've attempted some pilot like that in Queens, right, where we have an entire space designated with kiosks that have concession stands, and I have had conversations with the administration and our side in the council. There might be hubs and areas where even the folks that are unlicensed, even though it sounds like you're having problems with some of the licensed people as well, could purchase their spot and their time with the concession area, and it's theirs and it's mandated, and that's where it's regulated. I'd love to continue the conversation offline to see how it can be helpful.
Absolutely, I think it's worth looking into, yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
Just one of the things I want to mention in response to that, I think even though we may have fewer vendors, that would be a great idea if we had the space in Queens. Unfortunately, we just don't have the availability to do that. Parking is a major concern for both bid visitors and merchants alike. So it's quite difficult, and that tends to be part of the battle, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally understandable. I think reason why I bring up the example of concessions in this one space versus attracting vending. I agree, and I think we all agree there isn't a one-size-fits-all in all of New York City. And there are some folks that are here today asking for vending to move to a parking spot. My district does not want the outside dining regulations, and they don't want vending in the parking spot either, right? And not every sidewalk can take it. That doesn't necessarily mean that we don't look at every angle that we can that fits the best community. This will take an all-hands approach from our side of the council, but also from the administration, who might just only see that we want to expand. We want to look at every measure that's possible to make New York City and its entrepreneurs and business owners work well together and thrive. And that's the goal here. And that might mean that we're looking at multiple approaches.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Now present with my co-chair, I know. with Yaya. First, I just want to address, I would sacrifice my district to have limitless licenses because they're already there, right? And if I can just get them to behave the right way, that, I think that would make a big difference. But that said, I just want to, go back to my earlier point, understanding where you folks stand in terms of, lifting the caps entirely. I described the amendments that we are proposing to Intro 431 regarding increasing, you're being distracted, Majority Leader, regarding increasing enforcement. Is there anything that you would add? Same question that we asked to the last panel. Is there anything beyond increasing enforcement resources, and then, to your point about the paper on the wall, escalating enforcement and suspension and revocation? Is there anything else you would add?
Yeah, again, I would just say continued violations would have to have continued worse consequences. Like I said, the vendors that we have the problems with, they're the same ones over and over and over, and that would be my only comment.
I would just add if there was a way to directly speak with food truck operators, that would be helpful. Just to give an example, one of the issues we're facing is every weekend there's a food truck operator that comes, and because of the smoke, it's a jerk chicken food truck. The food is fantastic, admittedly, but it does interfere with one of the second floor tenants has really bad asthma, and he's been impacted by the smoke going into his window. And that's something that we've been going back and forth with, bouncing from, say, DSNY to NYPD to Department of Health to DEP was thought to get involved since it's related to smoke. And it's just a matter of, at this point, I'm not even sure where to turn. It sometimes feels like we're pounding the pavement, and even though the agencies have been very receptive and very helpful, sometimes it just feels sort of like a whirlwind. Thank you.
I think I said in my testimony, but gas power generators I think are ridiculous for street vendors. I understand why they want to use them. Some of them do use batteries and have backup batteries. It is an option, but I don't think gas power generators should be allowed, and similar to the smoke in the second floor window comment. But I wanted to also say that revocation of permits for repeat offenders would obviously be a great thing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to this panel. The next panel is Elania Germilo, Angel Flores, Jose Sanchez, and Luz Urachino. If you could please come down, thank you. Okay, please begin.
Muy buenas tardes, pueblo en general. Gracias a Dios tener la oportunidad de dirigirme a tan honorable corte, público en general. Mi nombre es José Sánchez, soy un inmigrante, estoy 21 años aquí y tengo 12 años en ventas en la calle, gran experiencia de compartir con el pueblo. Y yo no soy solamente la voz de un pueblo, hemos servido, y yo sé que hoy ustedes son la autoridad que van a tener en la mano la decisión para apoyar a este pueblo de clamor que aquí presente detrás de mí. Y cada uno de nosotros que vendemos somos gente, padres de familia, que estamos proveyendo una familia. Solo Dios hace lo que tiene que hacer con cada ser humano. Aquí en esta tarde, ustedes la voz. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Sanchez. I have been a street vendor in the city of New York for 12 years. I live in the Bronx and I work in Westchester Avenue. I am a father of family and I need to provide for my children. My business as a street vendor generates employment for my community and my friends. And then he was, dime otra vez lo que estabas diciendo al final de Dios. Repite.
Que solamente pongo en las manos de Dios la decisión de la autoridad aquí presente.
And I put in God's hands, in his authority, the decision that you will make.
Ya tenemos un pueblo atrás de nosotros, es un clamor
Because
todos los días.
it's an outcry from the people that we have every day. So that's what we have behind. Okay. ¿Quién sigue? Sigue. ¿Tú sigues? Sigue.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luz Uruchima.
Good afternoon, my name is Luz Uruchima.
He sido vendedora por toda mi vida desde que mis padres me enseñaron a trabajar, a
And I
salir
have been a
adelante.
street vendor all my life since my parents taught me how to work.
Yo vivo en el condado de Brooklyn y trabajo en Sunset Park.
I live in Brooklyn, I work in Sunset Park.
Vendo ventas generales.
I sell general things.
Y ustedes han estado aquí hablando de muchos temas, pero el principal,
And you have talked today about a lot of things, but the main issue here
el cliente.
is the customer.
¿Qué es lo que el cliente quiere?
What does the customer want?
¿Qué es lo que el cliente pide cuando entra a un local, a una tienda?
What does the customer ask when they come into a store?
Nos discriminan como vendedores ambulantes en la calle.
They discriminate us as street vendors on the street.
Pero ustedes les han preguntado a ellos cómo los tratan los dueños, los propietarios de los negocios.
But have you asked them, the customer, how they are treated by the owners of businesses?
Los discriminan
They are
cuando entran a las
discriminated.
tiendas.
When they go inside stores, they get discriminated.
No los dejan tocar sus mercancías.
They don't let them touch their merchandise.
Algunos, no todos,
Not all of them, some.
pero lo han hecho y me ha tocado ver.
But they have done this, and I have witnessed this.
Propietarios que tratan mal a la gente que entra a comprar,
Owners that mistreat people who come into their store to buy,
sabiendo que de ellos, de nosotros, los compradores, los vendedores, ellos viven
knowing
y los
that
tratan mal.
they live from us, and they mistreat them nonetheless,
No les importa.
and they don't care.
En menos de una semana me dieron 3 tickets. La policía.
In less than a week, the police issued 3 tickets to me.
Menos de una semana.
In less than a week.
De $1,000 cada ticket.
Each ticket is $1,000.
Ni siquiera lo que ganamos aquí, ni lo que un empleado, un trabajador como ustedes, como nosotros, vendedores, ganan.
It's not even what we earn or someone like you earn, $1,000.
A nadie le importa.
And nobody
Pero
cares.
nosotros somos gente de bien.
Nobody cares, but we are good people.
Somos gente honorable, responsable, que paga sus impuestos año con año.
We are honorable, responsible people. We pay our taxes every year.
Y lo único que hacemos es darle a nuestra comunidad un servicio.
And all that we do is provide the community a service.
Como lo que hace el presidente, como lo que hace un doctor, como lo que hace un taxista, como lo que hace un médico.
Just like a doctor does, a president does, a cab driver does, provide a
Damos un
service.
servicio porque estamos dispuestos, damos a la comunidad.
We provide a service and we give to the community.
Dios dijo, esfuérzate y sé valiente.
God says, make an effort, be courageous.
Y aquí habemos representados hombres y mujeres valientes, madres.
Here we have courageous women and men representing. We are parents, mothers.
Madres solteras que no tienen marido que las apoye.
Single moms who don't have a husband to support them.
Tenemos que pagar renta, tenemos que pagar los biles, tenemos que alimentarnos.
We have to pay bills, we have to pay rent, we have to support ourselves.
Y salimos a la calle a dar un servicio.
And we go to the street to provide a service.
¿Y qué hace el gobierno?
And what does the government do?
Nos quieren encarcelar como unos delincuentes cuando no lo somos.
They want to cancel us as if we were criminals, which we are not.
Lo que hacemos, lo que servimos, lo que proveemos, lo que fabricamos.
What we do, what we serve, what we manufacture.
Alimentos, algún regalo, algún obsequio, es con amor, con el corazón.
We do food, we create gifts, and all that we do is with our heart.
Para pagar nuestros biles y sacar a nuestras familias adelante honradamente.
In order to pay our bills and to move our families forward. with honor.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening to me.
Autoridades.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency and the audience.
Mi nombre es Eliana. Me siento orgullosa de ser miembro y líder de Hace Camino en Nueva York.
My name is Eliana. I'm very proud to be a member and leader of Se Hace Camino Nueva York.
Y una miembro fundadora de Street Vendor Project.
And I am a founding member of Street Vendor Project.
Tengo 43 años viviendo en la ciudad de Nueva York.
I have lived in the city of New York for 43 years.
Y estoy trabajando durante 39 años como vendedora ambulante.
And I have worked as a street vendor for 39 years.
Vendiendo legalmente con una licencia, pero nunca he podido obtener un permiso.
So I work legally with a license, but I have never been able to obtain a permit.
Vivo sola y así es como sobrevivo.
I live alone and this is how I survive.
No tengo un gran negocio ni un jefe que me proteja.
I do not have a big business or a boss to protect me.
Solo tengo mis propias manos y mis esfuerzos.
I just have my own hands and my efforts.
Incluso después de todos estos años, sigo recibiendo multas porque no tengo un permiso.
In fact, after all these years, I continue receiving summonses because I don't have a permit.
Pero la verdad es, no podemos obtener uno.
But the truth is that we cannot obtain one.
Cuando vamos a solicitar a la ciudad nos dice, no hay licencia para ustedes. Luego nos castigan por no tenerlo.
So the truth is that when we go to request a permit, the city tells us we have no licenses for you, and then they punish for not
Por
having
eso
one.
estamos exigiendo al Consejo Municipal apruebe el proyecto de ley reforma de vendedores ambulantes.
This is why we are demanding that the City Council approve the projects, or the bills, the reform bills for street vendors.
La 431, la 408, la 47 y 24.
Number 431, 408, 47, and 24.
Estos proyectos finalmente darían a los vendedores ambulantes un camino para trabajar legalmente y sin miedo.
These bills would finally provide street vendors a pathway to work legally and without fear.
La venta ambulante no es solo un trabajo para mí.
Street vending is not a job for me.
Es mi independencia.
It's my independence.
Es mi salvavidas.
It's my survival.
Me da el poder de sobrevivir por mi cuenta.
It gives me the power to survive on my own.
Con dignidad después de décadas de contribuir a esta gran ciudad.
With dignity after decades contributing to this great city.
No dependemos de la ayuda del gobierno.
We do not depend on government help.
Pagamos nuestros impuestos.
We pay our taxes.
Contribuimos a la economía.
We contribute to the economy.
Queremos seguir la ley, pero la ciudad no nos deja.
We want to follow the law, but the city will not allow us.
Cada día que salgo a trabajar, llevo el miedo de ser multada.
Every day that I go to work, I carry this fear of being ticketed,
acosada o algo peor.
Harassed or something worse.
Como mujer inmigrante trabajando sola.
As an immigrant woman who works alone.
Ese miedo es grande.
This is a huge fear.
Pero sigo adelante.
But I continue going.
Mientras abogamos por permiso para formalizar nuestro trabajo.
While we fight for permits to formalize our work.
Los vendedores ambulantes somos pequeños negocios.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up and you can submit the written testimony.
Servimos a nuestros vecindarios. Nos mantenemos por nuestra cuenta y mantenemos esta ciudad vibrante.
Okay, thank you very much.
El resto lo puedes presentar por correo electrónico.
Thank you.
Gracias por todo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ángel. Soy un miembro activo de Se Hace Camino Nueva York. Gracias a la comisión por darme la oportunidad de presentar mi testimonio. He estado trabajando como vendedor ambulante en la ciudad de Nueva York durante 5 años, desde que la pandemia me obligó a hacerlo. Vivo en el Bronx y trabajo en diferentes áreas de la ciudad tratando de ganarme la vida honradamente. Estoy aquí para pedir al Consejo que apruebe el paquete de reformas de vendedores ambulantes, los proyectos de ley 431, 408, 47 y 24. Necesitamos que se aprueben para poder trabajar sin miedo y con dignidad. Los vendedores ambulantes contribuimos a la economía de Nueva York, pagando impuestos personales y de ventas. Trabajamos duro, pero aún así no recibimos ningún tipo de reembolso. Un ejemplo es este cheque de 1 centavo que me enviaron, recordatorio de lo poco que recibimos a cambio de nuestras contribuciones. La venta ambulante es la única fuente de ingresos para mí y mi familia. No es solo un trabajo, es cómo sobrevivimos, es mi salvavidas, es cómo me pongo la comida en la mesa para mi familia. Y no estoy pidiendo limosnas, estoy pidiendo un derecho a trabajar legalmente. Estas reformas son muy importantes para mí porque nos darían la seguridad de hacer nuestro trabajo sin miedo constante. Todos los días tengo miedo de ser multado o arrestado por intentar ganarme la vida.
Hello, my name is Angel, and I'm an active member of Se Hace Camino Nueva York. Thank you for the opportunity to present my testimony. I have worked as a street vendor in the city of New York during 5 years since the pandemic forced me to do it. I live in the Bronx, and I work in different areas of the city, trying to support myself in an honest way. I am here to ask the council to please approve the reform package for street vendors, projects 431, 408, 47, and 24. We need these to be approved in order to work without fear and with dignity. Street vendors contribute to New York City's economy, paying taxes, business and personal taxes. We work hard, but even though we don't receive any type of reimbursement. An example of this is this check of 1 cent that I got sent. It's a reminder of the little that we receive in exchange for our contributions. Street vending is the only source of income for me and my family. It's not just a job, it's how we survive. It's my survival. It's how I put food on the table for my family, and I'm not asking for charity. I am asking for the right to work legally. These reforms are very important for me because they would give us the security to do our job without a constant fear. Every day I have fear of being ticketed or arrested just because I'm trying to support myself.
El Departamento de Salud nos dice que obtengamos una licencia y cuando la solicitamos nos dicen que no nos las pueden dar. Esto es un ciclo cruel. Nos hacen pasar por obstáculos y luego cierran la puerta. Vivimos con miedo, especialmente durante la administración de Trump. En cualquier momento podríamos ser arrestados por una violación que no podemos evitar y ese cargo tiene potencial de afectar nuestro estatus migratorio. Ese miedo pesa en nuestros corazones todos los días. Queremos cumplir con las regulaciones, pero la ciudad no nos permite obtener los permisos y licencias que necesitamos. Estamos tratando de hacer lo correcto, pero estamos atrapados en el sistema que se niega a ayudarnos. Los vendedores ambulantes no califican para programas sociales de gobierno, somos autosuficientes. No estamos pidiendo limosna, solo queremos la capacidad de trabajar sin miedo, de mantener a nuestras familias y de contribuir a esta ciudad que amamos. La aprobación de estas leyes traería orden a nuestras calles, nuestros vecindarios y nuestras comunidades, pero lo más importante es que nos permitiría trabajar con dignidad, como siempre lo hemos intentado hacer. Le pido al Consejo Municipal que apruebe ahora estos proyectos de ley para vendedores ambulantes, para que finalmente podamos trabajar con un permiso y sin miedo. Gracias.
The health department tells us to get a license, and when we apply, they tell us they can't give us one. This is a cruel cycle, and they make us jump through hoops, and then they close the door on us. We live in fear, especially during the Trump administration. At any moment, we could be arrested for a violation we can't avoid, and that charge has a potential to impact our immigration status. The fear is heavy on our hearts every single day. We want to comply with the regulations, but the city won't allow us to obtain the permits and licenses that we need. We're trying to do the right thing, but we're trapped by a system that refuses to help us. Street vendors don't qualify for government programs. We are self-sufficient. We're not asking for handouts. We just want the ability to work without fear to support our families and to contribute to the city that we so much love. The passage of these laws would bring order to our streets, our neighborhoods, and our communities. But most importantly, it would allow us to work with dignity as we have always tried to. I'm asking the City Council to pass these street vendor reforms bills now so that we can finally work with a permit and without fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Oh, yes.
Gracias por su testimonio. ¿No pueden decir cuáles son los tickets más frecuentes que ustedes ven? Usted enseñó 3. ¿Por qué fueron? ¿Qué se lo dieron?
$1,000.
$1,000. Y si usted va al otro día, cada vez que vayan, $1,000 diarios.
And if you go the next day, then it's $1,000 every day.
Pero ¿saben por qué? ¿Cuál es la justificación del ticket?
Hay ciertas organizaciones que se dedican, como lo hablaron por la mañana, las personas que estaban representando del gobierno, que trabajan para los pequeños negocios.
So there, just like the panel before earlier today said, there's organizations that work for small businesses.
Esos pequeños negocios tienen un representante y ese representante se dedica a llamar a la policía tan pronto usted ve que apareció.
So these small businesses have a representative and they call the police every time you show up.
Especialmente lo siento y siento enojo porque es un acosamiento personalmente que han hecho conmigo.
So I feel a lot of anger because personally they harass me a lot.
Por el último año, todos los días me llaman a la policía, todos los días, y me han llevado arrestada.
So I've
me han dado
been
los
arrested,
tickets.
and in the last year, they've called the police on me every single day, and I've gotten so many tickets.
¿Qué voy a hacer? ¿Me quedo en la casa?
So what should I do? Stay home?
A robar, no sabemos robar,
Or
seguimos trabajando
steal?
diariamente, honradamente.
We don't know how to steal. We keep working honorably, or with honesty every day.
Gracias. Thank you.
¿Todo?
Great, thank you to the panel.
Bueno,
Thank you very
gracias,
much. I'm now going to call the next panel.
No sin antes agradecer a la mesa directiva aquí presente. Muchísimas gracias al público en general. Gracias por la oportunidad de dirigirnos a ustedes. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lisa Soren, Jessica Walker, Betsy Mark, and Pedro Goico. If you could please come down. Thank you. Okay, please begin. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Pedro Goico. I'm currently the National Supermarket Association treasurer. But at the same time, I'm an immigrant from the Dominican Republic that came here at 14 years old with my mom, looking for a better future like everybody else that has spoken here. Within that time, my first job coming out of high school was in a supermarket. I was bagging packs, and then I worked my way over the supermarket, and I can be so thankful to the owners of the supermarket because thanks to them, 25 years ago, giving me the education, giving me the supermarket, today I can say I'm proudly own 3 supermarkets. So what I want to say today here is, and I spoke with Pirine about this, I have met in person with Street Vending and Mohammed. I think we have all the same solutions. We know the solutions is give them licenses in a very responsible manner, right? Because we just can't lift the ban and that's it. We have to see how things go for at least a year or 2. Once that happened, right, we had to also understand the enforcement had to be done. Just like Pirina said, my mom told me many times, if you open that door, you're gonna get hit. If I open, I got hit. And I learned that to open that door is not the right thing to do. But there are rules or regulations that your council here passed and not to be respected. In reference to the gentleman, I was saying in Spanish, creo que él tiene mucha suerte de haber recibido un cheque de un penny. I think he's very lucky to receive a penny check because as a business making order, I haven't received one of those in a long time. A la señora, que también está muy enojada, la respeto y pienso que tiene mucha razón. A nadie quiere que le den un ticket de $1,000. Pero a mí me vieron personalmente en mi supermercado uno de 6,500 porque mi temperatura estaba por debajo de 36 grados. Entonces, estoy tan enojado como está ella. right? So I'm as upset as she is for getting those $1,000 tickets that she's getting, because me as a brick owner, I just got a ticket for $6,500 because my temperature was under 36 degrees in one of my refrigerators. So I understand what's getting a ticket as well. What I'm telling you here is go ahead, and I'm sorry, because if you give me a few minutes as you give them, because of the translation, just like 30 seconds more. But if you can please, do this. This is a time that whatever you guys do, it will be like for the history. There will be people here sitting here 15, 20 years from now in your desk talking about what happened here today. So let's be responsible about that, and let everybody understand. Give them the license, but let's do it fair. This is not about being petty about somebody. It's about being fair for everybody. Thank you, and I hope that you guys make the right decision. And last but not least, that report from the independent business from the city, that's a very biased report. The same way they're going to make 70 millions for the city, the same way we're going to lose 50 million brick and mortars. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Just put the red button on, just press the button until it's red.
I'm Betsy Mack. I'm the Vice Chair of Community Board 7 in Queens. CB7 is strongly opposed to this new proposal. Our board received numerous complaints about illegal vending in downtown Flushing. The complaints include not only blocked sidewalk, pedestrian congestion, and huge amounts of garbage left behind, but most dangerously, the unsanitary food from unknown sources. According to our NYPD Sergeant Hodge, who leads a 6-officer enforcement team from the 109 precinct, he coordinates with the Department of Sanitation for a once-a-week enforcement operation. No matter how many merchandise or food is confiscated, the vendors return shortly after every enforcement. 6 officers assigned seems like a sufficient number. However, his team has to cover elsewhere when any 109 precinct officers are on vacation and when there are parades. The once-a-week enforcement often get canceled. Just in April 2025, only one enforcement operation actually took place. In addition, following Operation Restore Roosevelt, which lasted for 3 months with continuous enforcement effort in neighboring Corona and Jackson Heights, many vendors from there moved their operation to downtown Flushing. In the meantime, the city tested this bill as a pilot by issuing more vendor licenses at Corona Plaza. When I passed by, there were no illegal vendors on the plaza and only few legal food trucks, because there were continuous police presence and a police mobile command center truck at the plaza. So the root cause of the illegal vending problems is the lack of enforcement. Increasing vendor licenses will...
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up and then submit the written testimony.
Increasing vendor licenses will require even more resources for enforcement. The solution is not to issue more licenses. The solution is to have constant enforcement. We need to see the illegal vendor situation under control now before even talking about more licenses. CB7 is strongly opposed to this proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Menon and esteemed members of City Council. My name is Lisa Sorn, President of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, representing thousands of small businesses across the borough and the city. We support licensed, permitted street vending as part of New York City's vibrant small business ecosystem. However, Intro 431 seeks to expand street vendor licenses and permits while failing to address a deeply rooted issue, the unchecked proliferation of illegal street vending. Today, more than 23,000 unlicensed street vendors operate citywide, many without health inspections, safety oversight, or adherence to location restrictions. This undermines licensed vendors and puts our brick and mortar businesses who pay high rents and taxes, employ residents, and follow strict rules and regulations at a competitive disadvantage. If not handled appropriately, this will result in a continuation of shuttered storefronts, declining retail quarters, and diminished community investment. We strongly oppose any consideration of uncapping the number of street licensed vendors, as this would negatively impact the retail and restaurant businesses in New York City. We have grave concern as it stands now. City agencies do not have the capacity or resources to enforce existing laws. Without a real enforcement plan, increasing street vendor licenses now risk further weakening compliance and worsening street-level conditions, especially in underserved areas like the Bronx, where sidewalks are already overcrowded and quality of life concerns are mounting. City agencies have already demonstrated that they have been unable to implement the components of Local Law 18 passed in 2021. Therefore, the Bronx Chamber respectfully urges the Council to pause legislation that further expands street vendor licenses until there is a comprehensive and fully resourced enforcement strategy in place. Let's get enforcement right first so all businesses, vendors, and residents can thrive in a fair and safe commercial environment. Thank you for your leadership and opportunity to testify today.
I'm Jessica Walker. I'm the president and CEO of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. We represent the 125,000 businesses across Manhattan, both large and small. New York absolutely needs a vibrant food truck and street vendor scene, and we support them. The citywide small business resource network that we operate with the other 4 borough-wide chambers of commerce, with funding from the City Council, can provide free help to any business in the city with fewer than 100 employees, including street vendors and food trucks, and we are here to help. We support the decriminalization of street vending, but completely lifting the permit cap before solving the problems with the current system makes no sense. Let's solve the problem. The problem is about where and how. Vendors have to be in a proper location and operating safely. So let's solve the problem. Start by working with bids and community boards to identify the places where vendors can operate legally without being disruptive. Create an inventory of available spaces and then designate the proper times and uses for each space so there is never unfair competition with a brick and mortar. The number of spaces would be linked to the number of permits issued by the city, which makes sense. Then each vending slot operates like a parking space that individual permitted vendors can reserve through an online portal on a daily, weekly, monthly, or annual basis, and whatever the city deems is best and fairest. Then the vendor can use that space freely. Such a system would be largely self-enforcing because if you show up and someone is taking the space you reserved, you can usually shoo them away without incident. This is only one possibility. My main point here is that there is a compromise here that supports all businesses, all businesses. We don't need to fight over crumbs. Simply lifting the cap does not get us there. So let's get there. I think we're all committed to working with you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just thank you. Thank you for the good suggestions. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the next panel. Vladimir Chali, Nick Aquino, Dylan Delasante, Belanda Yoakim, and Nishat Tabassum. Okay, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Aquino, and I'm a staff attorney with the Microenterprise Project at Volunteers of Legal Service. We help small business owners access free legal services in New York City. For aspiring street vendors, the path to legal compliance is often impossible, not because they refuse to comply, but because the current permitting system is broken. When clients come to us for help, in nearly every case, we must tell clients that they simply cannot legally vend. One of our clients, a disabled veteran in his 60s, has been on the waiting list for years. Although veterans are supposed to have some preference, the reality is that even with this benefit, he has been unable to secure a permit to run his food cart. And unfortunately, his story is not unique. We urge the Council to pass Intro 431, which addresses this inequity by expanding access to permits and ending arbitrary caps that keep thousands of vendors in legal limbo. This bill would bring much needed order and fairness to the system. But access alone is not enough. Even when rare opportunities to apply for licenses arise, vendors frequently lack the support to successfully complete the process. One of my clients, after years on the wait list, was finally given the chance to apply, but due to a minor misunderstanding in the application process, he was denied and pushed back to the line again. That is why Intro 408 is equally critical. It would create an Office of Street Vendor Services within SBS to provide vital education, outreach, and compliance support. With proper training and resources, vendors can be fully integrated into the city's small business ecosystem. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony. On behalf of myself and volunteers of legal service, we urge the Council to pass Intros 408 and 431 to create a fair, supportive, and inclusive system for street vendors across New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Committee Chair Julie Menon and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection for the opportunity to testify today in support of Intro 408 and Intro 431. My name is Belana Joaquim. I'm a campaign organizer at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. I'm here today on behalf of the United for Small Businesses of New York City Coalition of community organizations across New York City committed to protecting small businesses and non-residential tenants from the threat of displacement, particularly owner-operated, low-income, and BIPOC-run businesses that serve our city's low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. Small businesses are cornerstones of our city and neighborhoods. They provide jobs, culturally relevant goods and services, and community keeping our neighborhoods thriving and vibrant places to live. Our coalition supports some of the most iconic BIPOC and immigrant business corridors in the city, from Jackson Heights to the Lower East Side and the Bronx. And our coalition members work directly with both brick and mortar businesses and street vendors. The passage of Intro 408 would be crucial too for organizers conducting outreach and supporting vendors with their merchant associations. Creating a dedicated street vendor division within SBS would ensure the street vendors, who are often integral parts of local commercial ecosystems, receive the resources, education, support they need to operate safely and in compliance with regulations. However, the effectiveness of this division depends on street vendors having proper access to permits and licenses. Currently, the cap on permits continues to push vendors into informal markets and exposes them to punitive enforcement and displacement. This not only harms vendors, but also negatively impacts foot traffic and economic vitality of nearby brick and mortar businesses. The passage of Intro 431, which would lift the caps on vendor permits, is essential. By ensuring proper legal access to permits, we empower vendors and allow USB NYC and its partners to more effectively support them as vital members of our city's commercial and cultural landscape.
Hi there, my name is Dylan Delasanti. I am an economist at the Institute for Justice. We're a public interest law firm that defends the rights of Americans everywhere to earn an honest living. Over the last 10, 15 years, we've done a great deal of research looking into the safety of street vending food and the contribution that street vendors make to the local economy. And I wanted to call attention to a study that was published about 3 years ago that looked into this question of whether or not street vendors stole business from brick and mortar counterparts. And what we found is that as there was an increase in mobile food vendors, there was no subsequent decrease in brick and mortar establishments. This might seem a little counterintuitive, but if you think about it, street vendors, brick and mortar businesses are selling two different types of goods, right? If you want a Michelin dining experience, you probably want to go somewhere with air conditioning. If you want something more affordable, a street vendor might make more sense for you. It's also important to recognize that street vendors themselves, if they are empowered economically, they have money to spend that goes back into the local economy. And street vendors, of course, are going to choose to locate in places that are more complementary to their business. The bookseller who spoke earlier mentioned that he didn't feel like the street vendors detracted from their business. They probably added to the vitality of the neighborhood by offering a complementary product. And I'd like to call attention to another way in which street vendors and brick and mortars have a symbiotic relationship. Street vending is something of a pipeline into greater economic opportunity. I think everybody in New York is probably familiar with Nathan's Hot Dogs, which started in Coney Island selling, hot dogs from a push cart. Basically, every person in this room wearing a yellow cap, every street vendor here who came in today has this sort of unbounded economic potential that we will not be able to recognize unless we lift the caps. So for that reason, we support Intro 431. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nisha Tabassum, and I'm sharing this testimony on behalf of Make the Road and Daniel Quotes, who is the Director of Public Affairs. On behalf of 28,000 members, I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify. Make the Road works to build the power of immigrant and working class New Yorkers and reaches thousands of New Yorkers per year with our legal and survival services, including legal services and outreach for low-wage workers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I want to thank Councilmember Sanchez for her leadership on these bills, as well as Majority Leader Farias, Councilmember Krishan, Councilmember Menon, and Speaker Adams for moving this issue forward. The issues that plague street vendors today are not new, and much has been done over the years to attempt to address this thorny problem of licenses and compliance. But there are some common sense solutions that are within our grasp if we can take advantage of the progress that has been made. Like immigration reform at the federal level, we live in a situation where all sides agree that the system we have is broken. And like immigration reform, there is a consensus in the middle about steps that can be taken to recognize the reality that there will always be street vendors and basic dignity, that vendors deserve respect and support as entrepreneurs trying to support their families. The trick, as always, as can be, is the legislative needle that needs to be threaded to find a compromise that everyone can live with. In this case, it seems that we have arrived at one. I want to recognize the Street Vendor Project for their amazing leadership on this bill, and also commend the brick and mortars and business associations who are at the table working through the thorny details. The status quo does not work. It is chaotic, and vendors, despite being one of the city's more vulnerable populations, are heavily over-policed in a moment when immigrant communities are under relentless attacks. Many of Make the Road's members are vendors, and you heard from some of them today. And we agree with Street Vendor Project when we say that a predictable, well-regulated system that prioritizes education over punitive action is one that everyone can support. These are the kinds of problems that we need legislative bodies to address. Legislators are meant to take clear problems, understand them, and develop policy solutions. We understand that after meeting with a range of stakeholders, Councilmember Sanchez has proposed a thoughtful set of amendments to the bill that would add common sense enforcement provisions. We urge Speaker Adams to include these amendments as the bill moves forward after this hearing. The nature of legislating is compromise, and I think we have that here. Under this speaker, there have been many conversations, and we have bills here that, while certainly not perfect for either side, get the core components done. We can still tackle hard things in New York. It might seem like we're far from the end, but we are close. Vendors are a part of New York City's lifeblood, and the truth is that they will be whether we pass this legislation or not. So let's do it. Let's update our rules, create a system that fits the current moment, and show the rest of the country that New York City supports immigrant entrepreneurs in a moment when so much is stacked against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you to the. Now going to call the next panel. Ladis Bierio, Lily Gonzalez, Salvador Quintana, Juliana Salas, and Jimmy Hernandez. If you could please come down. Lida's Bueno here? Yes, okay, great, thank you.
Lilia. ¿Yo primero? Sí. Hola, buen día. Bueno, antes de dar mi propio testimonio, quiero hablar por la comunidad. Antes de que, digamos, los vendedores abarcaban las aceras, antes eran los restaurantes los que abarcaban la acera.
Okay, one moment.
Cuando-
Good afternoon. Repíteme, vuelve a empezar.
Sí,
¿Tu nombre es?
mi nombre es Lilia Gómez.
My name is Lilia Gomez.
Antes de que los vendedores obstruyeran las aceras,
Before street vendors would obstruct sidewalks,
eran los restaurantes que obstruían las
it
aceras.
used to be restaurants that obstructed the sidewalks.
Cuando empezó la pandemia,
When the pandemic started,
construyeron casas de madera
they built the sheds
afuera en la acera.
outside on the sidewalks.
Después de que se les negó ese derecho,
After that right
siguieron
was
más
denied,
meses
there,
con esas casas afuera en las aceras
after those
sin
rights were-
ponerles ninguna multa.
Okay, me tienes que permitir traducir. Okay, so after those sheds, after that was denied, they continued working on the sheds and no tickets were issued.
Es mentira que cuando la policía nos dice que nos vayamos, no nos vamos.
It's not true that when the
Todos
police
nos
asks,
vamos.
permíteme traducir, entonces tú hablas y luego yo hablo. It's not true that when the police asks us to leave, we don't leave.
La mayoría somos migrantes y todos estamos aterrorizados por la policía.
The majority are immigrants and we're all under terror because of the police.
Así que de inmediato nos vamos.
So immediately we leave.
Porque además de estar aterrorizados y acosados por la policía,
Because besides being terrified and harassed by the police,
ahora vivimos también aterrorizados por las agencias de ICE.
nowadays we're also in terrible fear because of ICE.
Bien, he sido vendedora ambulante en la ciudad de Nueva York por 2 años.
I've been a street vendor in New York for 2 years.
En Brooklyn, en Sunset Park.
In Brooklyn, in Sunset Park.
Vender en las calles es mi único trabajo.
So selling on the streets is my only job.
Soy madre soltera de un niño de 16 años
I'm a single mom to a 16-year-old boy
y una niña de 15 años.
and a 15-year-old daughter.
Pido que me dejen trabajar para poder comprar mi comida,
I ask that they let me work so that I can buy my food,
pagar la renta que es muy alta.
pay the rent, which is very high.
No tengo licencia de vendedor. Si la tuviera, si estuvieran disponibles,
Okay, I
Ya
don't have a license to be a street vendor
ya la
because
habría
they're
solicitado.
not available. And if they were available, I would have already requested one.
Me he sentido acosada por los policías.
I felt so harassed by police.
En una ocasión que estaba vendiendo, ellos se acercaron a mí de una manera muy agresiva.
One time when I was working, they approached me in a very aggressive way.
Me pidieron licencia y al ver que no la tenía,
They asked for my license, and when they saw that I didn't have one,
me dijeron, si en una hora no te vas, te voy a poner una multa.
they said, if you don't leave in an hour, we were going to issue a ticket. Sorry, if you don't leave in half an hour, we will issue you a ticket.
Así que quiero ver que te vayas ahora.
So I want you to leave now.
Y cuando ellos se fueron, me puse a llorar.
And when they left, I started crying
Pues me quedé pensando, ¿y ahora cómo voy a pagar mi renta?
because I was thinking, how am I going to pay my rent now?
Y ese mes no pude pagar mi renta al no poder seguir vendiendo.
And so that month, I was unable to pay my rent because I couldn't continue working.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hola, buen día. Mi nombre es Juliana Salas.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Salas.
He sido vendedora ambulante en la ciudad de Nueva York por 3 años.
I've been a street vendor in New York City for 3 years.
Mi condado es Brooklyn, el área de Sunset Park.
My county is Brooklyn and Sunset Park.
Estoy aquí hoy para pedir al Consejo que apruebe el paquete de reformas a los vendedores ambulantes.
And I'm here to ask the council to please approve the reform packet for street vendors.
Las propuestas, la 431, 408, 47 y 24.
So to please pass 431, 408, 47, and 24.
Estas reformas son muy importantes para mí
These reforms are so important for me
porque yo tendría que ser un vendedor sin temor o intimidado por la policía.
Because then I could be a vendor without being intimidated by the police and being under terror.
Como han comentado mi compañera, hemos sido intimidadas continuamente.
Just like my colleague said, we have been continuously intimidated.
Y si nosotros tuviéramos los permisos, no tendríamos que pasar por estas acosos de la policía.
And if we had these permits, we wouldn't have to undergo these harassments by the police.
Gracias por escuchar.
Thank you for listening to me.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Salvador Quintuña. Soy vendedor ambulante en la ciudad de Nueva York por 3 años.
Good afternoon. My name is Salvador Quituña, and I've been a street vendor in the city of New York for 3 years.
Resido en Brooklyn, New York. Trabajo en el barrio de Susan Park en la 51 Street, Quinta Avenida.
I live in Brooklyn, and I work in Sunset Park on 51st Street and 5th Avenue.
Estoy aquí hoy para pedirles al Consejo que aprueben los paquetes de reforma para vendedores ambulantes.
I am here to ask the City Council to please approve the reform packages for street vendors.
Propuesta 431, 408, 47 y 24.
Proposals 431, 408, 47, and 24.
Estas reformas son muy importantes para nosotros porque queremos estar respaldados por esas leyes.
These reforms are very important for us because we want to be supported by these laws.
Necesitamos trabajar
We
legalmente
need to work legally
para poder llevar los alimentos para nuestra
in
familia
order to be able to bring food to our families
y también pagar la renta.
and also be able to pay rent.
Gracias por recibir en esta audiencia.
Thank you for receiving us in this hearing.
Que Dios les ilumine. Muchísimas gracias.
May God enlighten you, and thank you very much.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lady Bueno.
Good afternoon. My name is Lady Bueno.
Yo apoyo a la ley 431 por todas las 408, 47 y 24. Vendedores ambulantes merecemos acceso a los permisos, licencia. Muchas gracias. Que tengan un excelente día.
Okay, I support laws 431, 408, 47, and 24 for all the street vendors. We deserve permits and licenses. Thank you very much and have a blessed day.
My turn. Good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Hernandez. I am a 26-year-old young adult, and I currently do not have a job. And I do not have the money or the income to put a store and to sell the products I buy online, or to rent a retail location to sell the products I buy online. And I love to vend, I really do. The reason I like to vend is because I do not want to spend the rest of my life working for someone else. But I'd rather work for my dreams and work for myself. In Brighton Beach, I want the street vendor packet reform. Intro 431, 408, 47, 24. The problem is there are no more licenses available. I am not a veteran. I am not a spouse of a surviving veteran, so I do not qualify for a veteran general vendor's license, but I really need it so I can sell my merchandise, such as toothpaste, mouthwash, toothbrushes, deodorants, old fabric bleach, laundry, detergent, household stuff, that good stuff. I asked you, Chair, to pass the street vendors package reform. I cannot continue to pay tickets for just setting up a small table with essential household goods and hygiene goods. I want to thank everyone for their time, please. That's all I'm asking for. I got recently gotten tickets, so yeah, $250 last Monday. So I'm scared to go out in the street and try to promote, sell, offer my products because I cannot be constantly getting these tickets.
Okay, I'm sorry, your time is up. So if you want to submit any written testimony, please feel free to do so.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
It's done?
Yes, thank you very much.
Did it already?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Muy buenas tardes. Vengo hoy con la organización Voces Ciudadana, quienes están apoyando a los vendedores de ambulantes en el condado de Brooklyn. Mi nombre es Elsa Samaniego. Vivo 20 años en el estado de Nueva York.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Elsa Samaniego, and I've lived in the state of New York for 20 years.
Vivo en el condado de Brooklyn, de Sunset Park. Soy vendedora ambulante.
I live in the county of Brooklyn in Sunset Park. I'm a street vendor.
Hace 18 años. A la vez me convertí en terapeuta alternativa.
So I've been a vendor for 18 years, and at the same time, I became an alternative therapist.
Vendo los accesorios de bisutería y cuarzos.
I sell accessories, bijouterie, and also quartz
para utilizar durante la terapia
that are used during therapy
para poder atender a muchos vendedores ambulantes.
in order to be able to take care of a lot of street vendors.
Estamos atendiendo en los espacios que nos cede en su espacio de Voces Ciudadana.
In the spaces that Voces Ciudadana has provided for us.
Para poder así calmar sus dolencias.
And we use this in order to calm their ills, their pains.
Y reducir el estrés, depresión, ansiedad.
And also to be able to reduce the stress, the depression, and the anxiety
causado por los maltratos
that has been caused by the mistreatment
durante el arresto que vienen realizando los policías a los vendedores ambulantes.
So to calm down the anxiety, the depression, the stress caused by all the arrests performed by the police, the New York police.
Estoy aquí para pedir al Consejo que se apruebe las propuestas 431, 408, 47 y 24.
I am here to ask the City Council to please approve 408, 431, 47, and 24.
Así puede aprobarse estas leyes para que se defiendan los derechos de los ambulantes.
So that these laws can be approved and defend the rights of street vendors.
Ya que todos estamos pagando nuestros impuestos a este país.
Because we've all been paying our taxes to this country.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
I just want to say thank you to everyone, including this panel, for sharing your stories. It's so important. Solo quiero darle las gracias de corazón por compartir sus historias, porque es muy importante para este proceso. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the panel.
Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the next panel. Marianne Schwab, Brenda Izari, Pamela Franco-Lark, Joshua Bloom, Calvin Harrison, okay. Okay, so just give a minute to the last persons here. Okay. Yeah, just one second. Okay, sorry, some of the handwriting was difficult to read, so I apologize if I mispronounced someone's name. I did call Brenda Izari. You're Brenda. Okay, wonderful. Okay, please begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing my testimony. My name is Miriam. I'm a representative of the Council on American Islamic Relations of New York, and our work extends to protecting Muslims everywhere. Street vendors are a cornerstone of New York City, emblematic of the rich culture and diversity that is the foundation of the city that we love. In fact, the iconic chicken over rice meal originated from halal food vendors, just like the ones down the street, who wanted to give cab drivers an accessible halal food option. The number of available permits is way too low, which subjects people to over-policing and risking their economic security. The current cap on permits for street vendors is unrealistic and currently does not justify the over-policing of street vendors. Over 10,000 street vendors await their turn in a dysfunctional system that is impractical and inaccessible at best. As a result, New York City has issued over 10,000 tickets to street vendors, confiscated over 800,000 pounds of food, with DSDNY issuing over 400 summonses in Corona, East Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights in the last year alone. Most of these tickets, confiscations, and summonses were issued because of the absence of a permit. In the words of Mahmoud Khalil, who has the right to have rights? Is it the Muslim street vendor who was issued a $250 ticket for not having a permit? Or is it the officer who raided his table in Jackson Heights just mere days before the start of Ramadan as he sold prayer mats and copies of the Quran? What about the 14-year-old girl standing by her mother on a hot summer's day? No permit was all it took for an NYC Parks patrol officer to handcuff a street vendor before wrestling her 14-year-old daughter to the ground. The current permit system excludes those who need it most. Your support of Intros 408 and 431 can change this unsustainable dynamic. Intro 431 would ensure regulatory compliance of all mobile food and merchandise, which would create sustainable economic opportunity for the city's smallest and mightiest businesses. Intro 408 would create an office of street vendor services within SBS, ensuring that street vendors have
I'm just
access
going to ask you to
training,
wrap up, and then you can submit your written testimony.
Right. And outreach to support businesses. And thank you so much. And I hope that you all vote in support of both resolutions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Menon and members of the Consumer and Worker Protection Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of Intro 431 and 408. My name is Pamela Franco Lara, and I'm a Learn and Earn student from Franklin Delano Roosevelt High School as part of the Chinese American Planning Council. Both my mother and father are street vendors, and I carry this truth not with shame but with unwavering pride. My father, who cannot read or write, and my mother, whose English is limited, endure daily acts of quiet cruelty to avert discrimination as they try to make a living to support my family. I stand here today not just as a first-generation child of Mexican parents, but as an embodiment of their sacrifices as they made in order to provide me with a better future. Intros 431 and 408 do not merely represent policy changes. They bring recognition to the lives that have long existed within these margins. If enacted fully, these reforms would lift the veil of anxiety that shadows every workday for my parents and many others. Intros 431 expand access to vending permits, offering legitimacy as well as the gesture of belonging to those who have felt alienated due to harmful stereotypes. In addition, Intros 408 focuses on shifting oversight away from law enforcement, transferring responsibility to a dedicated agency that understands the complexities of street vending. This replaces intimidation with understanding and punishment with guidance. These actions acknowledge the struggles of those who work tirelessly to survive, treating them not as criminals, but as workers with their own stories deserving of respect and protection, a natural right many take for granted. Thank you for accepting my testimony today. I urge the City Council to take crucial steps of passing Intros 431 and 408 as part of the street vendor reform package. I speak not only for myself, but for my parents, whose strength is a reminder that dignity, respect, and protection should never be privileges, but rights.
Good afternoon, City Council, committee members, and the audience. My name is Brenda Irizarry. I live in the Norwood section of the Bronx. I am a member of the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. As a coalition and community member, I urge the committee to support Intro 431 and Intro 408, which is part of the Street Vendors Reform Package. Street vendors play a vital role in our economy. They provide goods and services to our neighborhoods. They contribute to our city's tax base. Most of all, street vending is a gateway for immigrants, people of color, and veterans to operate their own businesses. The need for reform is imperative. Vendors that aren't licensed or don't have permits face fines and harassment. The process to obtain a license or permit takes too long and is capped. Intro 431 would solve this problem by increasing licenses and permits over time. Thus, more vendors would become regulated without fear of being shut down or fined. Intro 408 would benefit all vendors with much needed support towards success with their businesses. By creating a special office that provides services and resources, vendors would feel they are valued stakeholders in our economy. In closing, the street vendor reform package would bring about a fairer system that fosters support for all vendors. I appeal to this committee to support all the bills contained in the reform package. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Bloom, and I am the liaison from JFRED, Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, to the Street Vendor Project. I'd like to thank Chair Menon and the committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of Intros 431 and 408. So JFRED is the home for Jewish New Yorkers to organize with their neighbors and allies in New York, for New York, where everyone has the freedom and opportunity to thrive. We always draw on our Jewish values and history to inform our work, but street vending itself has its own Jewish history, as Mohammed mentioned earlier today. The modern street vending system in New York started around the turn of the 20th century with immigrant Jewish pushcart vendors in the Lower East Side. So it is near and dear to our hearts that vending and vendors get the respect they deserve. Vending has long appealed to recent arrivals in New York for the flexibility it provides. When you are your own employer, you do not need to fear discrimination, harassment, or exploitation. You can work on a schedule that allows you to observe religious or cultural customs, attend school, and or care for your family. But then, as now, vendors were subjected to explicit and coded xenophobia and classism, masquerading as concerns around sanitation, congestion, business competition, and fraud, when then, as now, all the data suggested that actually vendors were generally very much in compliance, especially ones educated, and an economic and cultural boon to the city. You've heard testimony outlining the positive economic impact of vending on the city, its utility as a career incubator for immigrants and veterans, especially women. You've heard testimony extolling the diversity vendors bring. I'd like to add also their contributions to public safety. We've heard a lot this assertion that vendors cause congestion on sidewalks and a risk to pedestrians with no evidence or data to actually back that up. Whereas we do have evidence of vendors.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to wrap it up and you can submit your testimony.
Fostering public safety. Thank you. We hope you support these package.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Menon and the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Calvin Harrison. I'm an organizer at the Street Vendor Project and a JFRED member. I'm honored every day to be able to support and work with the city's hardworking vendors. I'm so proud of all the vendors who joined us today to advocate for themselves and speak about their struggles. Their testimony is more than enough to explain why these small businesses need access to licenses and permits. Therefore, I'm speaking not in my professional capacity, but in my perspective as a New Yorker. So much of the conversation around vending centers around this idea of quality of life. And I really want to urge the committee to reflect on that phrase. When I think of what makes my life in New York better, I think of stopping on my way home at the produce stand. I think of grabbing a coffee and a donut from a vendor on a dreary Monday. I think of finding a merch vendor with umbrellas when I know it's about to rain. I think of a plate of chicken over rice, extra white sauce in the late afternoon after I had to skip lunch. Vendors improve my quality of life, not just because of what they sell, but because of the role they play as eyes on the street, as Jane Jacobs would say. I feel safer in my neighborhood when I pass the same friendly faces of vendors every day. I feel safer at night when I see the bright LED lights of a halal cart lighting up the sidewalk. I certainly feel much safer seeing a vendor serving their customers than I do watching armed NYPD officers harassing and forcibly removing my working class neighbors from my community. New Yorkers' quality of life doesn't come from empty sidewalks lined by chain stores and restaurants with $20 burgers. Street vending fills our streets with vibrant culture and delicious, interesting food. We should be uplifting rather than shutting out these vendors. Our quality of life can easily be improved by providing access to the licensing vendors need and supporting them with small business services. Therefore, I urge you to please pass intros 431 and 408, as well as the rest of the street vendor reform package. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you to this panel. Now going to call the next panel. Ibra, Kelly Nekarne, and then Ibra Seye, don't know if that's the same, and Karim Ale. If you could please come down. I'm just going to read the names again. Just make sure. Karim Ale, Ibra Seye, Kelly Nekarane, and then Ibra again. We're getting interpreter? Oh, they left. Okay, oh, they left? Oh, so maybe we don't not for this lady? Okay. Okay, great. If you could please begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gilebuhilan Karianye. I'm a street vendor, a community chef, a community gardener, and I'm here to share that street vendors need your support. I wrote something, but it has been difficult listening to people that oppose street vendors. We're not thieves. We're not trying to take jobs away. We want to comply with the laws that the city has. We are smallest of the smallest business owners in New York City. We contribute our taxes. We love the city, and we need your support. Department of Health is aware of the failed system that has cause harm to vendors. They are aware of how many permits they've given, how many vendors are on the streets, how many licenses they have, and the bids and small business owners, they know we are partners. We are trying to make the city a well-loved city that everyone loves. Nobody wants to stop the garment industry bid from making money. We just want to work aside with them. I felt very insulted by some of the people who were not telling the truth, because as a vendor, I respect myself, I respect other business owners, and there's no reason why people want people to support their cause without understanding that we are a team that wants to support New York City to thrive. I hope that the council members will take all sides and understand that vendors are here to stay. We are part of history of New Yorkers. We are part of the immigrant communities that make this city thrive. Everyone comes from a culture that value family that value hard work. Workers' rights are human rights. Women's rights are workers' rights, and we are here to get your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you. Our next panel is Ibrahim Shahata, Walid Salama, Mazdi Elabke, and Ahmed Murad. If you could please come down. Okay, I'm just told we need the Arabic interpreter. Are they here? If not, can we? Oh, great. Okay, just give us a minute then. Okay, please begin. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Magdi Elokbi. I came today to request support for the law 431 and 408 and the law 431. I work in Times Square just for 12 years. And I have a family here. I have child support. I don't have a pay because I don't work like 2 years. I don't have a permit. And I take it for the SBA loan for the small business. I take the big loan, and I don't have money for pay because it doesn't work. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
مرحبا أنا اسمي my name وليد سلامة. I work in أنا شغال في الشارع بقالي 25 سنة. أسكن في بروكلين واشتغل في منطقة منهاتن. طبعا أنا حضرت النهارده عشان حزمة إصلاح البيع في الشارع قوانين 431 و 408. طبعا أنا شغال من سنة 2000 وطبعا معيش بيرمنت وبدفع فلوس حوالي من 15 ل 20,000 إيجار البيرمنت خلال سنتين، يعني almost 10,000 a year. طبعا دوت بيأثر على الشغل عندي وعلى البيت عندي كمان. وطبعا انا بسأل حضراتكم كلكم ان انتوا تمرروا هذا القوانين لان دوت طبعا بيخلي ان التكلفه عاليه جدا على البضاعه والاسعار بتعلى، وطبعا الكاستمر لما بيجي يشتري بيفتكر ان احنا بنعمل الربح ده كله، لكن الموضوع كله ان احنا بندفع 20,000 في السنتين، فده بيأثر على سعر البائع او المستهلك اللي بياخده من العربيات. فاتمنى ان احنا نحصل على بيرمنت عشان اوفر هذا المبلغ والاسعار حتى تقل شويه. دي حاجه. تاني حاجه بتكلم على التيكيتات. انا بقالي 25 سنه شغال في الشغلانه. اخر سنتين حصلت على تيكيتات بما يعادل 23 سنه. يعني شوفي بقى كام سنه، يعني خلال السنتين اللي فاتوا دوت انا حاصل على تيكيتات، خلال 23 سنه لم احصل على هذا التيكيتات. وشكرا.
Good afternoon. My name is Walid Salama. I have been working as a street vendor for the past 25 years. I live in borough Brooklyn, and I work in Manhattan. I came here today to support the pass of the bill to support the street vendors for the bill of 431 and 408. I have been working since the year of 2000 until now. I don't have a permit until today. I have been working and I have been hoping to have the opportunity to get like a permit. It apparently costs us about $15,000 to $20,000 a year, every 2 years, which is like average of $10,000. This money costs us to also add the cost of the food, and when customers look at us, they think that we collect all of this money into our pockets. However, that affects everything else, include the merchandise and the renting of the permit. The second thing I wanted to add is the violation that we get. We have been getting the past 2 years. I've been working as a street vendor for the past 25 years. In the past 2 years only, I got violations that would equal to 23 years of work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay, thank you very much to this panel. And our next panel is Ni Jin Fang, Helen Fang, Yun Lin, and Zhang Ji. If you could please come down, and I understand we need a Mandarin translator, please. Sorry, Zhang Ji, Yun Lin, Helen Fang, Ni Jin Fang. Oh, is that okay? Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Ah, 准备好了。你好，我是倪金芳，我现在在法拉盛，法拉盛呢主要卖那些天然的本草的植物。
So my name's Nin Jin Fang. How are you? Mostly I work out of Flushing. Mostly I sell plants, various different plants.
我呢有一个孩子和我2个人呢在美国。
So I have a child, 2 of us in the United States.
主要的收入呢就是靠摆摊赚点钱。
So my main income is relying on the vending on the street to make some money.
但是现在呢，警察抓得很紧。
Unfortunately, the police are acting very frequently. They're acting on us frequently, much more.
警察要求我们去到市政府办许可证，但是我们到市政府去呢，说办不到。
So the police told us to go to the city and get permits, but when we get there, it was an impossible task. We couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
其实摆摊对法拉盛呢，就是经济的兴旺、人气的兴旺呢，带来了很大的推动作用。
So I felt that vending in Flushing actually brings up the help push the commercial activities in the area.
作为摊贩，我们也是就是努力的工作，也没有其他的。
So as a vendor, mostly, other than working very hard, there's nothing beyond working very hard, generally speaking, as a vendor.
我希望就是政府呢考虑我们的实际情况，给我们就是能1个星期哪怕做个3天5天都可以。
So I hope the government agencies would take our condition into consideration and consider the reality of what's going on, and allow us to at least work a few days out of the week, 3 days maybe out of the week.
谢谢大家。
Thank you.
大家好，市议员好，我叫海伦芳，只是来自法拉盛。关于我个人，我就不一一介绍了，我只想阐明2个问题。
So Helen Fang is my name. I'm from Flushing. So how are you? There are 2 main points I want to talk to you about.
小贩需要管理，就像我们开车需要驾照。
So vending needs control just like a driver needs a license.
这是必然的。
So that's only natural.
驾照违规了，需要扣分罚款。
So if you violate with your license, then you get a deduction, you get a fine if you have a license.
最后达到一定的分数，应该是吊销驾驶执照。
And if you violate enough and got enough points, your license might be suspended.
这是最有效的。
So I feel that's very effective.
像我们摆摊需要执照一样。
Just like vendors like us needs a license, permits as well.
很简单，让后面的人，如果他违规了，达到了一定的程度的罚款和违规，他就应该撤销他的营业执照。
And if someone violates, just like the situation that's described before, if they have enough violation, they should be suspended, just like the example I gave before.
这样可以让后面排队的人加快脚步。
So this way, it would make more rooms for the people behind, speed up the people that's behind in the line.
这个和发放这个营业执照并不冲突，可以同步进行。
And it does not conflict with giving out commercial licenses. Both can be done at the same time.
之所以地摊的成员只增无减，
And the reason that recently there's more and more vendor rather than less
不正就体现出来社区经济的需求吗？
is actually a reflection of the needs, of the actual needs in the community, in the society.
这是经济发展的必然。
So that's just a natural pathway of the economic development.
小贩们也没有因为警察的执法而减少。
Vendor did not decrease in number only just because there's more execution by the police.
为什么政府还在这样相互矛盾当中徘徊呢？
Why is the government stay in place in the middle of this contradiction?
做任何的事情需要执照，发了就是了，违规就应该撤回，这是很正常的。
So I think it's just very normal to give out licenses, permits, and if they violate it, then they should be fined and given points. To me, it's just very normal, natural.
另外，就关于退伍军人的执照，
The other point I want to make is about license for veterans.
他们是当兵的时候为国家做出了贡献，
So,
退休以后给他们的福利，让他们自食其力，优先工作权。
So this is a benefit for people who contributed as veterans after they retired to make a living for themselves.
而不是让他们拿着他们的执照用来出租，价格高的离谱。
And however, not for them to use it as an opportunity to rent out the license that they have at an exorbitant price.
他们不管摊主能够承受多少，他们只想从中获取利益。
They don't really care how much people who rent the license from them.
Okay, I need to ask
but-
you to wrap up, please, and you
Okay.
can submit a written testimony.
OK，就说你现在就
Thank you.
时间够了，那你可以把你写好的证言
Thank-
递交给他，谢谢。
好的，谢谢。
Thank you very much.
谢谢。
Okay.
好，大家好，我叫阿龙，来自法拉盛。
So my name's Along. I'm from Flushing,
我在那个法拉盛摆摊2年了。
and I've been a vendor in Flushing for 2 years.
我被没收的食品大概有1万多美金。
So far I have had over $10,000 worth of merchandise that was confiscated.
我和我的朋友罚单大概开了被罚了20几次的罚单。
So combining with my friends, we've been given over 20 violations tickets.
这些问题主要的原因都是一些店家、商店举报的。
And I believe they are mainly caused by complaints of local shop owners.
刚才有人说，过去1年有10几万个举报电话。
So someone earlier mentioned that there were within a year over 100,000 phone complaints from yeah.
这些电话主要都是他们一些店家举报的。
So I believe majority of these phone complaints are from local business owners, shop owners.
OK，其实这个社会是需要我们小贩的。
So I believe in overall the society, the community needs us, small vendors.
一个自由的市场，一个自由的社会，应该是公平竞争。
So a free market, free society should have free and open competition.
你服务的好，别人去买你的；你服务的不好，你就会被淘汰掉。
So if you provide superior service, then someone would use you. If not, you will be eliminated.
就是跟你一样，政府给我们一样的权利，让你们在法律允许的情况下自由的去竞争，这才是这种合规的、合法的一种合乎常理的一种事情。
So to allow us, under normal circumstances, reasonable circumstances, within the law to fairly compete, and that should what be a normal government agency should do, should allow us to do.
对，不应该说你一棵大树下面连小草都没有，那
It shouldn't be a situation where there's a big tree with no grass at the root.
应该是这个社会应该是什么都有的，有允许你生存，允许我们大家都生存，这才是一个完美的。
So a more perfect society would allow everyone to survive, big guys, small guys, and that should be the normal, the norm.
所以你看我们在这街上卖的一些东西，都受到很多的顾客的支持。
And you probably noticed that a lot of the items that the vendors sell on the streets are very popular. People support the items that we sell on the street.
这个社会是大家的社会，是普通人的社会。
So it's a society for everyone, big or small.
所以说要看大家的声音，给我们一个就是说，合规的给我们牌照，让我们去更好的生存。
So I urge that we, the public people, would be allowed to get a license, vendors, so that we can do our work, survive.
谢谢，谢谢大家。
Thank you, everyone. OK， 是他下面 OK 好。
亲爱的朋友们，
Dear friends,
亲爱的政府还有
government
各方面的来宾啊，
and guests.
大家很感谢大家给我提供这一个平台。
Thank you for the platform you're providing me right now.
我是来自法拉盛，
I'm also from Flushing.
做一点小生意。
Engage in small business.
我也希望做这个小生意啊，能够合法化。
So of course, I'm hoping that my small business will be legalized as well.
古今中外，引车卖浆。就是古今中外，引车卖浆。
Okay. So since the beginning of history, people have been freely selling
养家糊
and
口
buying and support their family that way.
全世界各地都有的。
It's the same all over the world.
我们基本上属于一个弱势群体。
So generally, I think we are a weak community.
希望美国政府支持和扶持，
I
让
hope the U.S. government can help and help us, the weaker community,
让我们有所生计，
that we can survive.
有一个争取美好生活的一个空间。
To have a space to improve our lives.
还有一个就是，本身已经弱势群体啊，
Since we are a weak community to begin with,
手没有缚鸡之力啊，手无缚鸡之力，就是说
so not powerful at all.
希望这个慎用戒具啊。
We don't have any. 什么意思？
慎用戒具就是不要戴上手铐什么。
Okay. So I hope that we won't be locked up for a honest way of try to live.
一个60、70岁的老太太，
There's a 60, 70-year-old lady.
我估计在用这种粗暴的手段对待她，这个卖东西的啊小贩。
So I don't think it's fair to treat a 60, 70-year-old vendor, female vendor, and locking her up is fair.
我觉得不合适啊，不合适。
It's not fair.
还有就是说这个，据说新的法案啊，对
In
这个
terms
小
of
贩有利。
So I agree. This new legislation, if passed, would be advantageous to the small vendors.
我也是代表这个小摊小贩支
So
持。
on behalf of the other vendors in my area, I support this.
希望这个法案就像一个光，给我们希望，
So
给我
I
们
hope.
灿烂的希望。
Okay. I hope this legislation, if passed, will be a light for all of us, a hope for all of us.
我今天就讲到这里。
So that's the end. Thank you.
感谢大家，
Thank you.
感谢政府啊。
Thank you, government.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony
you.
today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now read the next panel. MD Rahman, Julia Torres Moskovitz, Ilhaji Diang, Nick Gulata, Abram Morris. If you could all please come down. Thank you.
You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, City Council, and all of them here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is MDM Rahman. I am a food vendor, mobile food vendor since 2010. And I am the only food vendor who worked from 2011 to 2021 on the New York City Brooklyn Bridge with license and legal permit. But unfortunately, last 2021 city target the Brooklyn Bridge all illegal vendor. And I was the permit and with license me selling hot dog and water soda. But city this time don't respect me and my license and permit. They took off my job. This day was terrible for my working life and very problem. So now I am working same food chart on the New York City, Manhattan, 5th Avenue and 22nd Street. I am selling same stuff. And I try to living with my family and take care of my kids and whatever they need, everyday food and my bill. Now I want to thanks to City Council for being me here today, speech about street vendor reform package. And I need to thank my favorite organization, Street Vendor Project, who support me always and give me always update for street vendor, bad news and street vendor something improvement. That's why I love the Street Vendor Project, and I still hanging with them from 2009 to now. So now I want to explain about small sentences about my 15 years street vending. Here is the thing, every New Yorker know we are the hardworking people. We work outside at least 10 hours every day. And first thing, we affect the weather effect, winter, summer, we stay outside at least 10 hours. And every day, thousands of people pass by in front of us. We don't know who is the good people, who is the bad people. We have security concern also. But sometimes law enforcement people, NYPD, sanitation, come to all of us, our vendor, and give us summons for unreason sometime. We have the legal permit also. So some of them, maybe they don't have license or permit, but they try to living with family, pay bill and everyday food their kids need. But if this time vendor people ask them, why you guys do that with me? The sanitation and NYPD say, why are you license and permit? Vendor asked them again, can you give me one permit and license? They say, we don't give you permit, go ask the city. So this is the game. So my concern is now, if the law enforcement people say, go to city, apply for the permit, and we hear that this morning, all agency look like don't love the vendor people. They keep no moving, never. They're still waiting. My friends, Mohammed, Street Vendor Project, Atia say, we need to more, maybe 1 century, we need to wait for every vendor get the license from the waiting list. So my concern is now, we don't need to hope anything from the city. We need to hear the city, whatever we need, and take action and give our license and permit every day. We need to living, we need to pay our bill, our family look like another New Yorker. Thank you very much. Thanks again for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The city fabric depends on vendors for food, for convenience, for safety, and for livelihood. It's about small business. I am a small business person here too, and an architect and urban designer. My name is Julie Torres-Moskovitz, and I live and work in Brooklyn. Vendors make the city unique and special, but the system is so dysfunctional, inefficient, plagued with underground market and discrimination of vendors. As a citizen, as someone who loves democracy and our government here, this is a challenge for us, we the people, to take on and resolve, because underground markets, agency enforcement switcheroos, disorganized leadership that hurts vendors and the public has gone on way too long. City Council and the Mayor, I implore you to fix this, and thank you for having this hearing. When you put your collective mind to it, you can do it. I'm here to be an enthusiastic supporter for you, that you are my representatives, and there's only 3 of you sitting there now, but I'm hoping the rest of the City Council hears this. The answers are in the air here today. The summonses and enforcement is a farce when the system is so broken. Lift the caps entirely. Make it fair, just, and efficient. Let small business thrive. Support all of us in the city by supporting Intro 431 and Intro 408 and the reform package. Intro 408 for SBS to help small business is critical. Vendors are small businesses. Making permits available for a small business needs to be a given. A government for the people, by the people, and of the people, as Lincoln says up there on the ceiling. There should not be a lack of will here. You are serving us, the people, and this should be an exciting policy and operational challenge to solve and make success, vibrancy, and thriving happen that all of us appreciate and that marks you in history as great at doing your job. Dysfunction is not something we, the people, appreciate. You can do this, and in fact, you must. Anything short of that is failure. I wish more City Council were here today, and happy to hear that 25 co-signed, but it should be every City Council person.
Please conclude.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really have faith in you. You can solve this for us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Menon, Majority Leader Farias, and Councilmember Sanchez for your incredible leadership on this issue. I live off of Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, and I took today off to testify along with several vendors who are my neighbors and friends to support Intros 408 and 431. Prior to today's hearing, I reviewed transcripts from the last 10 years of council hearings on vending. At each hearing, opponents of increasing the number of permits and from the administration have asked the council to go back to the drawing board, to conduct a comprehensive study, a census, before doubling down on a broken system. At each hearing, they've described legislation to expand permits as premature and hasty. But the mayor's office actually did a comprehensive census and study on vending over 100 years ago in 1905. The report on the mayor's pushcart commission, which showed that New York City actually issued 7,463 vendor licenses and estimated that there were approximately 9,000 vendors. Today, our population has doubled and the number of vendors has more than doubled. Yet New York City issues actually 600 fewer permits than we did 120 years ago. This council has the opportunity to finally address this issue through the street vendor reform package, a comprehensive, rational approach to vending that will expand education, establish clear and fair enforcement system in every council district, and create a thriving, well-regulated streetscape. Every day that goes by is another day where vendors, 96% of whom are immigrants, risk being given criminal summons or related charges that escalate from police enforcement. The NYPD issued 9,376 tickets to vendors just last year. New York City is the only major city in the country with a cap on vendor permits. As a result, over 70% of vendors take the risk to operate without one. Immigration legal service providers have raised the alarm about multiple cases where vendors were targeted by ICE because of criminal summonses they received. No one should be criminalized, arrested, or subjected to deportation for feeding New Yorkers. I ask that the council move these bills to negotiations and pass them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Chair Menon for the opportunity to testify today. Street vendors are an integral part of our communities. We must help them succeed, not neglect them and criminalize them. My name is Abram Morris, and I'm a constituent of Councilmember Menon, District 5. On 81st Street between 1st and 2nd in Manhattan, we depend on the fruit stand at the end of the block. Growing up, the produce my family got from that stand made up a good portion of my diet growing up. And the man who runs the stand stays out day and night, cold and warm, and rain or shine, to deliver Yorkville fresh food. Street vendors provide New Yorkers with convenient food and products. They're vital to the city economy, and their presence brings vibrancy to our streets. As a city, we must stop pushing them to the sidelines. The city and state punish street vendors for trying to make ends meet, while they reward large companies with security details. As the cost of living has become top of mind to New Yorkers, criminalizing vulnerable entrepreneurs makes life harder for all of us. I put forth my support for the street vendor reform package, including Intro 431 and 408. Our street vendors make our streets fun places to be, and they make our streets safer with their eyes on the street. Demonizing and criminalizing people destroys our streets and breaks down our communities. Do we want a sterile city with silent streets? If we do nothing to support our vendors, that's what we're gonna get. We need these laws to create a bold and transformative relationship between the city and our street vendors. Intro 431 will expand the opportunities for vendors to do their work within the law, rather than pushing them to the fringes. We need to integrate our vendors into our economy, not force them out. And Intro 408 will help our vendors to interface with the city and create buy-in with these regulations. Vendors and patrons alike will benefit from the added resources. I ask that you move these bills out of committee and they be voted on as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair Menon had to step away for just a few minutes, but I just sent her a picture of you testifying, so thank you all for your testimony. I will now call the next panel, Guadalupe Sosa, Vicente Ventimilla, my neighbor, Xiomara Reyes, and Evelia Coyotes.
No. Oh, perdón. Sí. O siéntese aquí por la IDPT. Sí, por la IDPT.
Pensé que ya no iba yo a pasar. Ay, estaba cansada.
What starts?
Yeah. Yo primero.
Can I go first?
She's asking if she can go first.
Claro.
Sí, pueden empezar.
Sí, buen día. Mi nombre es Evelia Coyotes y he sido vendedora ambulante en la ciudad de Nueva York por 25 años. Resido en el barrio de Corona y trabajo en el barrio de Corona.
Good morning. My name is Evelina Coyotzi. I've been a street vendor in the city of New York for 25 years. I live in the Corona Queens neighborhood, and I work in the Corona Queens neighborhood as well.
Estoy aquí para pedirle al Consejo que apruebe el paquete de reformas para los vendedores ambulantes, que son las propuestas 431, 408, 47 y 24.
I'm here to ask the council to approve the package, the reform package for the following intros that are for the street vendors, and they are number 431, 408, and 47 and 24.
Estas reformas son muy importantes para nosotros porque como en mi negocio nosotros vendemos para la familia, tenemos trabajo para la comunidad, amigos. Nosotros los vendedores ambulantes también pagamos impuestos.
Okay, un segundo, por favor.
Que ya no.
These reforms are very important for us and for me because we, as a business, we do business for families, for the community, for friends, and we pay taxes as well.
También como cualquier otro negocio de la ciudad de Nueva York. Y nosotros recibimos, en cambio nosotros recibimos el acoso de la policía.
We are the same as any other business of the New York City, but in return, we receive the harassment from police.
Y es para nosotros importante las propuestas.
And for us, it is important. The reforms are important. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Guadalupe Sosa. I've been vending since the day I was born, right next to my mother. I am a second-generation street vendor who have been actively advocating for us street vendors. And I feel like it's tiring that we have to come here all the time, waste a day of our work, lose our income to sit here, and always get the response that nothing is being done. So now that we have this specific hearing specifically for the licenses and permits that we've been waiting for, that there's been a cap for so many years, it's very meaningful that, like one of the persons that was here said, that we make history today, that these bills are passed into laws. It's also it's also New York City Small Business Month, and yet again, nothing is included for us street vendors. There's very nearly no resources for us street vendors. Intro 408 needs to pass in order to benefit from the department's resources that the city budgets. It's important that we get regulated if that's what New York City residents call to complain on 311. Then it's crucial that Bill Intro 431 passes into law so we could be regulated and we could be organized as street vendors. Also, now that social media became a thing, the viral videos that people often record when we're being harassed by law enforcement makes us vulnerable and targets of the public. Just last week, one of the street vendors in Times Square got shot just because he refused to get robbed. So this is where it's crucial that we need to be regulated and organized so stuff like this doesn't happen. And thank you.
Buenas tardes, distinguidos concejales. Buenas tardes, público presente. Gracias por permitirme dirigir a ustedes. Me llamo Xiomara Reyes. Soy vendedora de artesanías y playeras igual artesanas del Bronx y líder de Bronx Street Vendors. Me he dado cita el día de hoy para cumplir con nuestras obligaciones como trabajadores esenciales de Nueva York. Aquí se la tengo. A ser vendedora de esta ciudad demanda de coraje y resignación a sufrir una injusticia, persecución por parte de las autoridades que, valiéndose de una muy antigua ley que imparte injusticia y vulnera nuestros derechos, cada día es un desafío. Salimos, gracias a Dios, sanos y salvos. Sin embargo, no sabemos si vamos a regresar a nuestros hogares con nuestras mercancías y poder abrazar a los nuestros. Mientras que estas actuales leyes justifiquen los atropellos de los que somos objetos, estas seguirán siendo una herramienta que sirva para promover la discriminación y segregación de nuestra comunidad. Por eso exhorto a ustedes como nuestros representantes que son a reformar y actualizar con ellos las leyes que nos rigen para dar una vuelta a la página oscura y a cambiar por la esperanza justa que demandamos miles de familias y que ahora se encuentran en manos de Dios y en sus manos. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished members of the Council and the honorable members of the Council and who are here from our beloved city. My name is Xiomara Reyes and I'm a street vendor. I sell t-shirts and artisanal goods in the city. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you. And I do all of this in the Bronx. I'm also a leader of the Bronx Street Vendors. I have made an appointment today to fulfill our obligations as essential workers in New York. Being a vendor in this city demands courage and resignation. Resignation to suffering unjust persecution by the authorities who, using an outdated law, that inflicts injustice and violates our rights. I'm sorry, she meant to say that they're using that type of law and that is outdated. Every day is a challenge. Thank God we live safely. However, we don't know if we will return home with our merchandise and be able to hug our loved ones. As long as these current laws, as per I see here it's quoted, justify the abuses we face, they will continue to be a tool that serves to promote discrimination and segregation in our community. Therefore, I urge you as our representatives to reform and update the laws that govern us, to turn the page on the dark past and to change for the just hope or the fair hope that thousands of families demand and which now rests in the hands of God and in your hands. Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Buenas tardes, prestigioso consejo. Buenas tardes, público en general. Quiero agradecer por la oportunidad que nos brindan para esta audiencia. Mi nombre es Vicente Ventimilla, soy líder del grupo de Bronx Street Vendors. Vendo mercancías generales en la avenida Fordham Road en el Bronx desde hace algunos años. He venido a esta audiencia para respaldar el proyecto de ley de reforma de la legislación del comercio informal, ya que han transcurrido décadas desde que se congelaron las licencias para mercancías generales y en el caso de los permisos para food vendors, los que hoy se emiten son insuficientes. La falta de actualización de esta legislación solo ha beneficiado el mercado negro y ha perjudicado a los vendedores informales que en su afán de poder trabajar con un permiso o licencia han caído víctimas de las garras de inescrupulosos tramitadores que prometen gestionarlo valiéndose de sus influencias, ocasionando perjuicios económicos irreparables para nuestra escuálida economía. Ustedes tienen el reto de asentar un precedente trascendental que defina una legislación justa, equitativa e inclusiva para el bienestar de toda nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Madam President of this prestigious council. Good afternoon, council members and the distinguished public. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to attend this hearing. My name is Vicente Ventimilla, or Ventimilla, and I am a leader of the Bronx Street Vendors Group. I have been selling general merchandise on Fordham Road in the Bronx for several years. I have come to this hearing to support the bill to reform the informal retail legislation. Decades have passed since general merchandise licenses were frozen, and in the case of food vendor permits, the ones issued today are insufficient. The failure to update this legislation has only benefited the black market and harmed informal vendors who, in their eagerness to be able to operate with a permit or license, have fallen victim to their clutches of unscrupulous procurators, open quote, end quote, or issuers, as per the interpreter's words, who promise to arrange it by using their influence, causing irreparable economic damage to our meager economy. You have the challenge of setting a momentous precedent, defining fair, equitable, and inclusive legislation for the well-being of our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Muchísimas gracias. ¿Quiere agregar algo?
He's asking you if you have any questions with respect to what we said. Is his question.
Le voy a hacer la misma pregunta que le hice al otro panel, que sería los tickets que han recibido. ¿Saben el por qué? ¿Cuál es la excusa que han dado los miembros de la ciudad? And the question is, for tickets that they have received, do they know what the cause is?
Gracias. Nosotros creemos que es injustificable. No obstante, los tickets van desde $4,000 a un compañero por vender tamales sin licencia y sin permiso durante un mes, pasando por otro compañero que vendía solamente aguas y le dieron $2,000.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We believe that there's no justification for the tickets and the amounts that have to be paid for them. For example, the tickets prices go from one of our colleagues that had to pay $4,000 for selling tamales without a license for a whole month. To another colleague that was taxed $2,000 just for selling water. Entonces me decía.
Solo para nombrar algunos, también quiero destacar que tenemos compañeros que lamentablemente por vender vitaminas que supuestamente están consideradas alimentos, han obtenido tickets de $2,000, y al igual que compañeros que venden pasta dental, que también, no sé por dónde, eso no nos han explicado a nosotros en absoluto, también los consideran alimentos. Queremos una explicación porque creo que nos la merecemos nosotros como vendedores para estar al corriente de esto.
And also, I want to say that some of our colleagues that are selling vitamins that they are supposedly classified as food, they've been taxed $2,000 for that, and also for toothpaste. I don't really know where this came from, but they're actually labeled as food. And I want to say that, entonces decía que no se merecía, que no se merecen, ¿no se acuerdan? Okay. So I want to bring your attention to this because we do not deserve this as vendors.
¿Alguien más?
¿Una pregunta?
Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias
muy
a
amables.
este panel. Sorry, we're just confirming something. Solo estamos confirmando algo, unos minutos. We'll resume in a few moments. I will now call the next panel. Yu Chaohang, Guy Quan Wan, Shuang, Shuai Hu Sen.
Okay, please begin. Thank you.
好，可以开始。谢谢。
大家好，我叫于超航，我生活在那个纽约法拉盛。
Hi, how's everybody? My name's Yu Chao Han. I'm from Flushing.
我自己是先天性残疾呢，没办法工作，所以是摆摊维持生活。
I have some disability, so I cannot do anything else, and I rely on vending on the street to make a living.
我父母也是，我爸爸得肺癌，他不能工作，所以全家就我跟我妈妈在工作。
So my father has lung cancer, cannot work. Out of the family, only myself and my mom is working.
好，谢谢。
And I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, 说完了。
说。
Okay. Can I speak?
Yes, please.
请说。
下午好，议员们。
Good afternoon.
我来自法拉盛，我在法拉盛摆电子产品的3C 配件，我叫周广户。
So Zhu Guanghu is my name. I'm from Flushing. So I'm a vendor of electronic parts.
我支持咱们的2项法案，但是包括一些简单的事迹，我可以给大家给议员们说一下。
So of course, I totally support the 2 proposed laws, and I want to tell you some of my stories that I have.
比如说像刚才那个小伙子，他有一些身体的残疾，所以他需要这个证件来给自己维持生活。
Such as the young man that just spoke, who has some disability, he needed these proper channel, these licenses to make a living, in order to make a living.
第二个，像成功的一些企业家，他们也是从地摊经济开始做起来的。
And there are some other successful businessmen who started out as vendors.
比如像我们新移民来到这里，对一些事情还是对纽约情况还是很陌生。我们需要一个环境，需要一个条件，来让我们从一个基础的生活中来过渡到一个能为社会创造更多的价值的一个过程。
So as new immigrants in a new environment, we needed more space, more time for us to become a more productive society and contribute to society.
可能我所做的需要的可不像食品那样需要多重的证件来证明自己身体健康啊，或者我会做些这些东西，我就需要一个能让我安全去摆摊，或者是能赚取一份收入，能给大家提供一个方便的一个证明。
So I do not need as many permits as a food vendor. All I need is just a safe, stable environment where I can just provide and sell.
不会涉及到各个部门来检查，我今天没有赚到生活费，或者不能养家，不能养孩子，不能在这个地方生存。第二种就不会因为说有别的机构来检查，然后把我的东西收走了，让我感觉到我现在有被驱逐的风险，这种压迫感，在生活上自己有种紧张和压迫感。
So I hope to avoid this pressure that I feel the need to survive and to make a living. I hope to avoid these pressures, checking and verifying, and all the requirements that's excessive.
当我们摆摊儿摆得很晚的时候，其他工作的下班，比如说8、9点钟下班的时候，在他们能买到他们自己所需要的东西，我觉得我给他们带来了幸福，给他们带来一种方便。
And I feel that actually I provide a service for people after work, let's say 8, 9 o'clock, and I'm still able to provide items that they are able to buy at that hour. I believe I provide a good service.
对，我给他们带来方便的时候，同时我自己心里也开心。虽然我的东西可能不贵，但是彼此的双方都在需求。
So I think that satisfies both sides. That the items I sell are not expensive, but it's what they need, and I can make a living from what I sell. I feel it's beneficial for both sides.
尤其现在关税上涨，所有的物价都会上涨，我们还彼此维持着一个原有的状态，可能给大家带来的不仅仅是一种方便，是一种生活上的一种协调。
So not only are we bringing convenience, but a harmony to everyday life, especially with the tariffs going up these days out there.
我希望能给我们真的能有需要的证的人去颁发这个证件，让我们能有一个展现自己的途径。
So I hope that we'll be given this opportunity to get the license and do what we want to do to help and provide benefit.
对，我们在靠我们自己的双手为纽约政府减轻压力，而不是说躺在庇护所或者接受政府福利来躺平自己，来给政府增加另一方面的压力。我们相信我们自己这方面做到了，不光是给我们自己减轻压力，也给其他人或便民生活减轻更多的方便。
I hope to rely on our own two hands and not just lay there, do nothing, to use our own hands to help ourselves and help to relieve the pressure on ourselves to make a living.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up and please submit the written testimony. Thank you so much.
谢谢，把你
thank you.
写好的证言递交给他，如果没有讲。
Next, please. Thank you.
下一位 ，OK。换个位置。
你好，我是来自华拉善摆摊的，就是我前一段时间就是失业了嘛。
So I was unemployed previously. I'm also a street vendor recently from Flushing.
所以说我选择去摆摊，维持自己的生活。
Lost my job, so I chose to be a vendor to maintain my daily living.
所以说我在摆摊的过程当中，我发现了我这一份工作对我很重要，然后。
So I realized that this work is very important to me while I was doing this vending job.
然后也带给顾客很好的那个表现嘛，他们都很喜欢我的产品，然后同时也很便宜。
Brought good impressions to the customer. They like my product. Everybody's satisfied. Everybody's happy.
所以说在这过程当中，因为我发现就是警察嘛，一直就是抓我嘛。
But in the process, I realized or find out that the police keep arresting me while I'm doing this work.
然后就是在我摆8个月那个摊嘛，然后警察给我开了10几张的罚单。
So over an 8-month period that I've been vending, I received over 10 violations tickets.
然后就是同时有一天给我开了4个罚单，就是我罚了2单还没收好，另外警察又来开我2单罚单。
So I remember one particular day I received 4 violations in one day. Before I was even able to wrap up After the first 2 tickets were given, I was then given another 2 tickets. I had 4 for that day.
然后呢，我东西放在那边，一整车的车，那个东西放在那边，一整车的东西都被小偷抬走。
And the merchandise that's left there were stolen also by thieves.
就是我就是，然后呢，也遇到这个旁边有证的人来压迫我说你没证，然后前几天就是他们又举报我。
And I was oppressed by people with the license, claiming I don't have a license. Several days ago, someone complained about me again.
所以说我希望警官能开放这个摆摊的证，我能够给我证。
So I'm hoping that this process be open of giving a license for vending, that I would receive a license for vending. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Okay. 换个位置，我帮他。我看在这里可以。
大家好，我叫奥桂琴，我来自法拉盛。
So Wei Chin, how is my name? How's everybody? I'm from Flushing.
我在法拉盛卖那个服装。
So I sell fashion clothes items in Flushing.
Yeah. 就是我呢，今年70多岁了，我就没有别的要求，我就想要一个执照，有个合法的摆摊。
So I'm already 70 plus years old already. I really have no wish at this moment other than to just get a legal license or permit that I'll be able to legally vend on the street.
没有别的了，谢谢大家。
So nothing else really beyond that. Thank you very much.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll now call the next panel. Rosalia Alvarez, Margarita Armaneta, Jessica Quintaro, Teresa Carpio. Okay, thank you. Please begin. Okay, ready? Great, thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosy Álvarez. Tengo 35 años aquí en este país, más de 20 años de vendedora ambulante. Trabajo aquí porque tengo una oportunidad, soy madre soltera, tengo mis hijos y aquí me da la oportunidad de que yo pueda trabajar independientemente. Me da la oportunidad de que los niños yo los puedo llevar a la escuela y como estamos nosotros solos, pues nosotros con como está ahorita pues la economía para pagar las rentas y todo, pues yo de aquí con este trabajo igual yo pago mis impuestos, pago mis taxes también, pero lamentablemente nosotros pues no tenemos el sticker que realmente pide la ciudad para poder trabajar legalmente. Solamente tengo el ID que piden, pero el sticker no lo podemos tener. Muchas gracias. Y nos gustaría que ahora que tenemos la oportunidad de estar aquí, ya que estamos hablando con ustedes, que nos puedan apoyar. Solamente pedimos un apoyo para poder trabajar honradamente, sin molestar a nadie. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosie Alvarez. I come from the Bronx. I am 35 years old. I've been here for 35 years. Correction from the interpreter. And I've been a vendor for more than 20 years. For me, it is an opportunity to work as a street vendor because I'm a single mother and I have the opportunity to work and to spend time with my kids, especially because it's just us, and to take them to school. And thanks to this, I can pay my rent and I can support them on my own. And this is where we get our economic support. I do pay my taxes, but I don't want to say that I don't have the sticker that you require to put on our cards. I just have the ID because there are not permits for the trucks or the carts. I do have my license, but the stickers are no good because they're frozen. So when sanitation picked me up, told me that I had to get a license for the rent, but everything is frozen, so everything has been denied. So it would be good that to pay a rented card or a truck, that you give us the license so we are not afraid that that police and legal enforcement would pick us up from our places or spots, or sanitation, and take everything from us when they come to us with police, and we don't even know what's going to happen. So I just want to tell you that we need the help with the licenses, and we just want the opportunity for support. We just want to work honestly. We are upstanding members of the society, and we just want to have the opportunity to work and to get the licenses from you. Okay. Can see.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Margarita. Yo llevo en este país desde hace 25 años. Llevo trabajando como vendedora ambulante 20 años. Yo soy del barrio del Bronx, también trabajo en el barrio del Bronx. Yo trabajo por mi cuenta porque la venta ambulante es la única que me permite estar con mi familia.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Margarita. I've been a street vendor for more than 25 years. I work in the Bronx neighborhood. I work on my own, and this is an opportunity that has let me support my family and work for my family. Entonces, ¿qué más decía? Si puedo ver esto, por favor, un segundo. Oh, okay.
Es la única que me permite llevar alimento a mi familia y poder yo.
Sí, eso ya lo vi, eso parece ya está bien.
Okay. Pero desde que las autoridades empezaron a quitar las mercancías por falta de permiso, nos ha afectado mucho nuestros ingresos porque los tickets o las multas son muy altos. Si uno tiene...
But ever since the authorities started to take us the merchandise, and they have confiscated our goods, it's been very difficult because we lack our income. Entonces dice que las autoridades le han quitado su mercancía, entonces la falta de ingreso lo ha hecho muy difícil. ¿Y qué más decía? Perdón. ¿Se puede repetir?
Si uno tiene la licencia, son $1,000 de tickets. Si uno no la tiene, te exigen un ID y si tú la presentas, son $2,025 de ticket.
If you have the license, it's $1,000. If you don't have that, then if you don't have any ID, then If you don't have that, then they take your ID, and then it is $2,025 to pay for the tickets.
Y Sanidad lo primero que nos dicen es vayan a sacar un permiso cuando ellos saben perfectamente que no hay permisos.
And then the sanitation department, the first thing that they say is that you have to go and get a permit when they perfectly know that there are no permits.
Es todo, muchas gracias.
Oh, that's everything. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa Carpio, soy ecuatoriana, represento a la Asociación de Vendedores Ambulantes de Corona Plaza, Queens, Nueva York. Resido en el barrio de Corona y trabajo en el barrio de Corona. Estoy aquí para pedirle al Consejo que apruebe el paquete de reforma para vendedores ambulantes, propuestas 431, 408, 47 y 24. Estas reformas son muy importantes para mí. La venta ambulante es única. No puedo depender de otros trabajos, pero sí de la venta ambulante. Controlo mi horario y mi tiempo. Sobre todo les puedo dedicar el tiempo que necesitan mis hijos. Y también pago mis impuestos. Pago los impuestos de la venta cada 3 meses. Pago los impuestos anuales cada año. Aunque no tenga un estatus migratorio, yo pago mis impuestos. Con la administración de Trump realmente tengo miedo de inmigración, de la policía de Nueva York o de la policía de sanidad, que me acusan de una infracción donde enfrente cargos y termine en una detención o deportación. Al igual que cualquier otro negocio, nos merecemos el apoyo de las autoridades de nuestra ciudad. Es mi sueño obtener una licencia de mercancía general. Los vendedores ambulantes somos autosuficientes, no dependemos del gobierno. Desde el año pasado, 2024, hemos sido acosados y arrestados por la propia policía de Nueva York. Nos han tratado como criminales cuando en realidad estamos trabajando para darles de comer a nuestros hijos. La policía de Nueva York nos está dando tickets criminales. Muchas gracias por escucharme y también quiero agradecer al apoyo al proyecto de vendedores ambulantes por el apoyo que nos han brindado en todo este tiempo a todos los vendedores ambulantes y que Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
Thank you. It's okay. Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Carpio. I'm Ecuadorian, and I represent the Association for Street Vendors in Corona Plaza in Queens. I've been a street vendor in New York City for 20 years. I live at Corona, Queens, and I work in the neighborhood of Corona, Queens as well. I'm here to ask you, to ask the council that you have to approve the reform package for the street vendors for the proposals or intros number 431, 408, 47, and 24. These reforms are very important because street vending is unique, and I can only rely on being a street vendor. I can't rely on any other type of jobs, but I can rely on street vending. I control my own schedule and my own time. Especially, I can spend time with my kids and I can provide them the time that they need. From selling, from vending, also I've been able to pay my taxes because I do pay my taxes every year. And I do pay ¿qué decía de los impuestos de cada 3 meses?
Cada 3 meses y también pago los impuestos de
¿Cada 3 meses qué, perdón?
Cada 3 meses pago los impuestos de venta.
And I pay the sales taxes every 3 months as well. I do contribute to the economy of this country. Really, at this moment, with Trump's administration, I am really afraid. I'm scared. I'm scared of immigration police, the NYPD, or the police from the sanitation department. They harass me or get a violation against me, or that I have to answer to any charges pressed against me, or to be detained or deported. The same as any other business, we deserve the support of authorities within this city. It is my dream to obtain a license, a general merchandise license, to be able to sell that. Street vendors are self-sufficient. We do not rely on the government. Ever since the past year, 2024, we've been accosted by we've been harassed by police, by New York police. We've been treated and arrested just as criminals, when in reality we are working to be able to provide for our kids and give them food. New York police is giving us criminal tickets. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you for listening and to support the project of street vendors. And I also want to say thank you for your support to all of the street vendors. God may bless you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, señora presidenta de este prestigioso consejo. Buenas tardes, señores concejales. Buenas tardes, público presente. Mi nombre es Macrina Navarrete. Soy líder de Bronx Street Vendors y vendedora de vitaminas de Amway en Forum Row, en el Bronx. Esta noble actividad la vengo ejerciendo desde algunos años atrás a través y de la cual me he permitido educar y mantener a mis 3 hijos sin necesidad de ser una carga para el Estado. Estoy aquí para impulsar el paquete de reforma a la legislación del comercio informal, las mismas que permiten que nosotros los comerciantes ambulantes podamos trabajar de una forma ordenada sin la presión necesaria de sanitation, que deteriora nuestra salud. He sido víctima de discriminación por parte de los inspectores de sanidad que me han multado con más de $2,000, aduciendo que las vitaminas son consideradas alimentos al igual que las pastas de dientes. También algunos de mis compañeros han sido víctimas de estas barbaridades injustificadas. La nueva legislación traerá la esperanza para miles de familias y beneficiadas que dependen de nuestro trabajo. Además, se verá una ciudad ordenada con comerciantes capacitados, respetuosos de la ley. Y gracias valerosos y decididos concejales como ustedes, que están comprometidos con su vocación de servicio a su comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, Chair of the committee, council members, and good afternoon to the public. My name is Macrina Navarrete. I am a leader of Bronx Street Vendors and a seller of Amway vitamins on Fordham Road in the Bronx. I have been practicing this noble activity for several years, and through it, I have been able to educate and support my 3 children without having to be a burden on the state. I'm here to promote the reform package to informal trade legislation, which will allow us street vendors to operate in an orderly manner and without the unnecessary pressure from the Ministry of Health that deteriorates our health, or the sanitation department. I've been the victim of discrimination by health inspectors who have fined me more than $2,000, arguing that vitamins are considered food, just like toothpaste. Some colleagues have also been victims of these unjustified atrocities. The new legislation will bring hope to thousands of families who depend on our work. It will also create an orderly city with qualified, law-abiding merchants. Thanks to courageous and determined council members like you who are committed to serving your community. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call the next panel Lu Jiangyang, Zhu Jing Lao, Io Gu Quinn, Chen Yan Yan, Zhao Q. If you could please come forward. Anyone? They all left? Oh, they all left. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to call the next panel. Give this to you. Thank you. Okay, and we also need a Mandarin translation for this next panel, please. Thank you. Lin Yun Mu. Oh, okay. Chun Mi Gi. Zhao Ye Wang, A Long, Yu Yan Lin. Oh, they all left. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next panel. Robert Martinez, Andrew Gustafson, Ariel Mintz, Dwayne Jackson, Stephanie Bonin. Ah, you're solo, just you. Okay. No one else on that panel? Okay, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Gustafson. I'm here to testify today in support of Intros 431 and 408. I'm the Vice President of Turnstile Tours, a social enterprise that works with nonprofit organizations to develop and operate tour programs across New York City. Over the past 15 years, our team has had the honor to work with hundreds of vendors while leading tours about the city's street food industry. We've hosted tens of thousands of visitors from around the world. And on our tours, we try to make visitors understand the experience of street vendors navigating the regulatory maze in New York City. Not just the chapter and verse of the regulations, but how they play out in the real life of vendors. The virtual impossibility of receiving a legal permit, the constantly shifting rules and arbitrary decisions of enforcement officers, the endless tickets and summons issued by a half dozen different agencies, the constant fear of having your livelihood and perhaps even your freedom taken away. For many, street vending is not a chosen profession, but one born of necessity. We're in the midst of an unprecedented global migration crisis, with more people now displaced from their homes than at any other point in human history. New York City has been a refuge for so many people, and street vending is how they have survived, as so many people have attested to today. We should be creating pathways for people to make better lives for themselves in this city and in this country. Instead, the current regulatory regime makes it harder for people to make a living, and it places vendors at greater risk for arrest and deportation. Bad street vending policy is bad immigration policy, and it makes the New York City government and the City Council complicit in the cruel, racist, and destructive mass deportation agenda of the Trump administration. What street vendors want and what all New Yorkers want is a clear, fair, and well-regulated system where small businesses can be successful and contribute to their communities. Vendors want to operate legally. These bills offer them a much more viable pathway to do that. Vendors want to follow the rules. These bills will provide them with the education and support services they need to do that. These bills will not lead to more street vendors. The vendors are already there, but instead they will be legal and regulated, thus better protecting the vendors themselves and the public.
I just want to ask you to wrap up, please, and then submit your testimony.
Yep. So thank you so much for listening to my testimony. I hope you will support and move these bills forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call our next panel: Lily Gonzalez, Isabel Rosario, Maribel Pedraza, and then Antonio. Are any of them, anyone that I called here? Okay, they're gone. All right. Okay, now we will need the Spanish translator, please, for the next panel. Lucia Maldonado, Flor Caballero, Marlene Ansaldo, Lola Sigaquencia, Tiffany Hervez. Or anyone that I called here? Okay.
Thank you.
Two babies. Okay. Please begin. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por atendernos. Lo que yo veo que todas somos mujeres.
Good
Y
afternoon. Thank you for having us here. I can see all of your women.
me da mucho gusto de eso porque sabemos que somos mujeres de poder
And I'm very pleased to see that because we
y
know we're
luchadora
empowered women fighters
y luchadoras para sacar a nuestros hijos adelante.
and we fight to move our children forward. Thank you. To support our children.
Lo que yo les pido con todo mi corazón,
What I ask of you with all my heart
lo que yo quiero es que de verdad tomen esta reforma porque somos mujeres con hijos que queremos dar lo mejor para nuestros hijos, para sus estudios.
So please make this reform pass because we are women and we want to do the best for our children, have them study. ¿Sí?
Y también quiero de verdad hablar lo personal.
And I also want to talk a little personally.
Tengo 15 años trabajando en la calle,
I've worked in the streets for 15 years.
pero lamentablemente yo quiero trabajar bien con la ley.
But unfortunately, dice desafortunadamente no. Lamentablemente.
Afortunadamente.
Okay, fortunately, I want to work under the law.
Hace 3 años yo compré con mucho esfuerzo, yo junté el dinero, compré mi camión de comida.
3 years ago, with a lot of effort, I bought my food truck.
Y estoy arrendando permiso en Mercado Negro.
And I am renting a black market permit.
Y la verdad, ahorita yo pensé que iba yo estar bien, pero lamentablemente no es así.
And I thought I would be okay, but unfortunately it's not like that.
Porque el dinero que yo pensé guardar para mis hijos, para sus
Because the
estudios en
money
el
that I
futuro,
thought I would be able to save for my children's future
pero estoy pasando en la mano de otras personas.
is being spent in other people's hands, or it's passing to other people.
Y no puedo seguir pagando $20,000 de un permiso que yo sé que mejor pagar a la ciudad, trabajar legalmente con ustedes.
And I know that I cannot continue giving $20,000 away instead of for the city.
Porque de mi esfuerzo, de mi trabajo, quiero dar a un futuro mejor a mis hijos, sus
Because
estudios.
I want a better future for my children, allowing them to have studies with my own work and my efforts.
Porque ya lo hice con una de mis hijas que ella estudió su enfermería general.
Because I already did it with one of my daughters. She studied general nursing.
Y lo mismo quiero hacer con mis otros 3 pequeños hijos, pero no puedo porque el dinero que yo quiero dar a mis hijos, a sus
But I'm not
estudios,
being able
está yendo en Mercado Negro.
Yes, but I'm not being able to do it right now with my other 3 children because all the money that I'm earning is going away in the black market.
Eso le pido para todos nosotros que somos mujeres con hijos. Lo que queremos es sacar nuestra familia adelante,
That's what I'm
que tenga
asking you,
su
please,
profesión.
on my behalf and all these women with their children, that we can move ahead and yes.
Y eso quiero que ustedes me entiendan, por favor. Les pedimos de verdad, de corazón, que nos entiendan y que nos echen la mano. Eso es lo único que queremos, trabajar bien.
So that's what we
No
would
tener-
want. That's what we would want you to understand, and we ask you from the bottom of our hearts.
No tener que estar corriendo o estar pendiente si viene la sanidad y van a ver que mi nombre no está con el permiso y ese es mi temor
So
todos
that
los
we
días.
don't have to be running, and if sanitation comes and they don't see my name on the permit, then we have to run, and we live with this fear every day. So
Muchas gracias por su
thank you very much for
atención.
your attention. Okay, ¿quieres? ¿Sigue? Sigue, por favor.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Lola Sigüencia, vengo de representando a la Johnson y 37.
Good afternoon, my name is Lola Sigüenza, and I come from, ¿de dónde vienes?
De Ecuador.
From Ecuador.
Vengo ejerciendo la venta ambulante en la Johnson y 37.
And I work as a street vendor in Johnson and 37th.
Y veo que aquí la situación me cogió más, ¿cómo le puedo explicar? Con mucha necesidad.
And I see that the situation for me has become very needy. ¿Cómo?
Me han quitado por 3 ocasiones mis cosas, he pagado los tickets.
So the police have taken my things 3 times. I've paid my tickets.
Mi temor es que vuelta venga ICE o vuelta sanidad y
And what I'm
seguir así
afraid
no
of,
puedo. Los
what I'm
nervios me están ganando ahora.
Yeah, the nerves are killing me because I'm always afraid that ICE or the police are going to come for me. Yeah, that's it, thank you. Sigue tú. Gracias. Sigue. Aquí está en inglés.
Buenas tardes, señoras concejales y público presente. Mi nombre es Marlene Ensaldo, soy líder de Bronze Street Vendor y de Street Vendor Project. Desde hace varios años, en nuestras últimas reuniones de membresía, el día 30 de abril, hicimos del 30 de abril agasajamos a nuestros niños y mientras se les iba presentando pudimos ver lo que estábamos construyendo. Hubo algunos de ellos inspirados ser policías, otros 2 quieren ser doctores y veterinarios, pero hubo unos niños en particular que dijeron al público que querían ser abogados para defender a los comerciantes y evitar que les quitaran sus mercancías. A cada niño en nuestros hogares representan una profesión para el desarrollo de esta ciudad. Y hoy su país, nosotros los vendedores ambulantes, sacrificamos nuestra juventud e invertimos nuestro tiempo para dejarles un legado diferente, porque mi trabajo en la calle no ofrece ninguna garantía más que la supervivencia. Por eso pedimos a ustedes como autoridades que tomen una decisión sabia basada en el compromiso de nuestra comunidad y en la de la justicia, que demanda una comunidad vulnerable. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair of the Council. Oh, okay, my name is Marlene Ensaldo, and I am the leader of the Bronx Street Vendors, and I have been selling street fruit for several years in the Bronx. At our last membership meeting on April 30th, we honored our children, and as they introduced themselves, the children, we were able to see what we were building. 5 of the kids aspired to be police officers. 2 others want to be doctors and veterinarians, but 1 child in particular told the audience that he wanted to be a lawyer to defend merchants and prevent them from taking their wages. Every child in our homes represents a professional for the development of this, your city, and your country. We street vendors sacrifice our youth, and we sacrificed our youth and invested our time to leave for you a different legacy, because my work on the streets offers no guarantee other than survival. That is why we ask you to make wise decisions based on the commitment of our community and the justice that a vulnerable community demands. On behalf of us and our children, thank you for the opportunity.
Buenas tardes, señora presidenta. Buenas tardes, señora presidenta y estimados concejales y público en general. Mi nombre es Ana, soy líder de Bronx Street Vendor de mercancía general en Hunts Point, el Bronx. Me he dado la cita el día de hoy para permitir a ustedes que aprueben el paquete de ley. Pensando en el mismo, tendrá necesariamente que seguir procesos en la práctica que demuestren cambios reales y complementen una legislación diferente e inclusiva. Desde abril del 2023 se le dio la facultad legal a la sanitización para que regule el comercio informal. Ya ha transcurrido 2 largos años y no ha habido evidencia de que demuestren mejoras notarias en la venta ambulante. Lo único que se ha podido evidenciar es cómo dejan a familias enteras fragmentadas, endeudadas y desconcertadas. Eso demuestra que mientras se tenga a la presencia la protesta de la discriminación y el racismo como herramienta para informar leyes injustas al diálogo, los acuerdos y la coherencia estarán de sobra. En nombre de todos los vendedores, gracias.
Good afternoon, Madam Council Speaker, and good morning, everyone, esteemed council members, and to the public. My name is, dime tu nombre otra vez? Ana. My name is Ana. I am the leader of Bronx Street Vendor, and I sell general merchandise in the Bronx. I have met today to ask you to approve this package of laws, believing that it will necessarily have to follow processes that in practice demonstrate real changes and complement different and inclusive legislation. Sanitation was given the legal authority to regulate informal commerce since April of 2023. 2 long years have passed, and there is no evidence of significant improvements in street vending. The only thing that has been evident is how they leave entire families fragmented, in debt, and bewildered. This shows that as long as persecution, arrogance, discrimination, and racism are used as tools to impose unjust laws, dialogue, agreements, and coherence will be unnecessary. On behalf of all the vendors in New York City, thank you. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, esteemed council members, and fellow New Yorkers. I am Tiffany Hervas, the president of the National Association of Puerto Rican Hispanic Social Workers and the co-founder of Algún Día. I stand before you today to support intros, particularly 408 and intro 431, and shed light on the pressing challenges faced by immigrant families, particularly children engaged in street vending. Algún Día, which means someday, is a grassroots volunteer-led project born out of the resilience and commitment of formerly undocumented immigrants, dreamers, and first-generation New Yorkers. Our mission is simple but urgent: to support migrant families, especially children who have become vendors, street vendors selling candy in the New York City subway systems just to survive. We're doing this work just because we know that street vending is not just an act of survival, it's a form of entrepreneurship in a system that too often fails to provide pathways for newly arrived immigrants. Via our project, and by testifying here, our goal is to shift that narrative. These families are not a public safety issue, they are our neighbors, full of hope and potential. Vendor rights, dignity, and solutions. Into intro 408 and 431 represent a critical step toward regulatory reform that our city urgently needs These bills would finally give street vendors a fair and transparent system to operate within, allowing them to provide services New Yorkers rely on in a regulated, predictable, and safe framework. For too long, our city has treated street vending as a criminal act rather than recognizing that the vendors are just people trying to survive. Via our project, we conducted a survey where we identified 88% of vendors began doing so out of necessity to keep their families afloat. This outdated approach has only deepened economic hardship and fear in vulnerable communities. Instead of punishing vendors for trying to support their families, the city must remove unnecessary barriers. Intro 408 represents a transformative opportunity for street vendors across New York City, especially migrants. We can attest that it will make a difference, as in our survey, we found that 93% of candy-selling vendors in the subway had not received any assistance from organizations, agencies, and 60% indicated fear of incurring fines and police interaction while vending. Many cited a lack of childcare, case on point, and awareness of city services as key barriers to finding safer, more sustainable work. Intro 408 would help prevent families from being pushed into unsafe and unlicensed vending by giving them the tools and information they need up front before fines, before fear or enforcement come into play. With that, thank you for your time and consideration. It is algún día's hope that the City Council takes the critical step of passing.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
And the street vendor reform
Great.
package.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to this panel. Oh, no, sorry, there's one more person who didn't. Sorry about that. Okay, right? Is there one more person who did? Yes, I believe you didn't. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Flor Caballero. Vengo de Corona Plaza.
Good afternoon. My name is
Flor Caballero.
Flor Caballero. I come from Corona Plaza.
Yo me presento, pedirle ayuda a ustedes. Queremos permisos para trabajar libremente en la calle porque nosotros trabajamos para nuestros hijos y no dependemos de la ciudad.
I am here to ask you please to allow us to have permits to work freely in the streets because we work to support our children and we don't depend on the city. Thank you.
Y les pido por favor que nos ayude y que nos apoyen.
And I ask you to please help us and support us.
Y gracias.
And thank you.
I just want to take this moment. I know stepped away from the dais, but I just want to take this moment to say how powerful it is to see you, and I'll say it in Spanish, to see you testifying with your child as I listen with my child. You know, we're doing this for the next generation. Everything that we do, they see, and I hope that, you know, this council will be able to make them all proud. So, quería tomar el momento para decir cuánto me identifico con usted, que dio su testimonio con su niña, mientras yo la escucho con la mía, porque al fin todo lo que hacemos es para ellos. Y yo espero que este Consejo Municipal pueda actuar de una forma que sea, I don't know how to translate that. Bueno, que les pueda dar orgullo a ellos en un futuro cuando vean lo que hicimos aquí hoy. Muchas gracias por venir. Gracias por su testimonio.
Gracias.
Thank you very much for that panel. Thank you. Okay, great. We're going to keep on going. Okay, the next panel, we need an Arabic translator, please. Muhammad Ahmed, Victor Chacha, Giovanni Corsini, Jimmy Joel Hernandez, Jennifer Salgado. Okay. Great. Please begin. Thank you.
My name is Mohamed Awad. I attended here to support the street vendor project that includes Law 431 408, 47, and 24. Actually, I changed my whole testimony after I heard a lot of stuff coming from some organizations. They make testimony today. One of them, they blame street vendors in not paying tickets. We just got tickets and we're not paying the tickets. So I just paid yesterday almost $2,000. And if you guys, Madam Chair, if you want to see the receipt, I can show you the receipt right now. Yesterday, I just paid $2,000 fines. So who claim the street vendors doesn't pay tickets, it's totally lies. So Madam Chair, if you want to see the receipt, I can show you the receipt.
You're welcome to submit anything in writing that you want. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the other one. One organization that testified earlier had a Yard bid. They said they don't want more permit for vendors and they don't think vendors should use generators. The problem is a vendor who works with them and pays them rent and the park, they use generators every single day. They show you the lies and stuff. That we dealing with this always faking statement came in about the street vendors. Sorry. So they don't like street vendors. They want to eliminate the vendors when they follow the law. So they talking about we not supposed to use generators, and the guy from the Haddison Yard bid, they rent for street vendors and they let him do using generators. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Salgado. I'm the daughter of a former street vendor and a lifelong resident of the Bronx. I'm here today to express my full support for Bills 431, 408, and the rest of the street vendor reform package. When I sat down to write this testimony, I thought about telling my mother's vending story, but the truth is, her story isn't unique. It mirrors what so many vendors have already shared today. The only difference is that her struggle happened over 20 years ago. And yet, here we are, nothing has changed. So instead, I want to speak to what I see now in the neighborhoods of Kingsbridge and Fordham, both of which are areas I've worked in and lived in. These are communities built on hustle, commercial corridors that are full of life because of both storefronts and vendors. Yet somehow, vendors are treated as threats to those storefronts. But let's be honest, the biggest threat to brick and mortar small businesses isn't a vendor. It's skyrocketing rents. It's the city's own neglect, real estate speculation, further facilitated by bids, often led by individuals who live outside of the neighborhood or even out of state, making them disconnected from the needs of their own members. We heard business representatives here today say that we need regulation, and I agree. We all agree. We are living under a broken, unregulated system that pits neighbors against each other. Bill 431 is a step toward fixing that. It offers real regulation, accountability, and protection for vendors and brick and mortar businesses. Finally, I ask you to think about the city's youngest New Yorkers. I was just a child when I had to deal with my parents getting ticketed, arrested, and pushed out. How many more children does the city want to traumatize under the current system? You have a chance to change the course of thousands of lives, and I ask you to vote in favor of this reform package. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, and we're now going to move on to the next panel. Anna Villa. Sorry, Magnum Navarrete, I apologize, it's hard to read the handwriting on this one. Leanne G. Bowley, Mahmoud Zayed, Jackson Chabot. If you could please come down, thank you.
Good afternoon. Oops, let's see.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Gibowli. I'm a homeowner in Elmhurst, Queens, a voter, educator, and director of public programs and partnerships at a Corona Cultural Institution. I've served multiple terms on the Queens Community Board 4, including on the executive and zoning committees, and I thank you for your time as I testify to support intros 431 and 408. I walk daily to the institution where I work from Elmhurst to Corona, and it reveals the power of our community and the role street vendors play in our lives. Families gather for meals before school. Our street feels safer at night when I walk home because the vendors are there and their customers light up our neighborhood. Our committee, yet our city disincentivizes these small businesses that bring economic security and public safety to our streets. The lack of available permits is weaponized against my community, and I'm going to actually go for my testimony to respond to the DSNY testimony earlier. For example, on October 21st, 2024, I was walking home from Roosevelt Avenue and saw a large NYPD truck with a number of street vendor products and carts on it. I asked why the DSNY wasn't doing enforcement, and then NYPD told me they're gone for the day, so we have to do it. That is not what was testified to earlier today, and it quite frankly disturbs me. When I speak to the leadership at my local precinct, they said, I think you think it's cute to get authentic food on the street, but they're breaking the law. Let's talk about breaking the law. We see our mayor, who threatens compliance with illegal tactics of mass deportation in collaboration with the federal government, a federal government that continues to break the law and defy court mandates. Passing these intros directly addresses this fear-mongering and potential illegal actions from our government by getting rid of an arbitrary cap that puts local small businesses at risk of police engagement. Now you can take that weapon out of the hands of those who want to harm these entrepreneurs, these small business owners, and my neighbors in Elmhurst and Corona. Another indication that the City Council should pass intros 431 and 408, I'll wrap up, is our local youth know that it's the right thing to do. Last year I co-produced a local production where students showed their immigration stories through a play. Central to that play was the character's struggle to support her family.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up because we have to give everyone the exact same amount of time.
As a street vendor project, the students enacted seeking a permit, combating fraud due to lack of appropriate government regulations and support
Okay,
of their
just
families.
please submit your written testimony.
I
and we'll
will.
take that.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Zaid. Before I give my testimony, I have a comment to one of the testimonies were given early today. One of the testimonies says that we are food vendors. We keep getting tickets that we never paid. Maybe we hang it on the wall. I myself, I paid this month, not this month, last month, $4,975, and I still have more tickets to come that I'm still fighting. Last year, I paid almost $12,000 for violation. So we paid tickets. They're trying to get us out of business, and we struggle to continue with that business. I've been a food vendor since 2008, and I started my own business in 2009. I had to rent a permit through the black market, as I have never been able to obtain one in my own name. My business has grown over the years, and we now operate carts and trucks in Midtown, the Upper East Side, and Long Island City. For years, I have been forced to pay thousands of dollars every 2 years to people who were able to get permits directly from the city. While they only pay a small fee, I'm forced to pay a huge expense that ultimately is passed on to my customers. The system is unfair and unsustainable to small business owners like me. We need the city to issue more permits, and Intro 431 is a clear answer to speed up the permitting processes. I am a number myself. I'm a number 1,259 on the waiting list, and so far the city has only reached 865 the number. Intro 431, we will get more permits, vendor faster.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
If all vendors can get permits under their own name, would reduce the cost of significantly. This would allow us to lower our cost on the products that we use. which is
Okay,
going
and if
to...
you could just submit your written testimony,
you.
please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Amelia Cuba. Yo vendo productos de Amway que son vitaminas, jabones, pastas.
My name is Amelia Guban, and I sell Amway products, vitamins, pills, pastillas, dijiste?
Vitaminas,
Yeah, vitamins.
jabones y pastas. Sanidad me puso 2 tickets de $1,250.
Sanitation issued 2 tickets to me of $1,250.
Y yo los pagué.
I paid them.
Y yo le hice una pregunta a ellos. ¿Por qué que yo necesitaba para poder vender legalmente, como ellos dicen?
So I asked sanitation what I needed to do in order to sell legally, as they were asking me to.
Ellos me dijeron que yo fuera a la 42 de Broadway a sacar un permiso, que
And they
ellos
asked me
tenían
to-
permiso para vender.
They asked me to go to 42nd and Broadway to get a permit, that they had permits to sell.
Yo fui, hice la clase, pero ellos no me dieron el permiso para vender. Solo me dieron
I took the class, and they did not give me the permit to sell.
Solo me dieron un permiso temporal,
They gave me a temporary permit,
y me dijeron que eso era aceptado como comida, pero no es aceptado como comida.
and they told me that was allowed as food, but it is not allowed as food.
Porque cuando me volvieron después, yo renté un espacio fuera de una tienda
Later on, I rented a space out of a store,
y ellos fueron otra vez y se llevaron todas mis cosas, diciéndome que ese permiso no era válido.
and again, they came, they took all my things, saying that that permit was not valid.
Entonces yo quiero pedirles por favor que que aprueben por favor los permisos para que podamos trabajar. No
So-
queremos trabajar ilegalmente como lo dicen
I want to ask you to please pass those permits because we don't want to work illegally.
y que seamos perseguidos como ladrones.
And we don't want to be persecuted as if we were thieves.
Necesitamos que por favor nos escuchen porque nosotros aportamos también para el Estado o el país, también estamos aportando porque pagamos nuestros impuestos.
We need to be heard because we are contributing to the country, to the state. We pay our taxes.
Pagamos taxes personales y pagamos taxes de negocios.
We pay sales tax, we pay personal taxes as well.
Como le vuelvo y le repito, por favor, yo les pido por favor que aprueben la ley para que nos puedan dar permisos. Es lo único que le pido, por favor.
So I ask you
Gracias.
again, and it's all that I'm asking, please pass those reforms so that we can have permits to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Chabot, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Organizing at Open Plans, where we advocate for New York City streets, sidewalks, and plazas. I'm here today to express Open Plan's strong support for Council Bills Intro 431 and 408, which propose vital reforms to New York City's street vending laws. These bills will not only provide thousands of vendors the opportunity to operate legally, but also ensure the continued vibrancy of our public spaces. Street vendors are a cornerstone of New York City's culture, economy, offering diverse, affordable foods and goods. They enrich our public spaces, contributing to the city's unique energy and fostering social interaction. Vendors also support the local economies, particularly in underserved neighborhoods, and provide valuable services to both residents and tourists. Personally, today coming to the rally, someone tried to order a hot dog about 9:45 this morning, and the vendor did not have one by City Hall, so not a choice I would make, but it was something I overheard this morning. I'd like to focus on the current citing regulations. The current citing guidelines for street vendors are rigorous, and they're very specifically designed, and many of them date back many, many years ago, before many of us were born. They were put in place allegedly to balance economic activity with public safety, but what they do right now are over-prescriptive and offer many places where vendors cannot vend. So we've heard today from some folks that if the caps were lifted, vendors could vend anywhere, and we know based on the current regulations, this is simply not the case. There are specific 12-foot pedestrian path clearances, for example. And so when we see this, there's also these restricted zones that I mentioned in specific areas such as bus stops, taxi stands, near subway entrances, as well as specific parts of the city, including Midtown, among other places. These rules were put in place and they offer very specific parameters. So again, when we say that we're potentially lifting the caps or the permits here, there are still places where vendors would not be able to vend. I'm asking you to take these bills into the next phase and please pass them expeditiously. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to that panel. I'm now going to call the last in-person panel. And if you are here and you want to speak and you haven't heard your name called, please just go see a sergeant at arms and fill out a card. And then I'll be going to the Zoom panel because we have some speakers on Zoom. Muad Ahmed, Christopher Leon Johnson, Sharon Brown. Okay, great.
Hello, Chairs Benin and sorry, this is weird.
Oh, sorry. Hold on one second. Oh, yes. Give us 1 second. We're just going to do a quick translation in Spanish.
Si hay cualquier otra persona que no ha testificado todavía, pero si quiere testificar, hablen con los sargentos, porque ya este es el último panel y entonces no vamos al Zoom. So, por favor, inscríbanse y pueden hablar.
Thank you very much. Okay, please begin.
Hello, Chairs Benin and Chairs Sanchez. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm wearing this hat to show my support to the Street Vendor Project and the Worker Justice Project. I want all their bills to go through. Thank you for finally having this hearing, Ms. Benin. I know that you don't understand how appreciated you are for having this hearing. I appreciate you for having this hearing. They've been waiting this for almost 3 years now for this hearing. So thank you for that. All right, so the reason I'm supporting these two bills is because we need to lift all the caps. We need to eradicate all caps for these for these vendors, and they need to be able to sell this stuff anywhere they want without harassment of the NYPD. Not only these these guys and gals are here, they deserve to make money here without no worrying about being harassed by the NYPD, and even to these days under the Trump administration, ICE or DHS. At the same time, this city council needs to condemn Francisco Moya, our council member, because he is against these guys and gals because there's a stadium called the New York City FC Stadium that team suck anyway. He don't want these guys around Corona is because he don't want the tourists and the people that's going to try to watch those games see those people selling their stuff there. Now, there's a lot of economic racism that's going on with this council member, with Francisco Moya. I think he's an economic racist because if you say you care about immigrants, why are you against these vendors selling stuff on the street? Everybody know he's weaponized by Mazi Lugo, Ramses Frias, and his hidden homeboy Hiram Montserrat. So this city council, like I said, not only these bills need to pass in the city council, all these bills, they need a public commendation of council member Francisco Moya for his economic racism towards these street vendors, these guys and gals. So at the end of the day,
okay,
I'm gonna wrap it up. Cop City is happening in 2026. I am calling on you, the next speaker of the city council, to block all funding, to block the $25 million. I know, $25 million. Thank you. No Cop City. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and next speaker.
طيب أولا أنا بشكر المجلس على منح الفرصة للكلام وصبركم الكريم في الاستماع لكل هذه الشهادات. أكيد أنتوا تابعين دلوقتي، وبشكركم اللي أنتوا بتوصلوا صوت الناس اللي في الأرصفة اللي عامة صوتهم ما بيوصلش للقاعات. أنا اسمي أحمد مراد، أنا صحفي وعضو وورد ممبر في ستريت فيندر بروجكت. اللي هتكلم فيه النهارده دي مش حاجات من المكاتب، دي حاجات من الميدان أنا وثقتها بنفسي على مدار سنوات. حكايات بتعبر عن واقع مؤلم تعيشه آلاف من الباعة في نيويورك، خاصة من المهاجرين والفقراء. أول حاجة الخوف من طلب المساعدة. أنا عايز أقول لكم إن جهات إنفاذ القانون دايما بتتأخر لما يكون الضحية من الستريت فيندر، ودايما بيظهروا بسرعة لو هم مجانين. أنا بتذكر هنا الشاب محمد حسين اللي تعرض في اعتداء عنصري يوم 20 نوفمبر 2023 من مستشار سابق في إدارة أوباما، واتعرض لاعتداء عنصري وزمايله قالوا ان هم طلبوا الشرطه والشرطه ما ظهرتش لغايه لما الراجل هدده وعرضه لهزات نفسيه عنيفه هو بيعاني منها لغايه دلوقتي. وعايز اتكلم برضو عن حادثه حصلت في 30 ابريل، الشاب ايمن غزاله اللي اتعرض لاطلاق نار في التايم سكوير، ودي كانت حادثه يعني الشرطه ما منعتهاش، جهات انفاذ القانون ما منعتهاش رغم تواجدهم في كل المخالفات البسيطه، يعني حتى لو حد مثلا نسي كيس على الرصيف وكده. وعايز اقول ان انا شفت حالات كتيره قوي من غرامات كتيره اتفرضت على ناس من غير سابق انذار، منهم امهات وارامل وناس بتشتغل عشان بس تعيش يعني عائلتها في كرامه ويبحثوا عن لقمه العيش. أنا عايز أذكر هنا برضو بحادثة البنت الصغيرة اللي كانت بتبيع مانجا في أحد الحدائق، وجهات إنفاذ القانون حاولت تقبض عليها بشكل عنيف ووحشي، وفي الآخر هي يعني خافت تراجعت إن هي ترفع قضية عشان هي وضعها كمهاجرة كطفلة، يعني ما حبوش إن هم يرجعوا. فندائي المجلس المدينة إن هو مراجعة أسلوب تعامل جهات إنفاذ القانون مع البائع الجائلين وضمان استجابتهم عند تعرضهم للتهديد، وتعديل نظام الغرامات ليكون عادلا ومتدرجا لا عقابيا ولا ظالما، وتوفير حماية قانونية ضد الاعتداءات اللفظية والتمييز العنصري اللي بيتعرضوا ليه البائع الجالين في الشارع، وفتح حوار دائم مع ممثلي البائع لفهم التحديات التي يواجهونها وتخصيص أماكن قانونية للعمل بدلا من ملاحقتهم بالاستمرار. ودي شهادة إنسانية مش مجرد شهادة مهنية أو كلمات، بس هي يعني نداء للعدالة والكرامة والمساواة للبائع الجالين. وشكرا جدا.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity and your patience and listening into voices that often go unheard, voices from sidewalks, from those who power the city informal economy, and fight every day just to survive. My name is Ahmed Murad. I'm a journalist, a resident of Brooklyn, and proud member of the Street Vendor Project. What bring me today is not for a report or a press release. It comes from field, from a real story I have documented over the years, the stories that I reflected, the harsh and often unjust reality faced by thousands of street vendors in New York City, especially immigrants and working class families. Number one, when help is needed, silence follows. Times and again, I have seen laws
Okay,
enforcement.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap that up, please.
All right, sure. So
You can submit it in writing.
Good.
Yeah, you can submit it in writing.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our in-person testimony. I'm now going to go to Zoom. We have 3 speakers on Zoom, and then I'm going to call everyone who signed up on Zoom, who we just want to make sure that we did not leave anyone out. Bill Bruno, Sandra Jasquez, and Justin Pollock on Zoom.
You may begin.
Thank you so much, Chairman Menon and council members. My name is Bill Bruno. I'm from Jackson Heights, the center of much street vendor activity, and I'm here to testify for intros 0408 and 0431. Street vending provides both an important business income and clearly a service to the community because people are shopping there and buying them. So they meet a demand. Since the sidewalk space there's many users, you need to have a system that balances the needs of the stakeholders. The current approach of doubling down on enforcement doesn't do that. City Limits pointed out NYPD tickets in 24 was 5 times what they were in 2019 and twice as many in 2023. So clearly, if a pure enforcement approach did the trick, this would have solved the problem. And also clearly refutes that enforcement is not being tried. So instead, not only do we have a needlessly punitive treatment of street vendors, we don't have them in an organized system to be legalized, educated, and everything will be better balanced. 431 removes 040A is an important part of educating them, and that will integrate them into the system and reduce the burden on enforcement. 431 removes an arbitrary cap. Arbitrary because it's unneeded to organize the street spaces, doesn't get rid of the other sidewalk requirements like leaving sidewalk space and not crowding doorways. Furthermore, enforcement efforts that didn't concentrate on permits could then regulate that. I checked the oath database for my neighborhood. The 2 precincts that cover Roosevelt Avenue. In 24, the first 3 quarters, over 3/4 of the police oath stuff, the summonses were for permits violations, for simply not being able to get a permit. Only about 1/4 were the things you'd want our enforcement to regulate, sidewalk space, proximity to doors, and so on. So in other words, you have a blunt instrument that focuses on that. So by reducing the permit cap, integrating the system, providing education resources, you can not only regulate them in a way that
your time is expired.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next.
You may begin.
Hi, this is Sandra Jaquez, Chairman and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments today on the issue of street vending in New York City. My name is Sandra Jaquez, and I serve as the president of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association. We represent Hispanic and minority-owned restaurant, bars, and nightlife establishments throughout the 5 boroughs. Our members are small business owners, many of whom are immigrants who have invested their time, money, and energy into building neighborhood establishments that serve as cultural anchors, economic drivers, and community gathering places. These businesses operate in compliance with city laws and regulations and continue to persevere despite the significant challenges facing the hospitality industry, including inflation, rising commercial rents, and labor shortages. We are testimony to express concern about the state of New York City's street vending system. The current lack of effectiveness enforcement has led to widespread disorder. The system is failing, and in its current form, it is increasingly disadvantaged to brick and mortar establishments. What we are seeing today is not a balanced or well-regulated system, coalition of vending activities with minimal oversight and inconsistent consequences. Before the city considers any expansion of street vending permits, it must first demonstrate that a functional, effective enforcement structure is in place. That means consistent, coordinated, and well-resourced enforcement. It also means acknowledgement that weak enforcement is not neutral. It has a direct and damaging impact on small businesses owners who are playing by the rules and paying the price. Raising the vendor cap without first fixing enforcement will not only not resolve the underlying problem, it would only deepen them. Restaurants and nightlife establishments deserve a level playing field in the public realm where rules are applied and fairly and enforced evenly. Our members are subject to rigorous inspection and must comply with strict health and safety standards, particularly regarding
Your time's
food handling
expired.
and preparation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Pollock. I live on the Upper West Side, and I wanted to address something that I haven't heard yet during this really interesting hearing, which is the impact of street vendors on office workers like myself. Because I work in Manhattan at an investment firm that manages over $150 billion. And over the past 5 years, really since COVID, we've liberalized our office policy to allow a lot more work from home. Because rather than force everyone back to the office, we're looking for reasons to have them want to come into Midtown. And I wish that was working with me, but the reality is that's not quite enough reason for them to get on trains and buses and have long commutes. In the same way, they also don't go to Broadway shows every night. They don't go to lunch for hours at fancy restaurants. But what they've told me is they will come to the office because they get access to street food that they simply can't get where they live. In a lot of the suburban neighborhoods where they are all around the city, they can get salads and hamburgers from the same chain restaurants that exist right off Park Avenue. But what they can't get is access to Jamrock Jerk Chicken on Park Avenue, or Uncle Gussie's Greek food, or the King of Falafel and Shawarma's Middle Eastern menu, Cow Kang on Wheels, which has really great Thai food, or even a staple, Gianetto's pizza truck. All those things are critical to getting our stock traders, our bond traders, our salespeople all of them back to the firm working and supporting the broader ecosystem and money that they spend in this city, because the alternative is to give them an experience in New York that's just like the one that they have at home, and they're going to stay there. So I just want to encourage you to pass this series of reform bills for street vendors, because it's going to contribute to the rebuilding of office life here in New York City. Thank you.
All right, we also have on, I'm going to call the next three panelists on Zoom, Ariel Mintz, Rob Martinez, and Samia Eskandar.
You may begin.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to say a big thank you to the chair and the council for the truly yeoman's effort involved in listening to all these testimonies today. I just had one 30-second thing to add into the mix a little bit. I'm looking to start an independent clothing label in New York City. And I think that one really powerful way to connect with customers and people who'd be interested in the brand would be by selling on the street and really meeting people face to face. And I was disappointed, surprised to find out that it's literally impossible for me to do that right now. I'd love to see these resolutions pass and be able to get an opportunity to sell my wares in the street and start making those connections with fellow New Yorkers.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Martinez. I'm a filmmaker and content creator. I make videos about people and food. I would like to thank Chair Menon and the committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of intros 431 and 408. There are few videos that I've made in my life that have been more beloved than the videos I've made about New York City street vendors, whether it was with Cleo Tilde, whose amazing chalupas made the New York Times top dishes of 2024, or with Fidel Cortez, who New York Magazine dubbed the Limon Ice King of Bushwick, Brooklyn, or with the less heralded but equally important tamaleras y tamaleros, who have opened their commissary kitchens to me at 2 in the morning, where they prep until 6 a.m. to be ready to feed hungry New Yorkers on their commute. These folks don't take up much space on the street, but they've earned a massive space in the culture of New York City. I was recently asked to contribute to a popular YouTube food channel with over 10 million subscribers, and they were producing a street food competition between the cities of Austin, Portland, Los Angeles, and New York City. In Austin and Portland, the street food scene is a vibrant pop-up scene, an incubator for entrepreneurs who can't afford a brick and mortar. In Los Angeles, street vending has been decriminalized, and one of its most famous food trucks inspired the movie Chef. But in New York, we have a broken system where vendors win accolades for their food but aren't given the opportunity to sell it legally. I wasn't able to recommend some of the vendors that I love most because increasing visibility on their business might actually harm their business, which is insane. New York lost that street food competition. We came in last, and the video currently sits at 3.4 million views on YouTube. I wish street vendors in New York were given the same opportunity to thrive as they are in these other major cities. This package of bills will let vendors provide the services New Yorkers want in a regulated, predictable, and enforceable system, and give them a real chance to build wealth in their neighborhoods. The city must not criminalize street vendors for trying to provide for their families, but instead cut the red tape and facilitate a healthy regulatory environment for our smallest businesses to thrive. Street vendors deserve a shot at success like all New Yorkers. This includes a fair opportunity to make a living free from harassment. Thank you for accepting my testimony today. It is my hope that the City Council takes this critical step of passing intros 431 and 408 as part of the street vendor reform.
Your time's expired.
Thank you. Okay, and Sandhya Eskandar has dropped off. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read everyone who signed up on Zoom to make sure we have not overlooked anyone. So I'm going to read these names, and if you're on, please do the raise hand function on Zoom. Dylan Hatch, Ryan Pukos, Debbie Praya Chatterjee, Fai Tache, Kevin M. Del Casale, Elizabeth Murray, Francisco Gonzalez, Eden Gebre, Dina Leos, Calvin Ang, Jonathan Perez, Sam Yu, Manolo Lopez, Jennifer Salgado, Crescendu Ray, Pedro Suarez. No. Okay, seeing no names, I really want to thank everyone for testifying today. It was unbelievable to see the turnout that the hearing got and just to hear the diverse views on these bills. And so I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Sanchez and Baby, who made it all the way to the end. And thank you once again for your testimony today. And that concludes our hearing. Oh, and Council Sanchez's mom.